Dam in India. It was built around 2000 years ago on the river Kaveri. This dam, which is 329 meters in length and 20 meters in width, and irrigates millions of acres of land. In 1947, India had about 350 large dams across the country with a storage capacity of about 15 BCM. Post-independence, as India strived for self-reliance, it focused on ways to ensure food and water security. A number of multi-purpose river valley projects were taken up to provide water for irrigation and generate electricity. 1971 onwards, the pace of constructing dams accelerated, and by the year 2000, the country had more than 4,450 dams, with more than half built between 1971 and 1989. At present, India ranks third globally in dam building after China and the USA, and has 5,334 large dams completed and 411 under construction dams with a water storage capacity of 300 billion cubic meters. Since most of the dams were built on rivers across different states, about 98% of the dams are owned and managed by the state governments. A small percentage of dams is owned by central and state PSUs and also private agencies. The dam's construction entails huge financial cost. Their proper maintenance is important for their safety and satisfactory functioning to protect loss of lives and envisaged benefits. Almost 80% of India's large dams are more than 25 years old, with about 227 large dams being more than 100 years old. Climate change is exacerbating the risk of dam failure by changing their design hydrology. According to the Central Water Commission, failure of about 41 large dams has been reported in the last 100 years. Tigra Dam failure occurred in 1970, and recently, Annamaya Dam failed in Andhra Pradesh. The loss of lives due to failure of dams have heightened concern for uniform dam safety protocols and dam safety legislation in the country. It drew attention to the urgent need for robust institutional mechanisms and streamlined processes. Given the multitude of dam safety concerns and varying maintenance practices, the need for legislation was voiced across different forums. In many advanced countries, particularly America, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Switzerland, France, China, etc., dam safety legislations have been enacted for the purpose of regulating and ensuring the dam safety. Since most of the rivers are interstate, the need for a central act was felt. The umbrella of a central act would also improve better coordination and management of dams. The bill was passed in Parliament and with the assent of the President of India on 13 December 2021, it became an act. This act provides for surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of the specified dam for prevention of dam failure related disasters and to provide for institutional mechanism to ensure the safe function and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Key provisions of the Act. Pan-India applicability spells out roles and responsibilities at the centre, state and dam owners level. Constitution of National Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of National Dam Safety Authority. Constitution of State Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of State Dam Safety Organization. Spells out duties and functions in relation to dam safety. Provisions for safety inspection, and data collection. Obligation towards emergency action plan and disaster management. Provisions for comprehensive dam safety evaluation. Provisions for offences and penalties. The NCDS, with representations of central, states, and independent experts, will be chaired by the Chairman, Central Water Commission, and is entrusted with the responsibility for evolving nationwide dam safety policies, standards, and regulations. The NDSA, which will act as a regulatory authority, has been assigned roles related to implementation of pertinent policies, guidelines, and standards. The State Committee on Dam Safety, with representations of concerned as well as affected neighboring states, along with central and independent experts, is assigned roles related to dam safety oversight, coordination, prioritization, etc. within the state. The SDSO has been assigned the crucial roles of watchguarding the activities of the dam owners through perpetual surveillance, safety inspections. India has 18% of world's land resources, 4% of annual utilizable water resource, and has to support about 20% of the world's population. Further, climate change, suboptimal utilization, and wastage of water are all causing water stress. The effective implementation of the Dam Safety Act 2021 will ensure better coordination between states, better synergy in cascading dam operations, and will lead to unified protocols and procedures for dam operations and strengthening of institutional capacities for pan-India dam management. Our dams are a national wealth, and on their safety and efficient operation rests our water and food security.
1, 2, 3.
जल समस्त प्रकृति की संचालक शक्ति है। जल भंडारण और उसका प्रबंधन खाद्य एवं ऊर्जा सुरक्षा और आर्थिक विकास को विशेष रूप से प्रभावित करता है। बांध, पेयजल, सिंचाई, बिजली उत्पादन, औद्योगिक और घरेलू उपयोग जैसे विभिन्न कारणों के लिए जल भंडारण का महत्वपूर्ण बुनियादी ढांचा है। भारत में सतही प्रवाह के जल को संग्रहित करने के लिए बांध बनाने का एक लंबा इतिहास रहा है। कलानाई बांध भारत का सबसे पुराना बांध है जो अभी भी प्रयोग में है। इसे लगभग 2000 साल पहले कावेरी नदी पर बनाया गया था। इस बांध की लंबाई 329 मीटर और चौड़ाई 20 मीटर है और यह लाखों एकड़ भूमि को सिंचाई प्रदान करता है। 1947 में भारत में 350 बड़े बांध थे जिनकी भंडारण क्षमता लगभग 15 BCM थी। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत ने आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर कदम बढ़ाए। खाद्य और जल सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के तरीकों पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया। सिंचाई के लिए जल उपलब्ध कराने और बिजली उत्पादन के लिए कई बहुउद्देशीय नदी घाटी परियोजनाएं शुरू की गई। 1971 के बाद से बांधों के निर्माण की गति तेज हो गई और वर्ष 2000 तक देश में 4450 से अधिक बांध थे जिनमें से आधे से अधिक 1971 और 1989 के बीच बनाए गए थे। वर्तमान में भारत, चीन और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका के बाद बांध निर्माण में तीसरे स्थान पर है और यहाँ 5,334 बड़े बांध का निर्माण हो चुका है और 411 बांध निर्माणाधीन है, जिनकी कुल जल भंडारण क्षमता 300 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है। क्योंकि अधिकांश बांध विभिन्न राज्यों में नदियों पर बनाए गए थे, लगभग 98% बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन राज्य सरकारों के पास है। कुछ प्रतिशत बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन केंद्रीय तथा राज्य सार्वजनिक का उपक्रमों एवं निजी क्षेत्र के पास भी है। बांधों के निर्माण में भारी वित्तीय लागत आती है। बांधों का उचित रखरखाव उनकी सुरक्षा एवं सुचारू रूप से संचालन के लिए आवश्यक है, ताकि उनसे होने वाले लाभ मिल सके तथा जनजीवन सुरक्षित रहे। भारत के बड़े बांधों में से लगभग 80% 25 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं, जिनमें लगभग 227 बांध 100 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं। जलवायु परिवर्तन उनके अभिकलित जल विज्ञान को बदलकर बांध की विफलता के जोखिम को बढ़ा रहा है। केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अनुसार गत 100 वर्षों में लगभग 41 बड़े बांध की विफलता रिपोर्ट की गई है। 1917 में तिगड़ा बांध विफल हुआ। नवीनतम विफलता आंध्र प्रदेश में अनामाया बांध की हुई है। बांधों की विफलता के कारण हुए जान माल के नुकसान ने बांधों के एक समान सुरक्षा उपायों तथा बांध सुरक्षा विधान के लिए चिंता बढ़ा दी है। इसके कारण मजबूत संस्थागत तंत्र और कुशल सुव्यवस्थित प्रक्रियाओं की तत्काल आवश्यकता की ओर ध्यान आकर्षित हुआ। बांध की विभिन्न सुरक्षा चिंताओं और अलग अलग रखरखाव पद्धतियों को देखते हुए विभिन्न मंचों पर कानून की आवश्यकता पर आवाज उठाई गई। कई उन्नत देशों में, विशेष रूप से अमेरिका, यूनाइटेड किंगडम, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, स्विट्जरलैंड, फ्रांस, चीन आदि ने बांध सुरक्षा को विनियमित करने और सुनिश्चित करने के उद्देश्य से बांध सुरक्षा कानून बनाए गए हैं। चूंकि अधिकांश नदियां अंतर्राज्यीय हैं, इसलिए केंद्रीय अधिनियम की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई। केंद्रीय अधिनियम की छत्र छाया से बांधों के बेहतर समन्वय और प्रबंधन में भी सुधार होगा। यह विधेयक संसद में पारित हुआ और 13 दिसंबर 2021 को भारत के राष्ट्रपति की सहमति से एक अधिनियम बन गया। यह अधिनियम बांध की विफलता से संबंधित आपदाओं की रोकथाम के लिए निर्दिष्ट बांध की निगरानी, निरीक्षण, संचालन और रखरखाव के लिए उनके सुरक्षित कामकाज को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए और इससे जुड़े या उससे संबंधित मामलों के लिए संस्थागत तंत्र का प्रावधान करता है। अधिनियम के प्रमुख प्रावधान है अखिल भारतीय प्रयोज्यता, केंद्र राज्य बांध मालिकों के स्तर पर भूमिकाएं और जिम्मेदारियों का प्रावधान, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा समिति की स्थापना, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा प्राधिकरण की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा पर राज्य समिति की स्थापना, राज्य बांध सुरक्षा संगठन की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा के संबंध में कर्तव्य और कार्य, सुरक्षा निरीक्षण और डेटा संग्रह, आपातकालीन कार्य योजना और आपदा प्रबंधन, व्यापक बांध सुरक्षा मूल्यांकन, दंड के प्रावधान। एनसीडीएस की अध्यक्षता केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अध्यक्ष करेंगे और इसे राष्ट्रव्यापी बांध सुरक्षा नीतियों, मानकों और विनियमों को विकसित करने की जिम्मेदारी सौंपी गई है। इसमें केंद्रीय, राज्यों और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के प्रतिनिधित्व होगा। एनडीएसए, जो एक नियामक प्राधिकरण के रूप में कार्य करेगा, को प्रासंगिक नीतियों, दिशा निर्देशों और मानकों के कार्यान्वयन से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। SCDS को राज्य के भीतर बांध सुरक्षा निरीक्षण, समन्वय, प्राथमिकता आदि से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। इसमें केंद्रीय और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के साथ साथ संबंधित और प्रभावित पड़ोसी राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व होगा। SDSO को सतत निगरानी, सुरक्षा निरीक्षण के माध्यम से बांध मालिकों की गतिविधियों पर नजर रखने की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका सौंपी गई है। भारत के पास विश्व के 18% भूमि संसाधन है, 4% वार्षिक उपयोग योग्य जल संसाधन है और वह उससे 20% विश्व आबादी का भरण पोषण करता है। इसके अलावा जलवायु परिवर्तन, उप-इष्टतम उपयोग और जल की बर्बादी जल के संकट का कारण बन रहे हैं। बांध सुरक्षा अधिनियम 2021 का प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन राज्यों के बीच बेहतर समन्वय सुनिश्चित करेगा। कैस्केडिंग बांध संचालन में बेहतर तालमेल और बांध संचालन के लिए एकीकृत प्रोटोकॉल और प्रक्रियाओं को बढ़ावा देगा और अखिल भारतीय बांध प्रबंधन के लिए संस्थागत क्षमताओं को मजबूत करेगा। हमारे बांध हमारी राष्ट्रीय संपदा है और उनकी सुरक्षा और कुशल संचालन पर हमारी जल और खाद्य सुरक्षा टिकी हुई है।
1 2 3
The Government of India enacted the Dam Safety Act 2021 as an endeavour to prevent dam failure-related disasters by evolving uniform dam safety procedures across the country and to provide surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of dams. Under this act, the National Dam Safety Authority was set up and mandated to prepare 19 regulations regarding dam safety. These 19 regulations establish uniform safety standards, regular inspection protocols, and emergency preparedness measures with national safety guidelines for long-term dam sustainability and can be strategically grouped into 6 major categories to streamline implementation and ensure comprehensive dam safety. Dam safety surveillance and inspection related regulations set the framework for achieving structural integrity, risk mitigation, and long-term sustainability of dams. These include guidelines, standards, and other directions for achieving the satisfactory level of dam safety assurance. Guidelines and checklists for dam inspections, quality control measures in dam construction. Regulations on documentation and record keeping ensures that inspection reports, maintenance logs, and safety data are properly recorded, stored, and analyzed for information decision making and compliance, covering maintenance of logbooks and databases, and data collection and storage. Competency and qualification related regulations specify the qualifications, training, and competency standards necessary for engineers and personnel responsible for dam management and maintenance. The regulations on instrumentation and monitoring mandates the installation, maintenance, and analysis of monitoring systems to provide real-time insights and early warnings. These cover minimum number of instrumentation requirements and manner of their installation, analysis and reporting of instrumentation readings, data requirements of hydrometeorological stations, data requirements of seismological stations. The timelines for assessments and updates related regulations specify the initial timelines for completing these studies and time interval for updating the same. These regulations pertain to risk assessment studies, comprehensive dam safety evaluation preparation of emergency action plans and review of design floods, risk assessment studies, comprehensive dam safety evaluation and emergency action plans, need to be completed by December 2026 and subsequently updated at 10 years interval. The regulations on some of the miscellaneous aspects have also been notified. These include vulnerability and hazard classification criteria of specified dams, mandatory review of site-specific seismic parameter studies, and measures necessary to ensure dam safety by every owner of dam other than specified dams. All 19 regulations have been prepared in consultations with water resources professionals, domain experts, dam fraternity, academia and legal experts, and published in the Official Gazette of India. These regulations provide specific steps for enforcement and compliance of the provisions of the Dam Safety Act and carry the force of law and must be followed just like the main statute. Let us join hands together to ensure that every dam stands strong, protecting lives, safeguarding communities, and securing our nation's future.
सदियों से गंगा को भारत की जीवन रेखा माना जाता है। ये भारत की पवित्रता, संस्कृति और आस्था का प्रतीक है। लेकिन मानवीय गतिविधियों और औद्योगिक विकास ने इस पवित्र नदी को प्रदूषित कर दिया है। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में नमामि गंगे कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत हुई। 482 से अधिक परियोजनाएं 39,000 करोड़ रुपए लागत से स्वीकृत की गई हैं। ये कार्यक्रम विश्व के सबसे बड़े नदी संरक्षण प्रयासों में से एक है। इस कार्यक्रम की प्रमुख गतिविधि है 205 से अधिक सीवरेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण करना, जिसके द्वारा 6000 MLD सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट कैपेसिटी का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। प्रमुख औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों में कॉमन एफ्लुएंट ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स के जरिए औद्योगिक प्रदूषण को कम किया गया है। नमामि गंगे ने घाटों को भी एक नया रूप और बेहतर सुविधाएं प्रदान की है। इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन, एफॉरेस्टेशन और वेटलैंड कंजर्वेशन के माध्यम से नदी की बायोडायवर्सिटी में सुधार हो रहा है। नमामि गंगे एक क्रांति है। ये लोगों, विज्ञान और नए उपयोग की एक ऐसी क्रांति है जो साथ मिलकर भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए गंगा को बेहतर बना रही है। For millennia, the Ganga has been the lifeline of India, a symbol of purity, culture, and faith. Human activity and industrial growth have polluted this sacred river. In 2014, under the leadership of Honorable PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Namami Gange program was launched. With more than 482 projects approved at an estimated cost of 39,000 crore rupees, it stands as one of the largest river conservation efforts globally. Key interventions include the construction of over 205 sewerage infrastructure projects, creating 6,000 MLD of sewage treatment capacity. Industrial pollution has been tackled through the development of common effluent treatment plants in key industrial zones. Namami Gange has also revitalized ghats with better amenities. Through ecosystem restoration, afforestation, and wetland conservation, the river's biodiversity has improved. Namami Gange is a movement of people, science, and innovation coming together to restore the Ganga for future generations.
जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो वरुणः प्रचोदयात्।
पथिक कोई प्यासा न भटके, जल की एक बूंद को कोई न तरसे। चहुं ओर हो वर्षा जलधारा की, हर कंठ तर जाए, हर मन मुस्काए।
Water, the driving force of all nature, the lifeline of every nation. It is said If there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. Flowing over rocks from the basement of time, water is the perfect traveler. When it travels, it becomes the path itself, from small streams into big rivers. India is blessed with several river systems and monsoon type of rainfall. But the country suffers from uneven spatial and temporal distribution of water. With limited water resource development and lack of irrigation, pre-independent India was plagued by frequent and devastating tragedies in the form of floods, drought and famine. The Bengal famine of 1943 left more than 30 lakhs dead due to thirst, hunger and disease. When Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar was member, Labour in Viceroy's Executive Council, the distressful condition of food grain production, miseries caused by floods and drought, he formulated new water and power policies to utilize the water resources of the country through development of multi-purpose water resources projects. And to achieve this, on 5th April 1945, he created Central Waterways, Irrigation and Navigation Commission with Dr. A.N. Khosla as the founder chairman of CWINC. In 1951, CWINC and Central Electricity Commission merged to form Central Water and Power Commission. Finally, in the year 1974, Water and Power Wings got bifurcated with Central Water Commission as Water Wing. Working selflessly along its mission to promote integrated and sustainable development and management of India's water resources by using state-of-the-art technology and competency and by coordinating all stakeholders, the Commission is entrusted with achieving the purpose of drinking water supply, irrigation, flood control, navigation and hydropower development. CWC is headed by a chairman with the status of ex officio secretary to the Government of India. Headquartered at New Delhi, the work of the Commission is divided among 3 wings, namely Design and Research Wing, River Management Wing, Functional Domains and of Central Water Planning Commission and Projects Wing, River Management Wing, Flood Forecasting or Hydrological Observation, River Management, Survey and Investigation of Water Resources Projects, Coastal Management of Rivers, Morphological Studies of Rivers, Water Planning and Projects Wing, Appraisal of Water Resources Projects, Basin Planning and Management, Monitoring of Water Resources Projects, Water Disputes Resolution, Water Management, Design and Research Wing, Civil and Structural Design of Water Resources Projects, Dam Safety, Hydromechanical Design of Water Resources Projects, Hydrology. Immediately after formation, Central Water Commission undertook basin-wise plans for water resource development and work on many multi-purpose projects like Hirakud, Tungabhadra, Bhakra and Damodar Valley projects started to achieve the goal of self-sufficiency in food, water and energy. Construction of world's longest dam, Hirakud, on the river Mahanadi was taken up by CWC in 1946 and the dam was completed in 1957. CWC designed and spearheaded several projects in the post-independence era. Some main projects are Rajghat, Gandhi Sagar, Rana Pratap Sagar, Sri Salem, Nagarjun Sagar, Sardar Sarovar, Tehri, Mahi Bajaj, Ranganadi, Kadana, Bargi, Anandpur Barrage, Kota Barrage, Koteshwar, Mintu Laksha. The advent of multi-purpose development of water resources led to an increase in storage in the country, which resulted in enhancement of irrigation potential, hydropower development, and fulfillment of domestic and industrial water needs. The gross irrigated area in the country could be increased due to commissioning of such projects. The impact of these projects led to a sharp rise in food grain production, starting the Green Revolution that contributed immensely towards achieving food self-sufficiency for the country. Using latest technologies and modern tools, CWC has become a leading organization in the area of planning and design of water projects. Latest computational techniques and softwares are being used for design of dams, powerhouses, barrages and canals, tunnels and underground works, gates and other structures of water resources projects. To cater to the needs of aging dams in the country, in 2012, CWC implemented Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program, DRIP, in various states of the country. Under DRIP, several dams in the country have been rehabilitated. For finalization of site-specific seismic parameters for design of water resources projects, CWC is heading High-Level Expert Committee, National Committee on Seismic Design Parameters. Probable dam break scenarios are being analyzed for preparation of inundation maps, a main ingredient of Emergency Action Plan. Using Mike 2 and HEC-RAS, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood, GLOF, studies are carried out by simulating dam breach to assess possible flood peaks and flood impacts. Using GIS mapping techniques, hydrological analysis are being carried out to assess water availability and probable flood peaks. For project planning and hydrological analysis, CWC has a vast network of 1,700 hydrological observation stations in the country, including 658 water quality monitoring stations on different rivers of the country. Parameters like river water quality, water level, discharge and sediment are being monitored at these stations. Total 328 flood forecasting stations have been set up in the country for ensuring timely forecast of flood levels at various locations to ensure timely flood relief. The repository of annual flood damage since 1953, which indicates annual average human lives lost, is 1,656. Cattle lost to be 92,554 and economic losses 662 crore rupees. It includes 2 to 3% of total population affected and 2 to 3% of total area affected of the country. Total damage to property turns out to be 18,200 crore rupees after price adjustment. Central Water Commission is the nodal department for flood forecasting, which is the most cost-effective non-structural measure of flood management. It enables the disaster management authorities to shift people to safe shelters much before the flood disaster. Besides morphological studies of major rivers in India, CWC is also responsible for planning and appraisal of coastal erosion schemes. Compilation of coastal erosion data of maritime states and development of Coastal Management Information System, CMIS. CWC holds the pride for protecting and restoring world's largest habitat island, Majuli in Assam, against erosive action of mighty Brahmaputra. CWC also undertakes survey and investigation of projects and preparation of DPR of same. Latest state-of-the-art technique using DGPS, Total Station and GIS are used to conduct investigations of various water resources development projects on pan-India basis. Besides these, CWC also takes up unmanned aerial survey, commonly known as drone survey, for creating digital elevation models, DEM. During the drone survey, the ground is photographed several times from different angles, and each image is tagged with coordinates to generate 2D and 3D contour maps of proposed project site during the planning phase. With an inventory of 2028 glacial lakes and water bodies, CWC is carrying out monthly monitoring of 477 glacial lakes. Modern tools like telemetry system are being used for data collection, analysis and flood forecasting. With the support of NRSC, CWC has developed a web-based water resource information system, India WRIS, to compile and host data for use by various stakeholders. An integrated water resources management approach has been adopted to develop water resources in a sustainable and balanced way, taking account of social, economic, and environmental interests. Studies show that the Brahmani-Baitarni basin would become water-stressed by 2050 under future demands. IWRM studies of Mahi, Subarnarekha, and other basins are proposed to be undertaken under DWRIS on pilot basis. CWC is entrusted with the task of techno-economic appraisal of irrigation, flood management and multi-purpose projects. CWC is actively involved in planning and development of water resources and hydropower projects in neighboring countries. Important projects include Chukha, Tala, Punath Sangchu, Stage 1 and 2 hydroelectric projects in Bhutan, Pancheshwar and Arun 3 in Nepal, and Salma in Afghanistan. To fulfill the need of training and capacity building of water resources professionals, CWC has established National Water Academy in Pune. The academy caters to the training needs of central and state engineers and other stakeholders, including acquainting school teachers with water resources information. With determination as expansive as the Indian Ocean and perseverance as unwavering as the Ganga, CWC has been navigating the waterways for 75 years. Its masts raised high, sailing with the nation's progress, ever willing to explore the sea of challenges, fulfilling new responsibilities, and building a better India.
ॐ जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो वरुणः प्रचोदयात्।
पथिक कोई प्यासा न भटके, जल की एक बूंद को कोई न तरसे।
Community.
On our Independence Day in 2019, we took a pledge, freedom from water crisis, and launched Mission Jal Jeevan to provide clean drinking water through taps to 193.44 million rural households by 2025.
कुपोषण के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में भी पानी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। हर घर जल पहुंचेगा तो बच्चों का स्वास्थ्य भी सुधरेगा।
We tackled the problem from all sides. We started at ground zero.
Water is the driving force of all nature. Water storage and its management has a huge impact on food and energy security and economic development. Dams are critical infrastructure for storing water for a variety of uses like drinking water, irrigation, power generation, industrial and domestic uses. India has a long history of building dams to store surface runoff water. Kalanai Dam is the oldest operational dam in India. It was built around 2000 years ago on the river Kaveri. This dam, which is 329 meters in length and 20 meters in width, and irrigates millions of acres of land. In 1947, India had about 350 large dams across the country, with a storage capacity of about 15 BCM. Post-independence, as India strived for self-reliance, it focused on ways to ensure food and water security. A number of multi-purpose river valley projects were taken up to provide water for irrigation and generate electricity. 1971 onwards, the pace of constructing dams accelerated, and by the year 2000, the country had more than 4,450 dams, with more than half built between 1971 and 1989. At present, India ranks third globally in dam building after China and the USA, and has 5,334 large dams completed and 411 under construction dams with a water storage capacity of 300 billion cubic meters. Since most of the dams were built on rivers across different states, about 98% of the dams are owned and managed by the state governments. A small percentage of dams is owned by central and state PSUs and also private agencies. The dam's construction entails huge financial cost. Their proper maintenance is important for their safety and satisfactory functioning to protect loss of lives and envisaged benefits. Almost 80% of India's large dams are more than 25 years old, with about 227 large dams being more than 100 years old. Climate change is exacerbating the risk of dam failure by changing their design hydrology. According to the Central Water Commission, failure of about 41 large dams has been reported in the last 100 years. Tigra Dam failure occurred in 1970, and recently Annamaya Dam failed in Andhra Pradesh. The loss of lives due to failure of dams have heightened concern for uniform dam safety protocols and dam safety legislation in the country. It drew attention to the urgent need for robust institutional mechanisms and streamlined processes. Given the multitude of dam safety concerns and varying maintenance practices, the need for legislation was voiced across different forums. In many advanced countries, particularly America, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Switzerland, France, China, etc., dam safety legislations have been enacted for the purpose of regulating and ensuring the dam safety. Since most of the rivers are interstate, the need for a central act was felt. The umbrella of a central act would also improve better coordination and management of dams. The bill was passed in Parliament and with the assent of the President of India on 30 December 2021, it became an act. This act provides for surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of the specified dam for prevention of dam failure related disasters and to provide for institutional mechanism to ensure the safe functioning and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Key provisions of the Act. Pan-India applicability spells out roles and responsibilities at the centre, state and dam owners level. Constitution of National Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of National Dam Safety Authority. Constitution of State Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of State Dam Safety Organization. Spells out duties and functions in relation to dam safety. Provisions for safety, inspection, and data collection. Obligation towards emergency action plan and disaster management. Provisions for comprehensive dam safety evaluation. Provisions for offences and penalties. The NCDS, with representations of central, states, and independent experts, will be chaired by the Chairman, Central Water Commission, and is entrusted with the responsibility for evolving nationwide dam safety policies, standards, and regulations. The NDSA, which will act as a regulatory authority, has been assigned roles related to implementation of pertinent policies, guidelines, and standards. The State Committee on Dam Safety, with representations of concerned as well as affected neighbouring states, along with central and independent experts, is assigned roles related to dam safety oversight, coordination, prioritization, etc. within the state. The SDSO has been assigned the crucial roles of watchguarding the activities of the dam owners through perpetual surveillance, safety inspections. India has 18% of world's land resources, 4% of annual utilizable water resource, and has to support about 20% of the world's population. Further, climate change, suboptimal utilization and wastage of water are all causing water stress. The effective implementation of the Dam Safety Act 2021 will ensure better coordination between states, better synergy in cascading dam operations, and will lead to unified protocols and procedures for dam operations and strengthening of institutional capacities for pan-India dam management. Our dams are a national wealth, and on their safety and efficient operation rests our water and food security.
1, 2, 3.
जल समस्त प्रकृति की संचालक शक्ति है। जल भंडारण और उसका प्रबंधन खाद्य एवं ऊर्जा सुरक्षा और आर्थिक विकास को विशेष रूप से प्रभावित करता है। बांध, पेयजल, सिंचाई, बिजली उत्पादन, औद्योगिक और घरेलू उपयोग जैसे विभिन्न कारणों के लिए जल भंडारण का महत्वपूर्ण बुनियादी ढांचा है। भारत में सतही प्रवाह के जल को संग्रहित करने के लिए बांध बनाने का एक लंबा इतिहास रहा है। कलानाई बांध भारत का सबसे पुराना बांध है जो अभी भी प्रयोग में है। इसे लगभग 2000 साल पहले कावेरी नदी पर बनाया गया था। इस बांध की लंबाई 329 मीटर और चौड़ाई 20 मीटर है और यह लाखों एकड़ भूमि को सिंचाई प्रदान करता है। 1947 में भारत में 350 बड़े बांध थे जिनकी भंडारण क्षमता लगभग 15 BCM थी। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत ने आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर कदम बढ़ाए। खाद्य और जल सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के तरीकों पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया। सिंचाई के लिए जल उपलब्ध कराने और बिजली उत्पादन के लिए कई बहुउद्देशीय नदी घाटी परियोजनाएं शुरू की गई। 1971 के बाद से बांधों के निर्माण की गति तेज हो गई और वर्ष 2000 तक देश में 4450 से अधिक बांध थे, जिनमें से आधे से अधिक 1971 और 1989 के बीच बनाए गए थे। वर्तमान में भारत, चीन और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका के बाद बांध निर्माण में तीसरे स्थान पर है और यहाँ 5334 बड़े बांध का निर्माण हो चुका है और 411 बांध निर्माणाधीन है, जिनकी कुल जल भंडारण क्षमता 300 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है। क्योंकि अधिकांश बांध विभिन्न राज्यों में नदियों पर बनाए गए थे, लगभग 98% बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन राज्य सरकारों के पास है। कुछ प्रतिशत बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन केंद्रीय तथा राज्य सार्वजनिक का उपक्रमों एवं निजी क्षेत्र के पास भी है। बांधों के निर्माण में भारी वित्तीय लागत आती है। बांधों का उचित रखरखाव उनकी सुरक्षा एवं सुचारू रूप से संचालन के लिए आवश्यक है, ताकि उनसे होने वाले लाभ मिल सके तथा जनजीवन सुरक्षित रहे। भारत के बड़े बांधों में से लगभग 80% 25 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं, जिनमें लगभग 227 बांध 100 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं। जलवायु परिवर्तन उनके अभिकलित जल विज्ञान को बदलकर बांध की विफलता के जोखिम को बढ़ा रहा है। केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अनुसार गत 100 वर्षों में लगभग 41 बड़े बांध की विफलता रिपोर्ट की गई है। 1917 में तिगड़ा बांध विफल हुआ। नवीनतम विफलता आंध्र प्रदेश में अनामाया बांध की हुई है। बांधों की विफलता के कारण हुए जान माल के नुकसान ने बांधों के एक समान सुरक्षा उपायों तथा बांध सुरक्षा विधान के लिए चिंता बढ़ा दी है। इसके कारण मजबूत संस्थागत तंत्र और कुशल सुव्यवस्थित प्रक्रियाओं की तत्काल आवश्यकता की ओर ध्यान आकर्षित हुआ। बांध की विभिन्न सुरक्षा चिंताओं और अलग अलग रखरखाव पद्धतियों को देखते हुए विभिन्न मंचों पर कानून की आवश्यकता पर आवाज उठाई गई। कई उन्नत देशों में, विशेष रूप से अमेरिका, यूनाइटेड किंगडम, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, स्विट्जरलैंड, फ्रांस, चीन आदि ने बांध सुरक्षा को विनियमित करने और सुनिश्चित करने के उद्देश्य से बांध सुरक्षा कानून बनाए गए हैं। चूंकि अधिकांश नदियां अंतर्राज्यीय हैं, इसलिए केंद्रीय अधिनियम की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई। केंद्रीय अधिनियम की छत्र छाया से बांधों के बेहतर समन्वय और प्रबंधन में भी सुधार होगा। यह विधेयक संसद में पारित हुआ और 13 दिसंबर 2021 को भारत के राष्ट्रपति की सहमति से एक अधिनियम बन गया। यह अधिनियम बांध की विफलता से संबंधित आपदाओं की रोकथाम के लिए निर्दिष्ट बांध की निगरानी, निरीक्षण, संचालन और रखरखाव के लिए उनके सुरक्षित कामकाज को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए और इससे जुड़े या उससे संबंधित मामलों के लिए संस्थागत तंत्र का प्रावधान करता है। अधिनियम के प्रमुख प्रावधान है अखिल भारतीय प्रयोज्यता, केंद्र राज्य बांध मालिकों के स्तर पर भूमिकाएं और जिम्मेदारियों का प्रावधान, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा समिति की स्थापना, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा प्राधिकरण की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा पर राज्य समिति की स्थापना, राज्य बांध सुरक्षा संगठन की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा के संबंध में कर्तव्य और कार्य, सुरक्षा निरीक्षण और डेटा संग्रह, आपातकालीन कार्य योजना और आपदा प्रबंधन, व्यापक बांध सुरक्षा मूल्यांकन, दंड के प्रावधान। एनसीडीएस की अध्यक्षता केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अध्यक्ष करेंगे और इसे राष्ट्रव्यापी बांध सुरक्षा नीतियों, मानकों और विनियमों को विकसित करने की जिम्मेदारी सौंपी गई है। इसमें केंद्रीय, राज्यों और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के प्रतिनिधित्व होगा। एनडीएसए, जो एक नियामक प्राधिकरण के रूप में कार्य करेगा, को प्रासंगिक नीतियों, दिशा निर्देशों और मानकों के कार्यान्वयन से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। एससीडीएस को राज्य के भीतर बांध सुरक्षा निरीक्षण, समन्वय, प्राथमिकता आदि से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। इसमें केंद्रीय और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के साथ साथ
The Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah is around. We also have the Honorable DCM, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause and welcome the Honorable CM, the DCM, and other dignitaries onto the stage.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಗಳ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
Shri Rajbhushan Chaudhary, Honorable Minister of State, Jal Shakti, Government of India. Shri T.B. Jayachandra, Karnataka Special Representative in New Delhi and Honorable Member of Assembly. Mr. Johannes Cornelis Maria Zat, Vice President of World Bank. Shri Gaurav Gupta, ACS. Shri Subodh Yadav, Additional Secretary, Government of India. Shri Anupam Prasad, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Government of India. Professor Toshio Koike, Executive Director, International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, Japan. Shri D.K. Sharma, President, International Commission on Large Dams, and Professor Satyam Suhas, Dean of IISc, are requested to please come over to the stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Dam Safety 2026. This conference brings together policy makers, dam safety authorities, researchers, academicians, and industry experts to exchange knowledge, discuss innovations, and address emerging challenges in dam safety management.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this two-day international conference is aimed at strengthening dam safety practices through policy dialogue, technical exchange, and global collaboration. On behalf of Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, in association with Central Water Commission, IISc Bengaluru, and World Bank, I am Shankar Prakash.
I'm Bhanumati.
We welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, for the inauguration of International Conference on Dam Safety, ICDS 2026. A very, very hearty welcome to all of you. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆದರದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ ಅಚ್ಚ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟಿನ ಸುರಕ್ಷತೆಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞರನ್ನ, ನೀತಿ ನಿರೂಪಕರನ್ನ, ಅಭಿಯಂತರನ್ನ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ಮಹತ್ವದ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟು ಸುರಕ್ಷತಾ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ 2026. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಮುಖೇನ ನಾವು ಶುಭಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಗಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಗಾನವಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡ.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಎಕ್ಕೋ ಕೊಡಿ. ಹಲೋ ಸರ್. ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್. ಹಲೋ.
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानवक्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरुवे गुणगुरुवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि. ಗಂಧರ್ವಗಾನ ಶ್ರವಣ ಪ್ರಣಯಿನೇ
कायानुरागाय ग्रन्थाय गीताय ग्रन्थाय तत्परिणे
ಗುರಮತೆ ಗಣಪತಯೇ
ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थातरात्मने गीतलीलाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गेयचरिताय गायकविराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकादीन विग्रहाय गङ्गाजल प्रणयवते गौरी सनन्दयाय गौरी हृदयनन्दनाय गौरवानुस्तुताय गौरी गणेश्वराय गौरी प्रणयाय गौरी प्रवणाय गौरी भावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you very much, Ganavi and team.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would request all of you to please rise for the state anthem, Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Nadagite. Let's have the Nadagite, please.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪನ ತುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಕೈರಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಡಿದ ನಾಡೆ ನಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೇಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈದಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜ
all of you to please be seated.
To set the contest for today's deliberations, I now invite Shri Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, to deliver the welcome address. Shri
Please welcome.
Gaurav Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. I am Gaurav Gupta. I am Additional Chief Secretary in the Water Resources Department of Government of Karnataka. It's an absolute pleasure to extend the warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates and invitees assembled here for the International Conference on Dam Safety, jointly organized by the Ministry of Jal Shakti and the Water Resources Department of Government of Karnataka, in association with the Central Water Commission, Indian Institute of Science, and World Bank in this city of Bangalore in Karnataka, India. I most heartily welcome Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Shri Siddaramaiah ji, who has consented with pleasure to inaugurate this important international conference on dam safety. I also welcome Honorable Minister of State. Can you reduce the volume a little bit? Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary, who has come here especially for this occasion. I welcome Shri D.K. Shivkumar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka, who has been an inspiring figure with a vision of progressive development in the water development sector, and he will preside over the inaugural event. I also welcome respected Shri T.B. Jayachandra, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member of the Legislative Assembly and Special Representative of Government of Karnataka in New Delhi. I welcome Shri Johannes Zut, Regional Vice President, South Asia, World Bank, who has kindly consented to be here today. You all are aware that the dam rehabilitation and improvement program is being funded and being coordinated by the World Bank. I welcome Shri D.K. Sharma, President of International Conference for Large Dam, ICOLD, who has come here for this occasion. I welcome Shri Professor Toshio Koike, Executive Director, ICHARM, Japan. We welcome Shri Anupam Prasad, Chairman of Central Water Commission. We welcome Professor Satyam Suvas, Dean of Indian Institute of Science, who has come here. Thank you so much. I welcome Shri Subodh Yadav, Additional Secretary, Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India in New Delhi. I welcome all the delegates, speakers, innovators from around the world and from India, special invitees, officers from Government of India, state governments, NGOs, and all other delegates who have come here to participate and witness in the International Conference on Dam Safety. I also welcome the media, police and security personnel, volunteers, and who all have contributed to this event. Just to set the context, dams are the temples of modern India, a term coined by India's first Prime Minister, Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, during the construction of Bhakra Nangal Dam in the 1950s. We all know that dams are a critical part of national infrastructure, providing essential services like water supply, clean and renewable hydropower. The dams control water flow, prevent the occurrence of floods and also the droughts. It is the prime responsibility of all of us, the technical people, engineers, to ensure the safety and operational integrity of these structures, and a commitment that is vital to maintaining public trust and water security. The context of dam safety is continuously evolving. Many dams are aging, some of them are even 100-year-old, and new challenges like climate change, seismic risks, technological advancements require a modern, specialized approach to their management. Safety aspects of dams cannot be compromised. Safety standards have improved over time, and all dams, regardless of age, must meet current safety criteria. Dam safety is a shared responsibility requiring the collaborative efforts of dam owners, engineers, regulators, emergency services, and public. Today's conference provides a platform for collaboration and knowledge sharing on the key aspects of dam safety. In the two-day conference, important topics relating to dam safety will come to be discussed. They will foster new ideas with collaborative exchange to create a fruitful, inspiring, and inclusive environment for all delegates to learn and grow together. So with this, I invite the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India, for formally inaugurating today's workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Gaurav Gupta ji, for the welcome address. As indicated by Shri Gaurav Gupta ji, I would request the Honorable Chief Minister DCM to please come forward and water the sapling, which would go a long way in environment friendly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dams play an indispensable role in water resource management, serving as a critical infrastructure for irrigation, drinking water supply, hydropower generation, flood control, and soil conservation. Please give a huge round of applause. I cannot see the delegates at the back. This conference is for us by Government of India and Government of Karnataka have come together for this all-important international conference on dam safety.
This conference brings national and international focus to the theme, Safe and Secure Dams, a journey towards Vikasita Bharat. This conference serves as a dynamic platform for knowledge sharing, innovation, and fostering meaningful future partnerships.
Most importantly, we have to know the Dam Safety Act 2021, Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, Phase 2 and 3, and overall, India, the Jal Shakti. Thank you, Honorable CM, Honorable DCM, Honorable Union Minister of State, and all the dignitaries for watering the lamp to signal the beginning of the International Conference on Dam Safety 2026, ICDS 2026, ladies and gentlemen.
Watering of the plant, symbolizing growth, sustainability, and harmony with nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the friends from the media who have come here in large numbers, and millions of people will know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have on stage the Honorable Representative from the World Bank, the Regional Vice President of World Bank. We request Mr. Johannes Cornelis Maria Zat for his remarks. Put your hands together and welcome Mr. Zat.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the government of Karnataka for hosting this conference, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, and the government of India for their leadership, and the distinguished dignitaries and participants for convening this important forum on dam safety. In particular, I'd like to greet the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Sundaramaiah, the Honorable Union Minister of the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. C.R. Patil, the Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Raj Bhushan, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, as well as all the other dignitaries present on this stage. As we all know, dam safety is emerging as a global priority in a changing climate. Dams are a critical pillar of water security worldwide, supporting irrigation, drinking water supply, flood risk management, and energy generation. But at the same time, dam safety risks are increasing globally due to two converging trends: aging infrastructure and climate-driven hydrological uncertainty. Growing rainfall variability, more intense floods, prolonged droughts are placing new stress on dam systems globally. At the same time, many dams around the world are coming to the end of their life cycles, increasing the importance of monitoring, preventive maintenance, and risk-informed reservoir operations. Dam safety is primarily about ensuring the safety of downstream communities. It sits at the intersection of climate adaptation, disaster risk mitigation and adaptation, sound institutional governance, and long-term economic resilience. The focus on existing dams is strategic. The future of water security lies not in building more iconic dams, but in getting greater safety and value from the dams that already exist. India has about 6,500 large dams, along with thousands of smaller and medium-sized dams, with a combined average capacity that exceeds 250 billion cubic meters. Many of these dams have been around for years and need urgent attention to prolong their effective lives. But the challenge goes far beyond those iconic dams. In India, agriculture employs over 40% of the workforce, which is very dependent on irrigation, more dependent, in fact, than in most emerging economies. And we can see that right here in southern Karnataka. Dams in India also underpin food security and rural livelihoods. They support rural water supply, urban water supply for hundreds of cities, and they play a crucial role in flood mitigation. In addition, around a tenth of India's power generation is connected to hydroelectric power, which is made possible by dam infrastructure. The safety and performance of India's dams are integral to the vision of Viksit Bharat, India's vision of becoming a developed country by its 100-year anniversary in 2047. India has emerged as a global leader in advancing dam safety in a comprehensive and systematic manner. It has reformed through legal reforms, institutional restructure, and large-scale operational modernization. A key step was the Dam Safety Act of 2021, which represents a landmark reform, establishing a clear institutional framework, separating regulatory and operational functions, and mandating inspections, safety reviews, emergency action plans, as well as adequate operation and maintenance financing and protocols. The Act reflects global good practice and draws on lessons from long-term operational experience here in India and around the world. The World Bank, in partnership with the Government of India, has made a number of achievements in this area. I'd like to start by congratulating the Government of India on its important reforms. The World Bank is very proud to be a partner and very proud to be working right here in the state of Karnataka, which has established real leadership across India. Our partnership in India spans more than 30 years, starting with the world's first dedicated dam safety project in the early 1990s, and it has evolved over time into this transformative dam rehabilitation and improvement project, which is today the largest dam safety program globally. Under DRIP 1 and DRIP 2, the bank has supported a program that has rehabilitated or supported nearly 400 dams in India, while strengthening risk assessment, asset management, and digital systems for about 65,000 dams across the country. 6,500 dams across the country. DRIP Phase 1 has focused on building foundations, establishing dam safety institutions, modernizing instrumentation, and supporting data-driven decision-making across hundreds of dams. Capacity building remains a central aspect of the program, combining training with the development of national knowledge institutions, applied research programs, and established centers of excellence. India has become a lighthouse for global dam safety. Drawing on lessons from India's dam safety reforms and the DRIP program, the World Bank is helping to replicate and adapt these approaches in many other countries around the world, as diverse as Nigeria, Bhutan, Indonesia, and Cambodia. With the Dam Safety Act in place in India, the next phase focuses on effective and sustained implementation at scale. The World Bank will continue to support India in operationalizing the Dam Safety Act, including rolling out nationally a risk assessment and classification framework, developing and implementing long-term asset management plans, and establishing sustainable financing mechanisms for dam safety. The central challenge in India, as in many other developing countries, is institutional endurance. That is, sustaining reforms over decades through continued investment in people and management capacity. Academia and the private sector will continue to play important roles in innovation, capacity building, and monitoring technology. I want to close by stressing that dam safety is no longer just a technical niche. It's a central pillar in many countries in climate resilience, disaster risk management, energy transition, and water and agricultural security. India's reforms offer valuable lessons globally, and the World Bank looks forward to continuing this partnership to ensure dams remain safe for its people and resilient for India's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and continued partnership.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, dam safety in India has entered a new phase with the enactment of the Dam Safety Act 2021, but effective implementation of the Act depends on how easily stakeholders can access and interpret this information in real time. To address this critical need, the International Center of Excellence for Dams, ICED, IIT Roorkee, has developed Dam Chat, a dedicated AI-powered platform. It provides instant, reliable, and document-authenticated access in dam safety regulations and guidelines.
May I request our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, to kindly unveil and formally launch the chatbot.
In the presence of the Honorable CM and the Honorable Union Minister of State, the Honorable DCM is launched the Dam Chat platform, and I can hear no clapping from your side.
The Dam Safety Act, which came into effect in 2021, and the numerous regulations made under it, apply to all large dams in India. There are over 6,000 large dams in India, and tens of thousands of professionals are involved in implementing the Act on these dams. To facilitate these tasks, the Central Water Commission has issued several dam safety guidelines under the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project. Today, much of the information needed is available in electronic form, but it is voluminous and scattered across multiple sources. The use of conventional internet or chatbot searches is helpful, but it sometimes yields unsubstantiated or unauthenticated information, which can undermine dam safety. Dam Chat, developed by the International Center of Excellence for Dams at IIT Roorkee, is an AI-powered assistant for inquiring into, understanding, and complying with dam safety regulations. It operates exclusively in the domain of dam safety and ensures document-only intelligence, zero external influence, and fidelity to official sources. Dam Chat, available on the ICED website, enables users to conduct intelligent searches for voice or text-based queries related to dam safety regulations or dam safety guidelines. The concise and well-references replies presented by the Dam Chat will help the dam owners and operators, dam safety organizations, engineers and technical consultants, researchers and academicians, and the regulatory and monitoring agencies The development of DamChat is a small step that will lead to a giant leap in implementation of India's Dam Safety Act. Thank you.
We would like to thank the Honorable DCM for launching this all-important DamChat.
Please welcome with a big round of applause Shri D.K. Shivakumar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, to address the gathering. Shri D.K. Shivakumar.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Minister Shri Siddaramaiah ji, Honorable Minister for State for Shakti, Government of India, Mr. Raj Bhushan Chaudhary ji, my colleague who is a representative of the Karnataka in New Delhi, Mr. T.B. Jayachandra, Mr. Jones Cornelis Martin, who is the Vice President of the World Bank, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Subhash Yadav, who is our Karnataka State Officer, now in Delhi, who will help us in the future for all our irrigation projects, Mr. Anupam Prasad, Chairman, Central Water Commission. I hope he will give justice to all of us to help Karnataka and Bangalore especially. Mr. Professor Toshab Koel, Mr. Sharma ji, the President of the International Commission of Large Dams, and Professor Satyam Savai, who has been here on the Indian Institute of Science. Today, I am very happy to mark this milestone for our great important program. Friends, you all know that today we have completed 1,000 days of office in Karnataka after this victory in Karnataka. We had a big program in Haveri, but because we had committed that we will host this program, we had to postpone this. So we thought that today we requested my Chief Minister to come and inaugurate. So on this auspicious program, it is immense pleasure to address this gathering at the International Conference on Dam Safety, which is being held today and tomorrow. This Indian Institute of Science is a very important place with a historic background. This Karnataka state where you are here is a historic state. We first had a power introduced in the entire Asia in 1902. A hydroelectric power was stationed in Shiv Samudra, which was being given to Kolar Goldfield. It is a birthplace of electricity generation in Asia. You are in a state where renowned for producing one of the largest number of engineering graduates in the country. We have more than 250 engineering colleges in the state, and Karnataka produced 150,000 engineers, graduates every year. That is the strength. You are in a Silicon Valley, a home of 2.5 million IT professionals contributing to the global technology. But you should know that whereas San Francisco or California has only 1.3 million, but Bangalore has 2.5 lakh million engineers working here. This is the strength. This Indian Institute of Science, this is very globally recognized place. Why we made this as an important place is even at the earlier days of independence, starting 1902 and 1903, those days Maharaja gave this place to be established for the resources, aerospace, artificial, various things which has been cutting, and I thank the Indian Institute of Science who has been representing here, who has hosted here. This was established in 1909. This is the strength of Karnataka and Bangalore, which is on a place of research excellence and national building. It has produced distinguished scientists, engineers, global leaders who have shaped industry and public policy worldwide. Indian Institute of Science truly stands on a beacon of scientific excellence and national progress. So I'm very happy you all are here for the legacy of water management. Karnataka has a big, long and a glorious legacy of water management. This conference being held at the critical juncture of our nation. Most of our major dams we are constructing in this decade, following independence, inspired the vision of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, as my ACS said, who famously described our dams as the temple of modern India. My friend Mr. Patil was supposed to come and be a part of this great event, but due to his preoccupation and his cabinet meeting, he could not come, but he has sent our state minister. I am very happy. Again, tomorrow my other minister is coming, but all his blessings are there in Karnataka. Today, many of these dams, about 60 to 70 years are old. Aging infrastructure demands renowned vigilance. As our World Bank Vice Chairman said about various issues, at the same time, climate change introduces new and unpredictable risks. Extreme rainfall events, floods, and erratic hydrological patterns have raised season concern across the country. Our ideological assumptions cannot guide future reservoir operation. Preparedness is not optional. It is very essential today. Dams symbolize the national strength. Dams are not merely structure of concrete, as you know. You all are engineers here. They are a collective symbol of national strength and progress. They secure our water future. They empower our farmers. They generate clean energy. They safeguard our communities. So a dam is a silent guardian to protect powering and a sustainable generation where water is widely for the civilized fisheries. So today, it is the true strength of dam lies not only in merely how well it is built, but is how well it is monitored and managed every day. In India and Karnataka, today we have about India, our friend said that we have about 6,500 large dams, ranking third globally in numbers. Karnataka contributes about 232 dams. This is structured with a nationwide, which has a national framework. However, two-thirds of the India's large dams over the last 25 years are old. This underscores the urgent need for systematic safety assessment and rehabilitation and modernization, which we have to do. Today, dam safety has therefore become a matter of national priority and rightly so stands on this transformative incentive. Today, as the World Bank Vice President was telling about the DRIP, the dam DRIP program, which was been launched in 2020 by Government of India with the World Bank assistance. They have helped us, the center and state partnership addressing very great challenges. So Karnataka is implementing DRIP phase 2, covering 58 dams and approved outlay. We are investing about 1,500 crores, focusing on the structural safety, surveillance and the long-term resilience. So Karnataka, I would like to highlight some of the major incentives. Now, as you all are in Bangalore, this is an important place. The population is about 1.5 crores. Lot of industries worldwide are looking at Bangalore. And India is seen through Bangalore. This is the big strength of Bangalore because of the weather and culture. The entire country want to shift here. The knowledge people want here. We need drinking water. This we have come out with a balancing reservoir project. Now the Supreme Court has left this issue open to the Water Commission, the central government, and now we are doing it at our own place. This will be the historic milestone favoring the judgment from we had a judgment from the Supreme Court, as I said. We are pursuing for our other clearance. This will be the lifeline for Bangalore and Karnataka to meet the growing drinking water needs while ensuring stipulated Kaveri water deliveries, generating about 400 megawatt of power, which will be. One more is that we have a Upper Krishna project stage 3. An award has been named. We came out with a new transparent policy. We are giving the farmers with a new act which has been cleared in 2013. It is a very big risk which you are taking in the interest of the farmers, but still government of Karnataka is committed to help these farmers. We have created a potential irrigation over 1.72 lakh crore acres up to December 25. So again, One thing I would like to tell you on the Dam Safety Act issue, we have come out with a policy, we have come out with the guidelines, I think, which is not practically feasible. I would like to, because a lot of tourism has to be looked at, where the dams are there, on the safety, on the downstreams. So I want the concerned people who are looking at, to look at, I think they have given a instruction that more than 500 meters you should not do anything, but that is not the point. I would like to please see that it will be sorted out. We'll come out with a representation. I would like to, on behalf of Karnataka, I respectfully request you to consider that whatever 500 meters you have blocked, that you should restrict the guidelines and be flexibility. We know that we want to compromise, we don't want to compromise on the safety of the dam. Let us all collectively join together. We know that water is wealth, water is power, water is life. As safeguarding that the water infrastructure is our collective duty, our dams are not merely engineering assets, they are the instrument of flood security, engineering security and social stability. Let us, in this great conference, let us produce strong recommendation, bold reforms and actionable strategies. I would like to assure you that Government of Karnataka stand firmly committed to make our state a national model in dam safety. One thing I would like to tell you, we will build, we will protect and we will lead. Karnataka is there. You all have come here. Joining together is the beginning. All of you thinking together will be progress. Let us all work together to safeguard our dams and see that our country and the world flourish. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Thank you for coming. You should enjoy this weather. You should enjoy this culture. Evening, again at 6 o'clock, we would like to meet you. The Karnataka state government is hosting a dinner to you in the Vidhan Sauda. We wanted you to be the banquet hall. We will allow you to visit our assembly session, which is a historic place. Please let us all meeting in the evening. But you should have a beautiful discussion, beautiful papers. Almost 721 delegates have participated. 351 delegates across the country and international delegates have been come. I would like to welcome all the international delegates and the guests from all over the country. Be safe, be comfortable. Karnataka is a very place to live. You know, all the retired people once again come back to Bangalore to enjoy this lovely weather and culture. Once again, I would like to thank you. You should all be there. Once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Patil and the Mr. Central Minister who is here, and Mr. Yadav and the Water Commission Chairman for being a part of this great event and giving this opportunity to host and make Karnataka stands always committed with the interstate and the on this federal structure. Let us all work to make Karnataka and the country proud. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and commitment towards strengthening infrastructure safety. Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the National Water Informatics Center in partnership with Bizagan has launched the Jal Shakti Data Visualization Platform. Please note it's designed to make complex water data simple by bringing together information from agencies across the country into one easy-to-use interface. With 59 use cases already live, the platform has demonstrated its practical utility and is ready to be scaled for wider adoption.
May I request Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of Jal Shakti, Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary, to kindly launch the portal.
This platform lets policymakers, researchers and others to explore and analyze critical data. Put your hands together for the water quality, quantity, infrastructure, climate and more.
Water sustains life, livelihoods, and growth. Managing it wisely requires not just data, but clarity, insight, and timely decisions. India generates vast volumes of water-related data across rivers, reservoirs, groundwater systems, and monitoring networks. To unlock the true value of this data, the National Water Informatics Center, a subordinate office of Ministry of Jal Shakti, in collaboration with Bizagan, has developed GIS-based simple visualization use cases and DSS. This platform brings together authoritative national water data into a single, intuitive, map-based interface. The portal enables users to visualize river basins, reservoirs, dams, and hydrological monitoring stations across the country. With just a few clicks, complex data sets are transformed into easy-to-understand spatial views, helping users see patterns, gaps, and regional variations instantly. Users can explore surface water and groundwater indicators and view seasonal and long-term trends through simplified time series visualizations. These insights support planning, monitoring, and preparedness for floods, droughts, and water stress. Data can be viewed seamlessly across state, district, and basin boundaries, enabling better coordination between central and state agencies. Jal Shakti Decision Support System is an integrated framework for water resource management, consolidating data, models, and analytical tools specific to hydrological processes. This system aims to enhance decision-making related to water availability, quality, and sustainability. By making water data accessible, visual, and actionable, NWIC is building a digital public infrastructure for water governance, empowering policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and citizens to secure India's water future. Jal Shakti DMS Portal.
Please welcome Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary, Honorable Union Minister of State for Ministry of Jal Shakti, to share his thoughts. Please welcome Shri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary.
देवी और सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए श्री राज भूषण चौधरी जी।
Respected Sri Siddharamaiah sir, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, respected Sri D. Kumar sir, Shiv Kumar sir, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. C.N. Asant Narayan, Honorable Member of Assembly, Sri T.V. Jayachandra, Karnataka Special Representative New Delhi, and Honorable Member of Assembly, Mr. Maria Jat, Vice President of World Bank, Sri Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary Karnataka, Sri Subodh Yadav, Additional Secretary Government of India, Sri Anupam Prasad, Chairman CWC Government of India, Professor Toshio Koike, Executive Director International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, Japan, Sri D.K. Sarma, President, International Commission on Large Dams, Professor Satyam Swas, Dean, Indian Institute of Science, and all the national and international delegates. I welcome all of you in this prestigious International Dam Safety Conference 2026. I thank the Government of Karnataka and Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, for hosting this important conference along with Central Water Commission. Water availability in India varies widely across regions and seasons, making prudent conservation and effective management essential. The dams, often referred to as modern temples of India, have played a transformative role in harnessing this vital resource for food security, drinking water supply, irrigation, energy production, and overall economic growth. Currently, there are more than 6,500 designated dams in India. To meet the growing demand of population growth, urbanization, and economic expansion, the need for judicious construction of new storage infrastructure remains. At the same time, and perhaps even more urgently, there is an urgent need for protection, rehabilitation, and sustainable management of our vast reservoir of existing dam resources. With the significant portion of India's dam aging, the average age of dam in the country is around 40 years, underscoring the growing importance of sustainable safety management, timely rehabilitation, and modernization. Ensuring their safety and functional reliability is crucial not only for sustainable service delivery but also for protecting lives, livelihoods, property, and environment in low-lying areas. These properties represent huge public investment and social cost, including land acquisition, rehabilitation, resettlement, and environmental impact. Rapid urbanization and increasing low-lying risk further exacerbate the risk associated with dam breakdowns. In recent years, events such as the disaster at Madigadda barrage of the Kaleshwaram project, the breach of the Karchul Dam in Madhya Pradesh in August 2024, and the Tista incident in Sikkim in October 2023 have once again highlighted the risk associated with the successful implementation of Dam Safety Act 2021 that depends on sustained and coordinated efforts of the states and dam owning agencies. Capacity building, timely operationalization and of a statutory body, uniform inspection protocol, and adherence to prescribed timelines are critical to achieving the objectives of the Act. I am confident that the discussion over the next 2 days will contribute meaningfully towards dam safety. I wish the International Conference on Dam Safety 2026 all the success. Honorable Union Minister of Jal Shakti, respected Sri C.R. Patil sir, has also sent his message to this august audience on International Conference on Dam Safety. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for encouraging and visionary message.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the video message from the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Shri C.R. Patil. Let's have the video message, please.
नमस्कार, मुझे IISc बेंगलुरु के आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ब्रांच सुरक्षा सम्मेलन 2026 में आप सभी को संबोधित करने का अवसर मिला है। यह मेरे लिए सम्मान की बात है। IISc वैज्ञानिक उत्कृष्टता और वैश्विक नेतृत्व का प्रतीक है। मैं कर्नाटक सरकार और सभी सहयोगी संस्थाओं को इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन में सफल आयोजन के लिए बधाई देता हूं। यह सम्मेलन नीति निर्माता, नियामक, इंजीनियर और शोधकर्ताओं को एक साझा मंच पर लाता है। बांध मालिक और उद्योग जगत के एक्सपर्ट भी इसमें सहभागी है। ऐसा समन्वय आज की आवश्यकता है। बांध जल सुरक्षा, कृषि और खाद्य उत्पादन के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। ये ऊर्जा उत्पादन और बाढ़ नियंत्रण में भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते। विश्व में 60,000 से अधिक बड़े बांध हैं और भारत में 6,600 से अधिक निर्दिष्ट बांध है। उनका सामाजिक और आर्थिक योगदान अत्यंत व्यापक है। भारत के जलाशयों में लगभग 300 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर जल संग्रहित है। इसने कृषि विकास और जल विद्युत उत्पादन को मजबूती दी है। आपदा जोखिम कम करने में भी इनकी बड़ी भूमिका रही है, किंतु अनेक बांध अब अपनी आयु के उन्नत चरण में पहुंच चुके हैं। दुनिया भर में बांध सुरक्षा के दृष्टिकोण में तेजी से परिवर्तन हो रहा है। अब हम केवल घटनाओं के बाद प्रतिक्रिया देने वाली व्यवस्था पर निर्भर नहीं रह सकते। हमें जोखिम आधारित प्रणाली की ओर बढ़ना होगा। आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी इस परिवर्तन में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रही है। भारत ने भी इस दिशा में उल्लेखनीय कदम उठाए हैं। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 5 वर्षों में संस्थागत ढांचे को सुदृढ़ किया गया है। सुधारात्मक पहलों को गति भी दी गई है। इन प्रयासों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सराहना भी मिली है। यह सम्मेलन ऐसे समय पर हो रहा है जब जलवायु अनिश्चितताएं बढ़ रही है और सामाजिक अपेक्षाएं बदल रही है। जलवायु परिवर्तन, चरम वर्षा की घटनाएं नई चुनौतियां प्रस्तुत कर रही है। कई संरचनाएं पुराने मानकों के आधार पर निर्मित थी, फिर भी इनमें भारी सार्वजनिक निवेश हुआ है और सामाजिक प्रतिबद्धता है। इसीलिए बांध सुरक्षा केवल एक तकनीकी विषय नहीं है, यह सार्वजनिक विश्वास और भावी पीढ़ियों के लिए प्रति हमारी जिम्मेदारी का विषय है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने इस चुनौतियों को गंभीरता से स्वीकार किया है। एक स्पष्ट और समन्वित रणनीति अपनाई गई है। पुराने बांधों का चरणबद्ध पुनर्वास किया जा रहा है और एक सुदृढ़ विधायी ढांचा स्थापित किया गया है। बांध सुरक्षा अधिनियम 2021 इस दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धि है। इस कानून ने स्पष्ट नियामक ढांचा प्रदान किया है। राष्ट्रीय और राज्य स्तरीय संस्थाएं सक्रिय रूप से कार्य कर रही है। हमारा ध्यान प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन पर है। सुरक्षा मूल्यांकन, आपातकालीन योजनाएं और नियमित निरीक्षण सुनिश्चित किए जा रहे हैं। रीप एक कार्यक्रम ने इस दिशा में मजबूत आधार तैयार किया है। वर्ष 2012 से 2021 के बीच 223 बांधों का पुनर्वास किया गया। अब ड्रिप 2 और ड्रिप 3 में अंतर्गत 19 राज्यों में 700 से अधिक बांध शामिल है। यह कार्यक्रम राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर विस्तृत हो चुका है। यह पहल केवल भौतिक मरम्मत तक सीमित नहीं है, इससे संस्थागत सुधार और क्षमता के निर्माण भी सम्मिलित है। इसमें डिजिटल प्रणालियों को भी जोड़ा गया है। बांध सुरक्षा भारत के विकसित भारत 2047 के दृष्टिकोण को भी अभिन्न अंग है। सुरक्षित और सुदृढ़ बांध सतत विकास को गति देते हैं। बाढ़ प्रबंधन के लिए जलाशय संचालन का समन्वित दृष्टिकोण आवश्यक है। इसलिए अब नदी घाटी स्तर पर सोच विकसित करनी होगी। कृष्णा बेसिन में एक पायलट परियोजना इसी दिशा में चल रही है। जोखिम आधारित निर्णय व्यवस्था वैश्विक स्तर पर महत्व प्राप्त कर रही है और भारत भी इसी मार्ग पर अग्रसर है। जलाशयों के गाद जमाव एक बढ़ती हुई चुनौती है। इससे भंडारण क्षमता प्रभावित होती है। दीर्घकालिक जल और ऊर्जा सुरक्षा पर इसका प्रभाव पड़ता है। गाद प्रबंधन को प्राथमिकता देना आवश्यक है। बांधों के संचालन और रखरखाव के लिए स्थायी संसाधन आवश्यक है। नए वित्तीय मॉडल विकसित किए जाने चाहिए। औद्योगिक इस पूरे तंत्र को अधिक सक्षम और पारदर्शी बना रही है। बांध सुरक्षा ने शिक्षा और अनुसंधान संस्थानों की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। IIT रुड़की और IISg में विशेष कार्यक्रम और उत्कृष्टता केंद्र स्थापित किए गए हैं। यह भविष्य के लिए कुशल मानव संसाधन तैयार करने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। बांध विफलताएं प्रायः अनेक कारणों से होती है। छोटी कमियां मिलकर बड़े संकट का रूप ले सकती है। इसीलिए निरंतर सीखना और अनुभव साझा करना आवश्यक है। ड्रीप के अनुभवों के आधार पर भारत वैश्विक स्तर पर नेतृत्व की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। विजन 2047 के लिए हमारा लक्ष्य स्पष्ट है। हमें सुरक्षित, सुदृढ़ और आधुनिक बांध चाहिए। जोखिम आधारित शासन व्यवस्था को मजबूत करना होगा। टिकाऊ फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी सक्षम प्रणालियां विकसित करनी होगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि इस सम्मेलन में सार्थक और व्यावहारिक परिणाम सामने आएंगे। यह वैश्विक सहयोग को और सुदृढ़ करेगा। ये सम्मेलन की सफलता की हार्दिक कामना करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब मिलकर जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो देश को आगे बढ़ाने में महत्व का योगदान आप सबका रहेगा। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Karnataka's Water Resource Department with Advanced Center for Water Resources Management, ACIWRM, in the lead, prepared basin plans for Malaprabha sub-basin of Krishna Basin in Karnataka state. We have the River Basin Plan, River Basin Atlas, and Basin Modeling Report.
Knowledge sharing is the backbone of institutional strengthening. May I request our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Siddaramaiah, to kindly release the publications.
Ladies and gentlemen, this huge water data is presented as various maps and brought out as a river basin atlas. First of its kind in India, and still I can't hear any of you applauding. For easy reference by all departments, enabling newer insights into planning, and river basin planning has emerged as a good practice across the world.
Congratulations to all the contributors and institutions involved in this significant work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have, recognizing the limitations of existing practices, the Central Water Commission has developed dedicated guidelines to provide a uniform, transparent, and technically sound framework. I would request the Honorable CM and the dignitaries to kindly release the guidelines and design flood estimation for mini and micro catchment area. Design flood estimation is a cornerstone of dam safety, especially for dams with mini and micro catchment areas. This is another important guideline with regards to design flood estimation for mini and micro catchment area.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri Siddaramaiah, to deliver the address.
Please put your hands together. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ.
Sri D.K. Shivkumar, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, and also the President of this international conference. Sri Raj Bhushan Chaudhary, Honorable Minister of State, Jal Shakti, Government of India. Sri T.B. Jayachandra, Karnataka Special Representative, New Delhi, and Honorable Member of Assembly. Mr. Johannes Cornelis Maria Jut, Vice President of World Bank. Sri Gaurav Gupta, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary of Karnataka. Sri Subodh Yadav, IAS, Additional Secretary, RD and GR, Government of India. Sri Anupam Prasad, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Government of India. Professor Toshio Koike, Executive Director, International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, Japan. Sri D.K. Sharma, President, International Commission on Large Dams, Professor Satyan Suhas, Dean, Indian Institute of Science, distinguished delegates from India and abroad, eminent engineers and scientists, senior officials, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It gives me immense pleasure to inaugurate the International Conference on Dam Safety 2026, hosted here in Bengaluru at the prestigious Indian Institute of Science. Our city, home to a vibrant ecosystem of innovation, technology, and research, is the ideal setting for this dialogue. Karnataka, with one of the largest networks of dams in India, brings both experience and responsibility to discussions on dam safety and resilience. This conference truly reflects global spirit, bringing together experts, policymakers, and practitioners from across nations to deliberate in the shared responsibility of dam safety and sustainable water governance. The theme of this conference, Safe and Secure Dams, directly addresses the pressing and emerging concerns surrounding dam safety and resilience. Dams are not merely structures of concrete and steel. India's first and visionary Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, described dam as temples of modern India. They are embodiments of collective aspirations. They are lifelines of agricultural prosperity and industrial progress. India today has 6,628 specified dams, making us the third largest dam-owning nation in the world. Karnataka, with 231 specified dams, ranks 6th in the country. The Mysore Maharajas, particularly Nalwadi Krishnaraja Wadiyar, displayed extraordinary foresight in supporting irrigation works that transformed and arid regions into fertile plains. Later, leaders across the political traditions, from Devarajas to subsequent administrations, expand irrigation to ensure equitable regional development. Dams transformed Karnataka socially, economically, and ecologically by turning uncertain monsoons into dependable lifelines for millions. Hydropower and multipurpose reservoirs supply sustained energy and water security. Karnataka's installed hydro capacity is nearly 4,800 megawatt, and the state's reservoirs hold seasonal live storage measured in hundreds of TMCs, supporting irrigation and urban supply. Dam projects in Krishna, Kaveri, and river basins have reshaped districts by stabilizing agriculture, supporting water needs, and catalyzing regional industry and livelihoods. These gains underline why systematic dam safety, rehabilitation, and modern operation are not optional but essential for sustaining nations' development. Nearly 70% of these dams are over 25 years old, and underscoring the urgent need for systematic safety evaluation, modernization, and risk-informed operation. We face climate-driven hydrological extremes, seismic vulnerabilities, reservoir sedimentation, and the address stresses aging structure create complex, interlinked risks. Dam safety is no longer is technical afterthought, it is a national security imperative. Dam safety is not the responsibility of a single department. It is a shared national obligation demanding coordinated institutional action. Climate change, unprecedented floods, prolonged thaws, and unpredictable inflows are redefining design assumptions of the past. Sedimentation, ecological degradation, and reservoir-induced environmental changes threaten long-term storage capacity and river health. As dams become digitally operated, cyber security and protection against technological sabotage must be treated as core elements of national infrastructure security. Critical water infrastructure remains vulnerable to terrorism and strategic disruption, demanding constant vigilance and coordinated intelligence mechanisms. Methane emissions from reservoirs remind us that sustainability and climate responsibility must inform future and planning. Human development associated with large projects calls for transparent, humane, and just rehabilitation framework rooted in special equity. Hold up raising water stress, interstate and transboundary river governance requires cooperation, data sharing, and diplomat maturity. Recognizing these multi-dimensional challenges, our response must be equally comprehensive and rooted in science and strengthened by institutions and guided by a long-term vision of safety, sustainability, and shared responsibility. First, governments at the union and state levels must move beyond just compliance and comprehensive culture building, ensuring that periodic inspection, safety audits, and emergency action plans are not treated as formalities, but as living instruments of risk governance. Second, regulatory bodies and technical agencies must institutionalize risk-informed decision-making. Data from instrumentation, remote sensing, and structural health monitoring systems must be integrated into real-time dashboards. Third, academic and research institutions must deepen multidisciplinary collaboration to anticipate compound risks emerging from climate variability and aging infrastructures. Fourth, the financial institutions and development partners must prioritize long-term sustainability, supporting modernization, sediment management, and capacity building rather than episodic repairs. Finally, local administrations and communities must be empowered through awareness and preparedness. Only when policy, science, engineering, finance, and community participation coverage can we ensure that our dams remain not sources of vulnerability but enduring pillars of national prosperity and public trust. This conference should reflect the forward-looking approach and ensure that future-proof foundation is laid for dam safety. As we aspire toward progressive India, Karnataka remains committed to cooperative federalism in water governance. Water does not recognize political boundaries nor would safety standards. Our collaboration today between the Government of India, Government of Karnataka, the Central Water Commission, the World Bank, Indian Institute of Science, and international partners reflects a shared commitment to public safety above politics. The true measure of development is not how high we build, but how we safely we sustain. With these thoughts, I declare the International Conference on Dam Safety 2026 inaugurated. Let this be a milestone in our collective journey towards safe, secure, resilient water infrastructure and toward prosperous, equitable, and developed India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, dam safety is not the duty of a department. It is the obligation of the nation. Let's give a round of applause for the Honorable Chief Minister for a highly inspiring and motivating address, calling upon the entire fraternity to deliberate together for a secured future. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, may I invite Shri Subodh Yadav, DOWR, RD and GR, Government of India, Additional Secretary, to propose the words of thanks. Shri Subodh Yadav.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words along with the vote of thanks. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and the respected international and the national delegates. Before coming to the vote of thanks, let me say and submit that improving the dam safety management is one of the top priority of Government of India. Since the ownership of majority of dams is with the state government, the Ministry of Jal Shakti is fully committed to work with the states in a collaborative and cooperative manner to make our dams more safe and secure with a vision of Viksit Bharat. There is a need for the dam fraternity to work in synergy for implementation of Dam Safety Act in an absolute time-bound manner. Sir, on this occasion, your points which you have mentioned here, I'm sure this fraternity is going to discuss in and out and will come out with the solutions of multiple problems which this sector is facing. And I'm sure the points which you have raised are going to be handled effectively. On this occasion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka for graciously consenting to inaugurate the conference and for the very thoughtful address and bringing out complexity of issues which are a challenge before us. And I'm sure this fraternity is going to provide solution to some of those problems. My sincere thanks also due to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti for sending his recorded message and best wishes for the conference. Sir, in your absence, I assure you that your words of wisdom and foresightedness would be an inspiration to us and will take forward your vision to make our dams more safe and secure. I am thankful to Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka for taking the lead in hosting and organizing this prestigious conference. I am also extremely thankful to him for sharing his insights and words of wisdom, which have greatly enriched the audience in this inaugural session. My sincere thanks to Minister of State Jal Shakti Government of India in this inaugural session for attending this conference and sharing your thoughts and perspective for moving ahead to improve the dam safety management in the country. Let me extend my sincere thanks to Sri T.B. Jayachandra, Karnataka Special Representative at New Delhi, for his gracious presence and support to this conference. I would like to place my special word of gratitude to Regional Vice President, World Bank, for gracing the event and also providing support in organizing this conference with the participation of international experts from all over the globe. I am also thankful to Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources, Government of Karnataka, who has been in the forefront for organizing this conference and providing all the requisite strategic guidance and support to the organizing team. I am specifically thankful to the President ICOD, that is the International Commission on Large Dam, along with the Executive Director, ICHARM, that is International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, and Chairman CWC, Center Water Commission. To grace this occasion, your presence is indeed motivated us to work in tandem with the global community for resilient dam infrastructure. My sincere thanks to Director, Indian Institute of Science and the Dean, Indian Institute of Science, for not only contributing the activities in the technical aspects of the conference, but also making available this prestigious venue available for this conference. I also gratefully acknowledge the support extended by all the sponsors, exhibitors, academia, media, without whom this event would not have been possible. Last but not the least, I sincerely thank to all the delegates who are present here and all the audience for your active participation. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want the photos of International Conference on Dam Safety 2026, scan the QR code for photos. Connect with me on social media, that is DK Shivkumar. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. As we conclude this inaugural ceremony,
I am telling all the photographers, all of them come from different places. You photograph all of them so that they get as a memory, and all the meetings which will be attended, there should be photographs, videographs, and they should go back because they all are important people who are giving some valuable suggestions. So let they go to the history on this place. You photograph, see that you attend all the conferences and have a photograph and give their scanning so that they will have for their lifetime books. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude this inaugural ceremony, let us move forward with renewed commitment towards safe dams, stronger infrastructure, and a resilient future for our nation. May this conference pave the way for innovation, collaboration, and sustainable progress. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries, for your gracious presence, and thank you, all the delegates, for your gracious presence. Thank you so much. Let us take a break for high tea. After high tea, please come and assemble here for the technical session. Sharp by 12:15, technical session will be there. Please come after your high tea. In the same hall, technical session will start by 12:15.
Water is the driving force of all nature. Water storage and its management has a huge impact on food and energy security and economic development. Dams are critical infrastructure for storing water for a variety of uses like drinking water, irrigation, power generation, industrial and domestic uses. India has a long history of building dams to store surface runoff water Kalanai Dam is the oldest operational dam in India. It was built around 2000 years ago on the river Kaveri. This dam, which is 329 meters in length and 20 meters in width, and irrigates millions of acres of land. In 1947, India had about 350 large dams across the country, with a storage capacity of about 15 BCM. Post-independence, as India strived for self-reliance, it focused on ways to ensure food and water security. A number of multi-purpose river valley projects were taken up to provide water for irrigation and generate electricity. 1971 onwards, the pace of constructing dams accelerated, and by the year 2000, the country had more than 4,450 dams, with more than half built between 1971 and 1989. At present, India ranks third globally in dam building after China and the USA, and has 5,334 large dams completed and 411 under construction dams with a water storage capacity of 300 billion cubic meters. Since most of the dams were built on rivers across different states, about 98% of the dams are owned and managed by the state governments. A small percentage of dams is owned by central and state PSUs and also private agencies. The dam's construction entails huge financial cost. Their proper maintenance is important for their safety and satisfactory functioning to protect loss of lives and envisaged benefits. Almost 80% of India's large dams are more than 25 years old, with about 227 large dams being more than 100 years old. Climate change is exacerbating the risk of dam failure by changing their design hydrology. According to the Central Water Commission, failure of about 41 large dams has been reported in the last 100 years. Tigra Dam failure occurred in 1970, and recently, Annamaya Dam failed in Andhra Pradesh. The loss of lives due to failure of dams have heightened concern for uniform dam safety protocols and dam safety legislation in the country. It drew attention to the urgent need for robust institutional mechanisms and streamlined processes. Given the multitude of dam safety concerns and varying maintenance practices, the need for legislation was voiced across different forums. In many advanced countries, particularly America, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Switzerland, France, China, etc., dam safety legislations have been enacted for the purpose of regulating and ensuring the dam safety. Since most of the rivers are interstate, the need for a central act was felt. The umbrella of a central act would also improve better coordination and management of dams. The bill was passed in Parliament and with the assent of the President of India on 13 December 2021, it became an act. This act provides for surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of the specified dam for prevention of dam failure related disasters and to provide for institutional mechanism to ensure the safe function and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Key provisions of the Act. Pan-India applicability spells out roles and responsibilities at the centre, state and dam owners level. Constitution of National Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of National Dam Safety Authority. Constitution of State Committee on Dam Safety. Establishment of State Dam Safety Organization. spells out duties and functions in relation to dam safety. Provisions for safety, inspection, and data collection. Obligation towards emergency action plan and disaster management. Provisions for comprehensive dam safety evaluation. Provisions for offences and penalties. The NCDS, with representations of central, states, and independent experts, will be chaired by the Chairman, Central Water Commission, and is entrusted with the responsibility for evolving nationwide dam safety policies, standards, and regulations. The NDSA, which will act as a regulatory authority, has been assigned roles related to implementation of pertinent policies, guidelines, and standards. The State Committee on Dam Safety, with representations of concerned as well as affected neighboring states, along with central and independent experts, is assigned roles related to dam safety, oversight, coordination, prioritization, etc. within the state. The SDSO has been assigned the crucial roles of watchguarding the activities of the dam owners through perpetual surveillance, safety inspections. India has 18% of world's land resources, 4% of annual utilizable water resource, and has to support about 20% of the world's population. Further, climate change, suboptimal utilization, and wastage of water are all causing water stress. The effective implementation of the Dam Safety Act 2021 will ensure better coordination between states, better synergy in cascading dam operations, and will lead to unified protocols and procedures for dam operations and strengthening of institutional capacities for pan-India dam management. Our dams are a national will, and on their safety and efficient operation rests our water and food security.
1, 2, 3.
जल समस्त प्रकृति की संचालक शक्ति है। जल भंडारण और उसका प्रबंधन खाद्य एवं ऊर्जा सुरक्षा और आर्थिक विकास को विशेष रूप से प्रभावित करता है। बांध, पेयजल, सिंचाई, बिजली उत्पादन, औद्योगिक और घरेलू उपयोग जैसे विभिन्न कारणों के लिए जल भंडारण का महत्वपूर्ण बुनियादी ढांचा है। भारत में सतही प्रवाह के जल को संग्रहित करने के लिए बांध बनाने का एक लंबा इतिहास रहा है। कलानाई बांध भारत का सबसे पुराना बांध है जो अभी भी प्रयोग में है। इसे लगभग 2000 साल पहले कावेरी नदी पर बनाया गया था। इस बांध की लंबाई 329 मीटर और चौड़ाई 20 मीटर है और यह लाखों एकड़ भूमि को सिंचाई प्रदान करता है। 1947 में भारत में 350 बड़े बांध थे जिनकी भंडारण क्षमता लगभग 15 BCM थी। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत ने आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर कदम बढ़ाए। खाद्य और जल सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के तरीकों पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया। सिंचाई के लिए जल उपलब्ध कराने और बिजली उत्पादन के लिए कई बहुउद्देशीय नदी घाटी परियोजनाएं शुरू की गई। 1971 के बाद से बांधों के निर्माण की गति तेज हो गई और वर्ष 2000 तक देश में 4450 से अधिक बांध थे, जिनमें से आधे से अधिक 1971 और 1989 के बीच बनाए गए थे। वर्तमान में भारत, चीन और संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका के बाद बांध निर्माण में तीसरे स्थान पर है और यहाँ 5334 बड़े बांध का निर्माण हो चुका है और 411 बांध निर्माणाधीन है, जिनकी कुल जल भंडारण क्षमता 300 बिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है। क्योंकि अधिकांश बांध विभिन्न राज्यों में नदियों पर बनाए गए थे, लगभग 98% बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन राज्य सरकारों के पास है। कुछ प्रतिशत बांधों का स्वामित्व और प्रबंधन केंद्रीय तथा राज्य सार्वजनिक का उपक्रमों एवं निजी क्षेत्र के पास भी है। बांधों के निर्माण में भारी वित्तीय लागत आती है। बांधों का उचित रखरखाव उनकी सुरक्षा एवं सुचारू रूप से संचालन के लिए आवश्यक है, ताकि उनसे होने वाले लाभ मिल सके तथा जनजीवन सुरक्षित रहे। भारत के बड़े बांधों में से लगभग 80% 25 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं, जिनमें लगभग 227 बांध 100 वर्ष से अधिक पुराने हैं। जलवायु परिवर्तन उनके अभिकलित जल विज्ञान को बदलकर बांध की विफलता के जोखिम को बढ़ा रहा है। केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अनुसार गत 100 वर्षों में लगभग 41 बड़े बांध की विफलता रिपोर्ट की गई है। 1917 में तिगड़ा बांध विफल हुआ। नवीनतम विफलता आंध्र प्रदेश में अनामाया बांध की हुई है। बांधों की विफलता के कारण हुए जान माल के नुकसान ने बांधों के एक समान सुरक्षा उपायों तथा बांध सुरक्षा विधान के लिए चिंता बढ़ा दी है। इसके कारण मजबूत संस्थागत तंत्र और कुशल सुव्यवस्थित प्रक्रियाओं की तत्काल आवश्यकता की ओर ध्यान आकर्षित हुआ। बांध की विभिन्न सुरक्षा चिंताओं और अलग अलग रखरखाव पद्धतियों को देखते हुए विभिन्न मंचों पर कानून की आवश्यकता पर आवाज उठाई गई। कई उन्नत देशों में, विशेष रूप से अमेरिका, यूनाइटेड किंगडम, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, स्विट्जरलैंड, फ्रांस, चीन आदि ने बांध सुरक्षा को विनियमित करने और सुनिश्चित करने के उद्देश्य से बांध सुरक्षा कानून बनाए गए हैं। चूंकि अधिकांश नदियां अंतर्राज्यीय हैं, इसलिए केंद्रीय अधिनियम की आवश्यकता महसूस की गई। केंद्रीय अधिनियम की छत्र छाया से बांधों के बेहतर समन्वय और प्रबंधन में भी सुधार होगा। यह विधेयक संसद में पारित हुआ और 13 दिसंबर 2021 को भारत के राष्ट्रपति की सहमति से एक अधिनियम बन गया। यह अधिनियम बांध की विफलता से संबंधित आपदाओं की रोकथाम के लिए निर्दिष्ट बांध की निगरानी, निरीक्षण, संचालन और रखरखाव के लिए उनके सुरक्षित कामकाज को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए और इससे जुड़े या उससे संबंधित मामलों के लिए संस्थागत तंत्र का प्रावधान करता है। अधिनियम के प्रमुख प्रावधान अखिल भारतीय प्रयोज्यता, केंद्र राज्य बांध मालिकों के स्तर पर भूमिकाएं और जिम्मेदारियों का प्रावधान, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा समिति की स्थापना, राष्ट्रीय बांध सुरक्षा प्राधिकरण की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा पर राज्य समिति की स्थापना, राज्य बांध सुरक्षा संगठन की स्थापना, बांध सुरक्षा के संबंध में कर्तव्य और कार्य, सुरक्षा निरीक्षण और डेटा संग्रह, आपातकालीन कार्य योजना और आपदा प्रबंधन, व्यापक बांध सुरक्षा मूल्यांकन, दंड के प्रावधान। एनसीडीएस की अध्यक्षता केंद्रीय जल आयोग के अध्यक्ष करेंगे और इसे राष्ट्रव्यापी बांध सुरक्षा नीतियों, मानकों और विनियमों को विकसित करने की जिम्मेदारी सौंपी गई है। इसमें केंद्रीय, राज्यों और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के प्रतिनिधित्व होगा। एनडीएसए, जो एक नियामक प्राधिकरण के रूप में कार्य करेगा, को प्रासंगिक नीतियों, दिशा निर्देशों और मानकों के कार्यान्वयन से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। SCDS को राज्य के भीतर बांध सुरक्षा निरीक्षण, समन्वय, प्राथमिकता आदि से संबंधित भूमिकाएं सौंपी गई हैं। इसमें केंद्रीय और स्वतंत्र विशेषज्ञों के साथ साथ संबंधित और प्रभावित पड़ोसी राज्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व होगा। SDSO को सतत निगरानी, सुरक्षा निरीक्षण के माध्यम से बांध मालिकों की गतिविधियों पर नजर रखने की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका सौंपी गई है। भारत के पास विश्व के 18% भूमि संसाधन है, 4% वार्षिक उपयोग योग्य जल संसाधन है और वह उससे 20% विश्व आबादी का भरण पोषण करता है। इसके अलावा जलवायु परिवर्तन, उष्ण उपयोग और जल की बर्बादी जल के संकट का कारण बन रहे हैं। बांध सुरक्षा अधिनियम 2021 का प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन राज्यों के बीच बेहतर समन्वय सुनिश्चित करेगा। कैस्केडिंग बांध संचालन में बेहतर तालमेल और बांध संचालन के लिए एकीकृत प्रोटोकॉल और प्रक्रियाओं को बढ़ावा देना और अखिल भारतीय बांध प्रबंधन के लिए संस्थागत क्षमताओं को मजबूत करेगा। हमारे बांध हमारी राष्ट्रीय संपदा है और उनकी सुरक्षा और कुशल संचालन पर हमारी जल और खाद्य सुरक्षा टिकी हुई है।
1, 2, 3।
The Government of India enacted the Dam Safety Act 2021 as an endeavour to prevent dam failure-related disasters by evolving uniform dam safety procedures across the country and to provide surveillance, inspection, operation and maintenance of dams. Under this Act, the National Dam Safety Authority was set up and mandated to prepare 19 regulations regarding dam safety. These 19 regulations establish uniform safety standards, regular inspection protocols, and emergency preparedness measures with national safety guidelines for long-term dam sustainability and can be strategically grouped into 6 major categories to streamline implementation and ensure comprehensive dam safety. Dam safety surveillance and inspection related regulations set the framework for achieving structural integrity, risk mitigation, and long-term sustainability of dams. These include guidelines, standards, and other directions for achieving the satisfactory level of dam safety assurance. Guidelines and checklists for dam inspections, quality control measures in dam construction. Regulations on documentation and record keeping ensures that inspection reports, maintenance logs, and safety data are properly recorded, stored, and analyzed for information decision making and compliance, covering maintenance of logbooks and databases, and data collection and storage. Competency and qualification related regulations specify the qualifications, training, and competency standards necessary for engineers and personnel responsible for dam management and maintenance. The regulations on instrumentation and monitoring mandates the installation, maintenance, and analysis of monitoring systems to provide real-time insights and early warnings. These cover minimum number of instrumentation requirements and manner of their installation, analysis and reporting of instrumentation readings, data requirements of hydrometeorological stations, data requirements of seismological stations. The timelines for assessments and updates related regulations specify the initial timelines for completing these studies and time interval for updating the same. These regulations pertain to risk assessment studies, comprehensive dam safety evaluation preparation of emergency action plans,
and review of design floods, risk assessment studies, comprehensive dam safety evaluation and emergency action plans need to be completed by December 2026 and subsequently updated at 10 years interval. The regulations on some of the miscellaneous aspects have also been notified. These include vulnerability and hazard classification criteria of specified dams, mandatory review of site-specific seismic parameter studies, and measures necessary to ensure dam safety by every owner of dam other than specified dams. All 19 regulations have been prepared in consultations with water resources professionals, domain experts, dam fraternity, academia and legal experts, and published in the Official Gazette of India. These regulations provide specific steps for enforcement and compliance of the provisions of the Dam Safety Act and carry the force of law and must be followed just like the main statute. Let us join hands together to ensure that every dam stands strong, protecting lives, safeguarding communities, and securing our nation's future.
सदियों से गंगा को भारत की जीवन रेखा माना जाता है। ये भारत की पवित्रता, संस्कृति और आस्था का प्रतीक है। लेकिन मानवीय गतिविधियों और औद्योगिक विकास ने इस पवित्र नदी को प्रदूषित कर दिया है। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में नमामि गंगे कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत हुई। 482 से अधिक परियोजनाएं 39,000 करोड़ रुपए लागत से स्वीकृत की गई हैं। ये कार्यक्रम विश्व के सबसे बड़े नदी संरक्षण प्रयासों में से एक है। इस कार्यक्रम की प्रमुख गतिविधि है 205 से अधिक सीवरेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण करना, जिसके द्वारा 6,000 MLD सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट कैपेसिटी का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। प्रमुख औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों में कॉमन एफ्लुएंट ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स के जरिए औद्योगिक प्रदूषण को कम किया गया है। नमामि गंगे ने घाटों को भी एक नया रूप और बेहतर सुविधाएं प्रदान की है। इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन, एफॉरेस्टेशन और वेटलैंड कंजर्वेशन के माध्यम से नदी की बायोडायवर्सिटी में सुधार हो रहा है। नमामि गंगे एक क्रांति है। ये लोगों, विज्ञान और नए उपयोग की एक ऐसी क्रांति है जो साथ मिलकर भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए गंगा को बेहतर बना रही है। For millennia, the Ganga has been the lifeline of India, a symbol of purity, culture and faith. Human activity and industrial growth have polluted this sacred river. In 2014, under the leadership of Honorable PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Namami Gange program was launched. With more than 482 projects approved at an estimated cost of 39,000 crore rupees, it stands as one of the largest river conservation efforts globally. Key interventions include the construction of over 205 sewerage infrastructure projects, creating 6,000 MLD of sewage treatment capacity. Industrial pollution has been tackled through the development of common effluent treatment plants in key industrial zones. Namami Gange has also revitalized ghats with better amenities. Through ecosystem restoration, afforestation and wetland conservation, the river's biodiversity has improved. Namami Gange is a movement of people, science and innovation coming together to restore the Ganga for future generations.
जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो वरुणः प्रचोदयात्।
पथिक कोई प्यासा न भटके, जल की एक बूंद को कोई न तरसे। चहुं ओर हो वर्षा जलधारा की, हर कंठ तर जाए, हर मन मुस्काए।
Water the driving force of all nature, the lifeline of every nation. It is said, if there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. Flowing over rocks from the basement of time, water is the perfect traveler. When it travels, it becomes the path itself, from small streams into big rivers. India is blessed with several river systems and monsoon type of rainfall. But the country suffers from uneven spatial and temporal distribution of water. With limited water resource development and lack of irrigation, pre-independent India was plagued by frequent and devastating tragedies in the form of floods, drought and famine. The Bengal famine of 1943 left more than 30 lakhs dead due to thirst, hunger and disease. When Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar was member, Labour in Viceroy's Executive Council, the distressful condition of food grain production, miseries caused by floods and drought, he formulated new water and power policies to utilize the water resources of the country through development of multi-purpose water resources projects. And to achieve this, on 5th April 1945, he created Central Waterways, Irrigation and Navigation Commission with Dr. A. N. Khosla as the founder chairman of CWINC. In 1951, CWINC and Central Electricity Commission merged to form Central Water and Power Commission. Finally, in the year 1974, Water and Power Wings got bifurcated with Central Water Commission as Water Wing. Working selflessly along its mission to promote integrated and sustainable development and management of India's water resources by using state-of-the-art technology and competency and by coordinating all stakeholders, the Commission is entrusted with achieving the purpose of drinking water supply, irrigation, flood control, navigation and hydropower development. CWC is headed by a chairman with the status of ex officio secretary to the Government of India. Headquartered at New Delhi, the work of the Commission is divided among 3 wings, namely Design and Research Wing, River Management Wing, Functional Domains and of Central Water Planning Commission and Projects Wing, River Management Wing, Flood Forecasting or Hydrological Observation, River Management, Survey and Investigation of Water Resources Projects, Coastal Management of Rivers, Morphological Studies of Rivers, Water Planning and Projects Wing, Appraisal of Water Resources Projects, Basin Planning and Management, Monitoring of Water Resources Projects, Water Disputes Resolution, Water Management, Design and Research Wing, Civil and Structural Design of Water Resources Projects, Dam Safety, Hydromechanical Design of Water Resources Projects, Hydrology. Immediately after formation, Central Water Commission undertook basin-wise plans for water resource development and work on many multi-purpose projects like Hirakud, Tungabhadra, Bhakra and Damodar Valley projects started to achieve the goal of self-sufficiency in food, water and energy. Construction of world's longest dam, Hirakud, on the river Mahanadi was taken up by CWC in 1946 and the dam was completed in 1957. CWC designed and spearheaded several projects in the post-independence era. Some main projects are Rajghat, Gandhi Sagar, Rana Pratap Sagar, Sri Sailam, Nagarjun Sagar, Sardar Sarovar, Tehri. Mahi Bajaj, Ranganadi, Kadana, Bargi, Anandpur Barrage, Kota Barrage, Koteshwar, Mintu Laksha. The advent of multi-purpose development of water resources led to an increase in storage in the country, which resulted in enhancement of irrigation potential, hydropower development, and fulfillment of domestic and industrial water needs. The gross irrigated area in the country could be increased due to commissioning of such projects. The impact of these projects led to a sharp rise in food grain production, starting the Green Revolution that contributed immensely towards achieving food self-sufficiency for the country. Using latest technologies and modern tools, CWC has become a leading organization in the area of planning and design of water projects. Latest computational techniques and softwares are being used for design of dams, powerhouses, barrages and canals, tunnels and underground works, gates and other structures of water resources projects. To cater to the needs of aging dams in the country, in 2012, CWC implemented Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program (DRIP) in various states of the country. Under DRIP, several dams in the country have been rehabilitated. For finalization of site-specific seismic parameters for design of water resources projects, CWC is heading...
Please be seated. We are all set to begin our next session. Speakers, yes. Miss Eileen Burke.
And then Deepak Kapoor Saab is here and
Tam.
Rao Saab is here.
Okay.
There are only one. Phone karo aap. Make an announcement. Please assemble into the auditorium.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are all set to start off with our plenary session. I request everybody to please be seated. ನಮ್ಮ plenary session ಇನ್ನೇನು ಶುರು ಆಗಲಿದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮ ಸೀಟ್ಸ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. We are all set to start. I request everybody to please do join us. I got a list.
Delegates, if you call, if you start, will come.
Madam, just start.
Start off?
You invite the chair and the co-chair first, and you please start.
Done.
Once you start, they'll come. They're waiting. Everyone are waiting.
Check. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very, very warm welcome. It's time for us to kickstart our plenary session. To do the honors, a plenary address by Shri D.K. Sharma, sir, President, ICOLD. I request, sir, to please to join us on stage. And next, I would also like to invite Indo-Canadian Collaboration in Dam Safety Management, Mr. Elko Hendrik Jagger, Minister, Commercial High Commission of Canada. I request all of you to please give a roaring round of applause. Can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I would like to welcome Journey of Dam Safety in India and role of DRIP in meeting dam safety challenges, Mr. Anupam Prasad, Chairman, CWC. Also, I would request Professor Koiko, Executive Director, ICHIRM, Japan, to please join us on stage. Please welcome, sir, with a huge round of applause. Next in line, we have Ms. Eileen Burke, Global Lead for Water Resources, the World Bank. Please welcome the lady with a huge round of applause. Welcome, ma'am. We also have Mr. Deepak Kapoor, ACS WRD Maharashtra with us. Please give a huge round of applause. And the chairperson for the plenary session is Shri D.K. Sharma, sir, our president for ICOL. Please give a roaring round of applause for Sharma, sir. I also request Mr. Rao, sir, Dr. P. Somshekar Rao, sir, to please do join us in the session. Along with that, we have our chairperson, our co-chairperson, Dr. Deena Umali, Regional Practice Director, Planet Department, South Asia, World Bank, to please join us on stage. Please give a roaring round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to please continuously cheer for our plenary session. And our session in charge is Shri Rakesh Kashyap, Chief Engineer, DSO, CWC. Please give a big round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we begin our plenary session. Over to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, everybody. We are running behind schedule. We'll try to make up, though it will be still injustice to the speakers because they would have prepared their presentations. Still, we would like to stick to this. We'll make all possible efforts to stick to the schedule. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to share some of my views with you during this international conference on dam safety. Karnataka, with its tradition of dams and hydropower and having some important dams like Tungabhadra, Krishnarajasagar, Supa, Lingamaki, provides a perfect setting to discuss the theme of this conference, Safe and Secure Dams, a journey towards Viksit Bharat. Friends, In case of dam safety management, bottom line is winning trust of people living downstream of the dam. Professionals working for construction and operation or maintenance of dams have to ensure that the people living downstream of the dam feel safe. At this critical juncture of human history, we are confronting a planetary emergency. We are confronting a planetary emergency with extreme weather and climate change becoming daily realities. We are increasingly grappling with challenges of water insecurity and energy transition in view of these realities and uncertainties brought by the climate change. The role of professionals working in dam safety and hydropower engineering is becoming ever more critical. Climate change adaptation is no longer a choice that follows mitigation. It is the first half of our survival. At each turning point of our evolution, our species have earned its place on this planet by adapting, learning, innovating, and transforming the conditions of life itself. Today, this evolutionary truth returns with renewed urgency. Adaptation to climate change is as essential to safeguarding economies as it is to protecting lives. Climate change disasters cost Africa and most of the developing countries between 2 to 5% of their GDP each year. There's a need for decisive shift from conceptualization and planning to consolidation and implementation for climate adaptation. To address the climate crisis, the world is accelerating its pursuit of renewable energy generation and entering a new phase of construction of dams for hydropower and pumped storage projects, for water security and to meet challenges of energy transition. India has drawn an ambitious plan to add more than 1,000 gigawatt of pumped storage in the coming 2 decades. Dam safety is crucial for protecting lives, infrastructure, and ensuring water security. Today, many dams face increased risk from climate change. A proactive approach involving regular inspection, maintenance, and adherence of regulations as per the Dam Safety Act 2021 is necessary to manage risk effectively and ensure sustainability. Friends, as you are aware, over the past 3 decades, the global pace of construction of dams has remained slow, except in China, where construction of dams has seen significant acceleration in order to ensure grid stability during the energy transition. India is now making strong progress in building new dams for hydropower and pumped storage plants. Despite this, multiple factors continue to delay decision-making and project implementation. Dams with water storage provide regulation and enhances responsiveness to frequency variation essential for stability of high voltage grids. A clear, consistent regulatory framework and administrative reforms to simplify and expedite concession granting procedures are essential to accelerate the implementation of hydropower and pumped storage plants globally. There is an urgent need to push for policy reforms, foster collaboration across diverse range of stakeholders involved in dams and hydropower, in order to champion clear sustainability standards. Governments throughout the world must ensure policy reforms as these are essentially required to expedite the construction of dams, hydropower and pumped storage plants. In view of the growing climate volatility, we need to build not just clean energy systems, but resilient ones. The theme of this ICDS 2026, Safe and Secure Dams, a journey towards Viksit Bharat, is exceptionally fitting in the present context. It's a call to action for policymakers, engineers, researchers, and industry leaders to collaborate more closely. I'm sure after 2 days of this conference, All of us will leave Bengaluru with a clear and ambitious vision for dam safety and construction of hydropower and pump storage plants to serve as sustainable, reliable, equitable source of water and power for generations to come. Before closing, I invite you to attend ICOLD 2026 annual meeting and international symposium being held in Guadalajara, Mexico from 21st to 29th May 2026. I have a small presentation. I'll try to rush through this. Well, ICOLD was established in 1928 and I was there in France to attend annual 100-year celebration of French National Committee, which was established in the year 1926. ICOLD leads the profession in establishing guidelines to ensure dams are built and operated safely, efficiently, and economically. It has 28 technical committees, 10 ad hoc committees, and more than 700 experts for these committees work to finalize the bulletins. The world has more than 62,000 dams, and India has around 6,600 large dams. I'll rush through it. Please excuse me for doing so, because the water time period is already short. It's widely recognized that engineering failures and incidents provide valuable lessons and advance the state of practice. For many years, ICOLD has developed, maintained a dam incident database. Earlier this was restricted. Now we have made this database accessible on ICOLD website, and dam incident database, all of you can go through it. Well, at the time of when ICOLD was established, the ratio of dam failure and has been coming down slowly. From 2.2% we have come to 0.12%, which by any standards ICOLD has contributed a lot towards safer dams. If you look at failed dam ratio versus the year of construction, we started in around 4% in 1928, and now we have come down to 0.38%. So you can see that most of the dams, they fail during the first year of their construction or the initial filling of reservoir. If a dam can stay for initial 20 years, it's unlikely to fail unless operation and maintenance and other issues are not taken care, or there are issues with maintenance of the dam. Dam safety is core value of ICOLD since its inception in 1928, and ICOLD has come out with World Declaration on Dam Safety in the year 2019. This declaration talks about the pillars of dam safety. With almost a century of commitment of dam safety and knowing that zero risk doesn't exist, ICOLD recognized several overarching pillars of dam safety. These are the pillars of dam safety. You can refer to ICOLD World Declaration. I'll not go through it because if I start doing it, it will take a lot of time. Emergency planning is very important, and adequate training of operators. We actually are not trained for taking decisions as per the emergency. Most of the people, they are good for the regular operation and maintenance, but they don't know how to act and how to take decisions when there is an emergency or under the demanding conditions. Comprehensive dam safety approach will lead to minimizing the risk. Dam owner has the ultimate responsibility for its dams. We, as per the Dam Safety Act, have tried to make dam owners responsible, but yet dam owners, they try to go out of it. We need to make these rules more stringent because they are responsible for lives of the people living downstream. Strong national governance, role of regulatory authorities. is of paramount importance for safety of any dam. See, let me share with you a very interesting episode here. In case of Orobile Dam in United States, its spillway failure took place in the year 2017. And the engineers and workers involved were keeping the downstream people informed. And you can see the boards here where the people say, "Thank you, dam workers. Workers for trying to save our lives. Thank you for protecting us." This is the trust downstream people had in the dam owners. That kind of trust is required to be built by each agency operating these dams. Not every situation can be foreseen in emergency action plan. Decision making is complex and subjective. Transparency provides advantages. Most of the population living downstream is sympathetic provided they are taken into confidence and they are informed of the consequences. Smart ways to keep our dams under safe and sustainable operation is the challenge. Lessons learned, I'll quickly go through it. Dam safety is personal duty and sacred responsibility of dam engineers. Strong national governance is essential. Failure and incidents provide valuable lessons for safety in future. Dam safety is a daily activity and a long-term commitment for many generations. Challenge is safe operation of dams. Operating hydrological risk is a challenge. Failure of Darna dams in Libya on 11 September 2023 and Tista Stage 3 in Sikkim are the latest examples. It is greater risk than estimated. I'll skip it. See, I'll very hurriedly check the climate change, what will happen to India in 2100. And we have conducted this study for all the states in the country, and I was one of the authors of it. We have submitted these reports to Prime Minister Office. This global goal of keeping the temperature well with 2% is gone. We have failed in achieving that. But in India, I'm afraid we will have something like 3 to 4 degrees, and that's the biggest risk. So if we don't act for adaptation now, we'll have bleak future for time to come. But good news is that our precipitation is likely to increase by 7% and maximum precipitation by 2100 in certain cases may increase as much as 29%, which will again pose risk for the dam safety. These are the temperatures. I have already spoken. See, the maximum temperature is likely to increase by something like 3 to 4%, which is a big risk for areas like Rajasthan. In the end, let me say, if you do not want to repeat the past, learn from it. Whatever has happened, whatever happens to dam failures, incidents, we need to learn. We need to disseminate, discuss openly. Actually, unfortunately, what is happening? We try to put any dam failure under the carpet. I'm afraid not many of you would know what exactly happened to Tista Dam Stage 3. See, it has never been discussed in a forum like this. There should be one day dedicated so that all professionals in the country understand why it has failed. And we do not repeat those mistakes in future. And this, what I've quoted here, is from Baruch Spinoza, a 17th century Dutch philosopher. Dhanyavada Galu. बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you, everybody. Well, our next speaker is Mr. Icds, Minister Commercial. High Commission of Canada to India. Mr. Jagger leads the Canadian Pan-India Trade and Investment Team from Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. He is a foreign service officer with many years of experience working with Canadian companies to open new markets and expand their presence abroad. After graduating from law school in the University of Western Ontario and being called to the bar in Ontario, he joined Global Affairs in Canada in 1999. Since then, he had postings in Indonesia, Peru, Afghanistan, Brazil, Mongolia, and Taiwan. At Global Affairs Canada headquarters in Ottawa, he worked on Canada's membership in APEC, Canada's air transport agreements, and Canada's export control regimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to Mr. Ed Jagger.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. Good morning, bonjour, namaste. Yes, as you heard, despite what it says on the program, my name is Ed Jagger, and I have the privilege of working at the Canadian High Commission here in India. It's an honor to be leading Canada's trade and investment program across the country from 7 offices, but also having a responsibility for Nepal and Bhutan. And it's a pleasure to be here among so many distinguished experts advancing dam safety, hydropower, and water security. Canada not only has more fresh water than the rest of the world combined, but is also the 3rd largest producer of hydroelectricity. And so we understand that these issues are fundamental to climate resilience and sustainable development. And so I congratulate the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the government of Karnataka, the Central Water Commission, of course the school here, the Indian Institute of Science, and the World Bank for organizing this very important conference. As climate and water pressures intensify globally, dams and hydropower are becoming even more central to resilient clean energy and community safety. Normally when I start a speech, I'm told I have to say something humorous, but I was told I wasn't allowed to make any dam jokes this morning, and so I'll just move on. Since arriving in April in India last fall, I have seen so much strong enthusiasm from industry to turn the vision of our leaders into concrete progress. Canada-India collaboration is gaining momentum and expanding into new sectors. This agenda was shaped by discussions between our Prime Minister Carney and Prime Minister Modi, first last June in Alberta at the G7 summit, and later on the sidelines of the G20 in South Africa, and we fully intend this continue when it's a secret still, but our Prime Minister comes to visit as early as next month. And so in October, our foreign ministers signed a new roadmap to restore stability and strengthen economic complementaries. And indeed, in November, our ministers of trade committed to deepen cooperation in critical minerals, clean energy value chains. And then in January, our Minister of Energy and Natural Resources came to the India Energy Week, and there we advanced our collaboration in energy transition, AI for energy systems, and smart clean technologies. And Canada and India are now actively negotiating a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with the goal of doubling bilateral trade to $50 billion US by 2030. And yes, that's part of my job and it makes me really nervous. But we have a goal and we're going to shoot for it. Because Canada-India economic ties are accelerating with an increasing and real momentum. Our strengths in clean energy, advanced engineering, energy systems, and innovation directly fuels India's growth priorities. Indeed, Canada's leading pension plans, among the world's most influential, have invested well over $100 billion Canadian here in India, a clear vote of confidence in India's future. And hundreds of companies on both sides are building partnerships that create jobs, technology breakthroughs, and new market opportunities. Hundreds of companies, including some companies that are right here at this conference today. And with 1.8 million Canadians of Indian heritage, our people form an energetic bridge that powers collaboration. And folks, there's a natural partnership for Canada and India in water and energy. Canada and India are both water-rich nations with thousands of dams supporting hydropower, irrigation, flood control, and tailings management. And so we have a shared commitment to safe, sustainable, and innovative water and energy systems. And Canada brings global leadership to that in dam safety, risk management, monitoring, instrumentation, and specialized training. And India brings scale, ambition, and transformative national programs like the Dam Safety Act and the DRIP. In India's focus on pump storage hydropower, sediment management, emergency action plans, and nature-based solution opens further avenues for partnership. So let me tell you a little bit, this is a bit of an advertisement I'm going into here. Canada's expertise. Canada has built its reputation in dam safety and hydropower through decades of real-world experience, managing over 15,000 dams across very diverse landscapes, from Niagara Falls to the Rockies to the Arctic. And our approach blends innovation with rigorous safety culture, making Canadian hydropower among the most reliable and sustainable in the world. Canadian engineers and researchers are known for pioneering advances in risk assessment, environmental stewardship, and complex hydropower design. And I have to say, our companies are not just vendors. Yes, they want to sell things, but they are long-term partners, offering solutions that help operators anticipate risks, modernize assets, and improve performance. And so whether it's high-resolution remote sensing, AI-driven inspections, or geotechnical monitoring, Canadian firms specialize in turning data into actionable insight. And this expertise extends beyond technology on training, capacity building, environmental planning, and system optimization. Canada brings a full ecosystem of know-how. Simply put, Canada's dam and hydropower community offers trusted experience, proven innovation, and a collaborative mindset, all well aligned with India's ambitions. But I should, because I'm standing in the India Institute for Science, also point out that there is increased collaboration in research and industry. It's really encouraging to see growing Canadian-Indian cooperation across universities, research centers, and engineering firms. Engagements such as ICOLD 2024 and Exposure Visit deepen business collaboration, enhance product knowledge exchange, and promote the best practices between Canada and India. These exchanges strengthen technical excellence in dam safety, hydropower design, and environmental resilience. Many Canadian companies are already active in India, and many more are exploring opportunities. The Canadian Trade Commissioner Service in India stands ready to support Indian agencies and companies in connecting with our expertise. And so I wish you productive discussions today. I thank you for giving me this space today. Thank you for listening so patiently to my little advertisement. And I hope you all have a highly successful conference. Thank you. Merci. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Shri Anupam Prasad. He is a well-known professional in the field of water resources. He is presently chairman of Central Water Commission with the status of ex officio Secretary to Government of India. India is also discharging the duties of member, River Management, Central Water Commission. Mr. Prasad has served on many key positions, such as member, R&M, Central Water Commission, Chief Engineer, Human Resource Management at Headquarters, and Chief Engineer, Upper Ganga Basin Organization. Earlier in his career, he played a pivotal role in real-time integrated operation of Damodar Valley reservoirs for flood management, irrigation, hydropower, and municipal uses, and contributed significantly to interstate reservoir regulation and revision of reservoir operation manuals. He has also been closely associated with nationally important programs such as Hydrology Project 2, National Hydrology Project, contributing to the development of hydrological database, water quality monitoring systems, decision support systems, and data dissemination frameworks. So with this, I hand over it to Mr. Anupam Prasad.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Dignitaries on the dais, international and national delegates, students from IISc, engineers and scientists. I will be doing a bit of less talking. So a small video is there, and after that I will present in very brief. So can we have that video?
India has about 18% of the world's population, but only 4% of its utilizable water resources. This is why dams are a crucial pillar in the nation's water security. The International Commission on Large Dams ranks India as third in the number of dams, with 6,628 specified dams. The worldwide number is about 62,000. Of these, about 67% are more than 25 years old, and about 4.3% are over 100 years old. To address the challenges related to dam safety, Government of India enacted the Dam Safety Act 2021, which provides for surveillance, inspections, hazard classification, operation and maintenance, and emergency action plans of all specified dams across the country. The same year witnessed the launch of the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, ushering in a new era of dam safety and resilience. DRIP is being coordinated and supervised by the Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation through the Central Water Commission. The project development objective of DRIP is to increase the safety of selected dams in participating 19 states and to strengthen dam safety management in India through institutional strengthening. Many dams face various structural deficiencies as well as shortcomings in operation and monitoring facilities. To identify these problems and rehabilitation measures efficiently, state-of-the-art investigations are being carried out. Remote operated vehicles are being employed extensively to assess the damage to underwater structures. Hydrological assessments for many dams have been completed. About half of them need interventions to render them hydrologically safe. The focus of DRIP 2 has been to prioritize effective rehabilitation for dams with critical issues. DRIP also emphasizes instrumentation for effective structural health monitoring of dams. Several dams have been instrumented across implementing agencies under DRIP. Efforts are being made to use the instrumentation data to identify the issues for taking appropriate remedial measures. Reservoir sedimentation is also another focus area for DRIP. Few pilots have been carried out, such as at Pillu Reservoir, Long-term measures like flushing, sluicing and modification in reservoirs operation are also being suggested. Under the institutional strengthening component of DRIP, the CWC has undertaken various capacity building programs on diverse dam safety topics. International centers of excellence for dams have been established at IIT Roorkee and IISc Bangalore. The Ministry of Jal Shakti has launched advanced master's programs at both institutions. DRIP is proving to be a great facilitator for Indian dam owners in many aspects, especially in enhancing the institutional strengthening of various partners. The Ministry of Jal Shakti takes pride in collaborating with World Bank and other diverse stakeholders to build a safer and more resilient future towards a Vikasit Bharat.
So just I will start with what is the mandate of Central Water Commission and the mission of Central Water Commission. Although you all must be knowing about it, but for the sake of what we intend to do in Central Water Commission as far as the development of water resources is concerned, I have just mentioned it. But since it is today's dam safety conference, so some people ask me that in your mission or your mandate, there is no word as dam safety. So I tell them English is a very versatile language, and the management itself encompasses all aspects of the subject which we talk. So this management also includes dam safety, hydropower, irrigation, smart water irrigation, sedimentation, and so on. So as most of us know that CWC is a pre-independence era organization which was founded in 1945 by none other than our Dr. Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar. And over the years, like any organization, it has changed as per the requirement of the country and as per the requirement of the water resources development. So it all started in 1985, and after many reorganizations, clubbing, finally what we are present was as a bifurcated department between power and hydro since 1974. Since it is a pre-independence era organization, so we have been associated deeply in development of our water resources, hydropower, irrigation, and some of the very earliest projects which India developed as a country was our iconic Hirakud Dam, Sardar Sarovar multipurpose project, iconic Tehri, Napta, Jhakri, and so on. In these all projects, CWC contribution has been straight away from survey investigation, design consultancy, construction, and later on, if some issues came up, that was also resolved through our officers, our engineers' expertise. CWC, not only in India, but also abroad, it has contributed to the neighboring countries, especially in Bhutan, Nepal, and even in Afghanistan by UAF Salma Dam project. And in all these projects, in most of them, CWC has been associated since its inception as survey and investigation agency. As already was highlighted in this video, which I just played before, that India has a large number of specified dams. As we all know that after independence, there was a large requirement of food, electricity, water to the about 35 crore population of the then India. So whatever happens during the initial phase of development, whether it was industrial revolution in Europe or in other countries, the prime focus is always the more production, more benefit. And so it happened in India also. Being a young country, our more focus was to have more water, more power, and more industrial development. So in this process, somewhere, the dam safety was, what I can say, was not properly envisaged. Although people knew that failure of such a big dam will bring catastrophe, but to reap the benefits, we had to somewhat, I won't say sacrifice, but we ignored some of the issues which we thought would be coming up at a very later stage. And we as all know that India, in terms of number of dams, stands third in the world. And although it stands third in the world, but in terms of per million population, it still ranks lower than many other countries because we are a highly populated country. And being a highly populated country, our per capita water resources requirement is bound to be very low. Although in many of videos you must have seen this slide that about 291 dams are greater than 100-year-old, and about 1,390 dams are more than 50 to 99 years old. It itself speaks about the need of the dam safety for our dams and hydropower structures. Why a priority concern for India is a dam safety? As I already told that being a developing country, our prime aim was to have more water, more electricity, and more development. So why we now require dam safety and why is it a concern? Some of the points has been given in the slides. One is that planning inadequacy. Our existing design parameters or the design parameters which we took at the time of the designing of our structures. Because though in those times, the intensity or the quality of data was not that robust. The automation was not there for collection of the data. The instrumentation was not there. So to overcome those deficiencies, now a structured health assessment of the dams is required, which can come only through dam safety. And we all know that unsafe dam, or in fact, any unsafe structure, whether it's building or any installation, is a big hazard for human life, ecology, and public and private assets. Critical infrastructure constructed with large public investment vital for security, and we have to also secure the investments which we have carried out over the years. Maybe much of them were through borrowings only, but recently we are a stable nation and financially we are stable, so we can carry out our development on our own. One of the main reasons of dam safety issues relates to the insufficient budget for O&M. As we all know that most of the state governments, they have very less budget of under operation and maintenance. That is not because they don't want to have less maintenance of their structures they have created. Every state has got their own priorities, but this dam safety was never a top priority of any of the state governments. So that trend is still continuing, but through this dam safety, I hope that sufficient funds would be getting allotted for O&M. Otherwise, what happens that funds are only allotted as a firefighting measure. When something catastrophic has either happened or going to happen, then only fund flows in that system. This climate change, I think it need not be explained by me, as everybody knows about it. As Dr. Sharma has already told about the Teesta one, that gulf which happened from the South Lonak Lake. And the journey of dam safety is a totally not a new phenomena, but as far as legislation is concerned, it is a very new to India. Although it all started in 1975 like floodplain zoning, and at that time state irrigation ministers asked the central government to establish a dam safety authority. And it was further strengthened by the infamous Machu Dam incident, and subsequently to that, a dam safety organization was created in Central Water Commission. And later on in 1982, a standing committee on dam safety was created. And through all these years, a number of efforts were made to have a Dam Safety Act. But since water is a state subject, so a lot of haggling with at the level of the politicians, bureaucrats were done. But ultimately, the Dam Safety Act was brought out in 21, and it is known as Dam Safety Act 2021. As we know that any act alone cannot be a guarantee to make our dam safe. We have to act on the act. Otherwise, it will only remain in papers. So to act on the act, this DREAP 2, phase 2 and 3, which is being prepared by 19 states and 2 central agencies, including CWC, is a special purpose vehicle, I would say, to have our dam safety works carried out for the dams which have been technically assessed from the health point of view. And as I already told you that prior to Dam Safety Act, there was no uniform protocols for ensuring dam safety. And whatever knowledge base one gathered and on a state level or a central level, they tried to implement it. But there was no standard protocols, no institutional arrangement. There were lack of uniform standards and technical capacity. I won't say that did not exist, but it had got its own technical constraints also. The Dam Safety Act tried to bring uniform safety protocols across the country, whether it be for state governments, central government, state PSUs or central PSUs. And it applies with height more than 50 meters or height between 10 to 15 meters. Although this does not hold good, even if a dam of having height less than 10 meters is in distress, it is also going to cause a huge damage. So this is just a guiding principle. Next is that to provide surveillance, inspection, operation, and maintenance of dam for prevention of dam failure related disasters. And
Prashant, the main, please conclude.
Yes. And the main crux of this Dam Safety Act was that it could provide institutional framework at central and state level. And as per the institutional framework, these are the, I would say that 4 pillars or verticals of this act. First is this National Committee on Dam Safety, National Dam Safety Authority of India. State Dam Safety Organization and State Committee on Dam Safety. And until and unless all these 4 committees or organizations interact with each other in a proper manner, the implementation of this Dam Safety Act, if not impossible, but it will be time-taking and impossible to implement within a few years or so. And I think these are the provisions of the Act which you may have read and may be having copy of all those provisions. And dam safety issues are being addressed through the DRIP program. DRIP 1 had already culminated and DRIP 2 and 3 are ongoing. And it has also helped the states in bringing the institutional capacity building, having new technology, and how to speed up the works using new technology. Just I would, since Dr. Sharma had told me that I have to wrap up, so I think that these are the major stakeholders and these are the major organizations which contribute a lot in the dam safety studies. And these are the possible area of collaboration with the international fraternity. And I think that it's already going on, but we need to further strengthen our cooperation on international. As I'm concluding, that dam safety is an utmost important to India. Not to India only, throughout the world it should be applicable, and it is being carried out. And enactment of DSA has made implementation of its various provisions mandatory on the part of all stakeholders. And capacity building of all stakeholders is necessary for implementation. Here I would just like to say that we have got some very good institutes like IIT Roorkee and IISc Bangalore, in which we have got Center of Excellence, and they are providing MTech in dam safety. But I am sorry to say that many of the states, I think most of the states, they don't nominate people here. And since it is an added advantage for the states and other agencies for the capacity building of their people, of their officers. So I urge all the state governments and other agencies to kindly nominate people for these programs. Okay, thank you very much. I have taken much of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashad. We are sorry that you have to curtail your presentation in between. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky to have our next speaker, Professor Toshio Koike. He is Executive Director of International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management under the auspices of UNESCO, and he is also Professor Emeritus of University of Tokyo. Professor Koike is currently serving as Special Advisor to Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology of Japan, and also Council Member of Science Council of Japan, Cabinet Office. He implemented and coordinated Enhanced Observing Period CEOP, which was an element of World Climate Research Program, WCRP, initiated by Global Energy and Water Cycle Experiment as lead scientist. Some of the prominent awards he has won recently include the following: Water Award for contribution to the IPCC Nobel Peace Prize from WMO and UNEP. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you okay? I'm okay. I am very happy to have this opportunity. Climate change was confirmed in 2007 by using this sentence: warming of the climate system is unequivocal. At the time, the IPCC assessment report stated the warming is very likely caused by human emission of the greenhouse gases. The following year, 2008, a paper published by Science declared stationarity is dead. The fundamental concept underpinning the water management planning operation was no longer valid. Without water management, the paper stated. This is a change in the total number of the disaster events by type between past 20 years and the recent 20 years. We can recognize the change, especially water-related disaster, especially the flood and storms. The number has increased dramatically. Most recent, the IPCC assessment report stated the frequency and the intensity of heavy rainfall precipitation events have increased over most land area. 1 degree global warming will correspond to the 7% increase rate in the heavy rainfall. The World Bank last October published a technical note including the case studies on dam safety and climate change. My institute, the ICHAM, contributed to by summarizing climate change impact assessment by using the general circulation model, GCM, and its application to the river planning. We also introduced the dam operation optimization by using a predicted rainfall for reducing the flood risk. So I would introduce our contribution in this talk. GCM, general circulation model, have become more effectively usable at the global average level. However, at the regional and local level, their uncertainty is still significant. We need to exclude the GCMs who cannot represent the regional climate characteristics for our assessment. Selection of the GCM are essential. Large ensemble climate projection provide a very strong opportunity to us by providing the range of the uncertainty, and it can address the low frequency extreme event. Both systems need downscaling due to their coarse spatial resolution. The bias correction is needed. One of the other ways is by using the changing factor between past and the future. So we can cancel out the bias of the models. So by using the changing factor and the current design rainfall and a hydrological model, we can project the extreme event inflow into reservoir and future climate condition. Bias correction is implemented. We can provide the continuous future inflow into reservoir. By using these output, they can be compiled by statistical analysis incorporating the social factor, and then we can develop the dam safety design and the climate change. As shown in this table, there are many options allowing the selection based on the available resources. This method option was adopted to revise Japan's flood management policy. Japan's science community developed the large ensemble climate projection and downscale to the 5 kilometers. And all of the data were stored, the online synthesis analysis system. Yes, by using the output of this scientific community, the Council for Infrastructure of Japan, they try to improve the basis of the river plan. By using the average of the increase rate of the design rainfall is used for a change of the capacity of the storage and the river channel. In addition, by using the uncertainty, which was identified, range of the uncertainty identified by this climate projection model, we can add several options or additional policy, including the exposure reduction and improvement of resilience. These green part can be realized more quickly, and then it contributes to current disaster risk reduction. The methodology for the changing factor of the probable maximum precipitation PMP has already been developed for crisis management, including life-saving hazard mapping and dam spillway design. Based on this methodology, our government developed a new river management policy that is called River Basin Disaster Resilience and Sustainability by All. All refer to the all stakeholders. This policy consists of the 3 pillars: flood prevention, exposure reduction, and disaster resilience. To strengthen the governance, the proposal on the amendment of the related 9 Act was submitted to the National Diet, and the proposal was unanimously approved. At the same time, a new financing was agreed upon. This flood prevention part looks conventional, but this includes very unique challenges. The effectively use the agricultural reservoir for flood control or pre-discharge in water utilization dam for flood control. These unique challenges has been supported by scientific and administrative effort and strong the political leadership. Our ICHAM provide integrated hydrological modeling system. By using the surface scheme, we can directly connect with the global Earth observation, the climate model, and the numerical weather prediction model. And this hydroclimate, the integrating monitoring system, can cover the drought, normal, and flood situation. Snow and the glacier process are included in. Surface and subsurface scheme can connect it with rice production and crop production, and then we can contribute to the food security. And sediment transport model has been already developed, and dam module, including the hydropower, irrigation, the flood and drought monitoring, the modeling system can be connected, and then the water, food, energy, nexus monitoring the prediction system has been already developed. This system ran on the data integration analysis system developed by the University of Tokyo and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, and Technology. By using this facility, we can exchange and integrate huge volume of data with high throughput from the various sources beyond the disciplined sectors. And we can demonstrate the climate change impact assessment and also the pre-discharge from the dam to reduce the flood risk in Japan and other countries. Administrative effort for developing the framework of the guideline for the release from the dam was initiated at the early stage. And after the very serious flood in 2018 and 2019, the political leadership accelerate this framework. And then early 2020, pre-release the guideline was published. Based on the published, every year, many dams implemented the pre-discharge for reduced flood risk. The number in appearances indicates the number of the dams without the responsibility of the flood control, just for water utilization dams. So based on this the collaborative framework, the science and demonstrative effort, and the strong the political leadership can change our society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Toshio Koike. Our next speaker is from the World Bank, Dr. Dina. Eileen first? Okay. 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 Yeah, sorry, there was some confusion. Next speaker is Eileen Burke. She is lead water resource specialist and global lead for water resources at the World Bank. Well, she has been working for water resources at global level, Global Solutions Group for Water Resource Management, including working with World Bank teams globally to improve the impact of water resources, landing activities in the World Bank's $24 billion water landing pipeline. Prior to joining World Bank, Eileen worked at the Millennium Challenge Corporation and Public Finance on Wall Street. I hand it over to Eileen Burke.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. So I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to go more quickly than I had originally planned and build on some of the messages we've heard already. And there's some echo, there we go. So we've already heard that there are over 6,000 dams in India. And there's some echo here. I don't know if there's a way to get that fixed. There are over 6,000 dams in India, but the dam situation in India is really unique. You'll see here the size of the circles on this chart are actually the renewable water resource per capita of each country. So India is very small. We heard that the United States and China have more dams than India, and you'll see the United States here has much more fresh water per capita. The x-axis here shows us the seasonal variability of that water supply. And India is definitely an outlier. There's a reason that the Indian monsoon is featured in so many Bollywood movies and literature for centuries now, right? It is truly a global phenomenon. India's water supply is much more varied. We'll also see that the y-axis here is dam storage as a percentage of renewable water resources. And you'll also see, especially considering that scarce water and the alarming amount of variability, India does not have very much storage overall. So India's dam situation is very unique, and this dam storage is critical to reaching all sorts of development outcomes, from irrigation to hydropower to water for industry and IT here in Bangalore. We also see that both natural and built storage capacity in India is declining. What you see in the first graph is the overall water storage, the natural water storage, including groundwater and water stored in the land and soil and in lakes. And you'll see that over time from 2002 to 2021, there's a reduction in India's overall natural water storage. And many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the story of groundwater decline that's really driving a lot of what you're seeing here. We also see that large dam development is slowing, and this is a global trend. It's getting harder and harder to construct new dams because of land ownership issues, because of environmental concerns. There's just not the space in our public coffers to be able to fund a lot of new dams. But you'll also see this orange line here, and this is per capita effective storage capacity. And you see that this is declining as well. This is largely driven by population growth, as well as sedimentation in dams. So our built water storage in India is decreasing as well. So India's water storage is incredibly scarce. It's incredibly important for its economic outcomes, and it's declining and needs to be protected. So with that, Dr. Koika already told you about the threat multiplier of climate change and the effects that it can have, and the World Bank report and resources that are available on this for looking at how you can make sure that the climate change is effectively considered in dams. Now, on this slide, I have many of the impacts of flooding on climate change, flooding and increased flooding due to climate change on dam capacity, how extreme participation can affect this. We have glacial lake outburst floods. We have increased geohazards because of floods. And traditionally, in looking at dam safety, the principle of stationarity applied, right, in terms of determining design flood and safety check flood. These are all relying on past historical flood records. However, we know that because of climate change, we can't rely on those anymore. What you'll see in these maps is the 1.5 and 2 degree global warming scenarios and what this does to the 100-year flood. And you'll see in blue here that the return period of the 100-year flood for a lot of India becomes 40 to 60 years, 20 to 40 years. So the 100-year flood is going to become a lot more common. And this means that the higher return periods are even more likely as well. So we need to be updating our dams to make sure they have adequate spillway, adequate freeboard. And this report that I showed you has ways of doing that. Now, if you're involved in the DRIP project, you're probably becoming familiar with risk-informed approaches to dam safety management, right? You look at your portfolio of dams, you focus first on those that are the most risky. And that principle applies as well to looking at the portfolio of dams you have and adapting them for climate change. And what you see here is a sort of three-tiered process. And for dams that are not very risky, you can take lighter analysis. And for dams that have a chance of more exposure to climate change, a heavier analysis that uses additional GCMs, dynamic downscaling and bias correction of climate models to be able to look more closely at the range of the risks focused by a dam, so that you can decide how it can be adapted. And this methodology is explained in the report that we have here, and more information of this in the table about the types of things that you can consider in terms of statistical and dynamical downscaling, et cetera. If any of you are going to the ICOLD International Conference, some of my colleagues will be presenting this there, but you can get more details in the reports. The other thing I wanted to bring up is this report on the right that just came out. I think it's really helpful to not only look at what needs to be changed, but how you can change that. And the United States has been undergoing a process to look at how they need to update their PMFs and the PMPs, probable maximum participation estimates, through their National Academies of Sciences, and has a whole process that they've undertaken in addition to methodologies developed. So you can have a look at that as well. But we've only been talking about floods and climate change, right? And there are a huge range of changes that climate change can induce. If you look at the warming, we know that that means increased demands for water, for people, for crop water requirements, and for the cooling of our IT centers as well. And so we really need to look at the threats to our overall water security as a system. And we've been developing methodologies along with clients across the world in terms of looking at how we manage storage systems better. And looking not only at built systems, but the natural systems as well. Recognizing that groundwater storage, that aquifers are a huge asset, and that the storage they provide can be managed in conjunction with the built reservoirs. That we can look at upstream catchment management and the storage services that are provided there, or that can be added again by reforesting or looking at upstream plantings. So really looking at how we can look at an integrated system. We all know from financial markets that looking at things from a portfolio perspective reduces the risk. The insurance industry is built on this. And we can use that same principle within our hydrological systems to try to lower our risk to climate impacts by managing these as a system. Let me go through these. There are 5 R's we encourage our countries and work with countries to look at in terms of lowering their risk and getting more out of their storage systems. Many countries don't have the public finances that they need to be able to invest heavily to build new dams for the new storage they need. And very often the most cost-effective measures are looking at reoperating storage, making sure, and many don't update their storage rule curves from their original design capacity, despite there being all sorts of new uses and demands. You can rehabilitate your storage to the original design functions, but also increase the types of services that can be delivered from those storages, to add hydropower to your irrigation reservoirs, to retrofit your reservoirs to an additional dam height to provide additional flood protection or additional irrigation water, or adding floating solar. And once these have been exhausted, you can look at raising new storage. But most importantly, as we know from the DRIP project, looking at all of this, we also need to look at the reforms that are needed to enable us to engage in this more comprehensive storage management. And I'll give you a link at the end of the presentation for a storage planning process that can be undertaken that incorporates all of these factors. And I just want to emphasize again that the nature-based solutions and integrating the nature-based solutions are an important part of this. If you're looking for examples of where this integrated storage has been done, Professor Koike gave you great examples in Japan. There are also really good examples coming out of California, where they have looked at how to make better use of their groundwater storage, are paying farmers in some cases and reoperating reservoirs to be able to capture floodwaters, to be able to recharge their reservoirs, in addition to reoperating their built water storage to deliver better outcomes. They've and are undertaking a lot of this large-scale catchment management to use their upstream catchments as a source of storage as well. So I encourage you to also look at the California example and their new water supply strategy for looking at the role that expanded storage can play. And given the environmental requirements, really relying heavily on natural storage and rehabbing and reoperating existing storage to reach that end. I don't have time now, unfortunately. I was going to take you through some examples of climate stress testing that can also be done at the system level to look, even with all the uncertainty of climate change, to look at how you can be assessing an umpteen number of, using advanced computing to look at an umpteen number and cases and scenarios of different climate change outcomes to see which options are the most robust as you're planning your investments going forward, to make sure the investments that you're choosing are not ones that fail in a large number of possible climate scenarios, so that you're focusing on the most optimal future development path with your scarce public resources. So to leave you today, 3 key messages, and underarching this, your dam safety activities are an entry point to build further climate resilience and to deliver better outcomes to your constituents, those that are benefiting from your dam services, right? Really, the point of this is you're looking at dam safety activities. We should also be looking at how and who is receiving the services from the dam and how they can benefit more. So 1, climate change is a threat multiplier. So I've given you ways in which you can screen for dams with highest flood risk, and there are many resources there. When rehabilitating dams, be sure to look at retrofitting and reoperating to adapt for climate change and to add additional functionality if possible. This can often be the best way to deliver more storage services. One of my colleagues, Tomas, will be talking more about some innovations in dam rehab tomorrow. But also, we need to be thinking about climate change at a system scale and the advancements we can achieve when looking at our storage operation, forecast-informed reservoir operations, and other methods when we look at climate change. India has decreasing storage capacity, both built and natural, and addressing this trend in storage will be absolutely critical to adapting to climate change going forward. We have many, many resources available for you. If you're not familiar with any of them and you want to access them, our website is here, www.worldbank.org/water. We encourage you to use as many of these as possible. And thank you again for inviting us. I look forward to the continued discussion today.
Thank you, Aline. Our next speaker is Mr. Deepak Kapoor. He's an IAS officer of 1991 batch of Maharashtra cadre. In his 35 years career, Shri Deepak Kapoor has served in several key administrative positions. To name a few, he has been Joint Managing Director, CIDCO, Transport Commissioner of Maharashtra, Food Commissioner, Chief Executive Officer, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Mumbai, Managing Director, State Transport, Managing Director, State Airport Authority, etc., etc. What is more important here is, since August 2022, Mr. Kapoor has been serving as Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Government of Maharashtra. Under his leadership, the Government of India awarded first prize trophy to the Irrigation Department, Maharashtra, among all states of India. Mr. Kapoor.
Respected delegates on the dais, Chairman, Central Water Commission, Shri Prasad, my friend Anil Jain, Chairman, National Dam Security Authority, and all respected delegates from across the globe and various institutions. Friends, I am fully aware that I and my Karnataka colleague are the last two men standing between you and a very sumptuous lunch. Now, since I am myself very famished, so I promise you that I will not exceed my time. I will only focus on what Maharashtra has been doing with regard to dam safety since 47%, I'll come to that in my slide, 47% of all dams in India are in Maharashtra alone. So that makes it a huge burden for me, and that also makes it a huge challenge for me. If you can kindly see, there are total 2,652 dams with the state government alone. Private companies have dams, municipal corporations, and a very interesting factor in Maharashtra, which I have been serving as ACS irrigation for last 4 years now. Perhaps it's the only state in India which has an individual dam. That is one person who built a dam, individual ownership in Kolhapur. And it's a stunning fact how Maharashtra functions. Till today, the farmers get water almost free for irrigation from that individual. This you can't find, because even as a state I levy such heavy charges, but the individual dam almost gives water free to farmers. So total around 2,700 dams, which comes to 47% of all dams in the country. And right now we are building 19 major dams. Last month, Honorable CM approved 2 huge dams to augment the drinking water capacity of Mumbai, which is now a city of almost 2 crore, that is 20 million. And since water is scarce, we are now building 2 huge dams. 2 months ago, we cleared the tenders and the work has already started. By 2032, those 2 mega dams near Mumbai will be able, we are sure that they will be able to come up. let me come to how Maharashtra has been handling the State Committee on Dam Safety. We have already constituted, as soon as the act came up, we constituted the committee. Then in 2025, when the rules, etc., the framework came, we reconstituted. State Dam Safety Organization is already constituted, and we have also, for each dam, it's a Herculean thing, I have around 62,000 engineers working. But since the number of dams is equally humongous, we have been forced now to appoint executive engineers as in charge of various dams. If the dams are very big, we have appointed superintending engineers as in charge of individual dams. And if the dams are small, then our executive engineers are in charge of them. Maharashtra is the first state to issue technical circular regarding dam deficiency. We have very clearly categorized critical dams, serious dams, and for each category what to do, the SOP is already in place. We are the first state also to issue technical circular regarding remedial measures. That is, if something is happening to a serious dam, what to do. If it's in a critical condition, what to do. So all this framework, Maharashtra was the first to implement in the country. Total number, as I have said, is 2,700. And we have been extremely careful since the number is very large. As I said earlier, this is a problem, but this also is a challenge. So pre-monsoon inspection, we have done 100%. Post-monsoon, 100%. And out of that, large deficiencies have been found in almost 32 dams, and we have taken remedial measures. The various orders regarding that have been issued, and we have immediately issued work orders so that the safety of the dam is not compromised. Friends, let me say that very categorically, that dam safety and maintenance of dams is a very expensive proposition. And however rich a state may be, I'll come to that in my next slide, it puts a huge financial burden on the state, also doubly because the number of dams I have is very large. So from that point of view, I'll be requesting in my last slide some more favors from central government. The decision support system is already in place, and we have a separate mechanical wing headed by a very senior chief engineer. Also for electrical repairs and works, we have a separate chief engineer. Now let me come to what my core issue is. Maharashtra's annual irrigation budget, which my department gets, is around 21,000 crore. Out of 21,000 crore, also, I'm able to spend around 1,000 crore on dam safety. And that also is with a lot of bickering with the political class, because obviously their priorities are construction of more lift irrigation schemes and barrages. So out of 21,000 crore annual budget, I'm able to spend around 800 to 850 crore for remedial measures and around 50 to 60 crore for smaller dams where there are more critical issues. So totally it touches around 1,000 crore we are spending on dam safety already each year. Various studies, what we have done is that since we have around 2,700 dams to look after, we have had MOUs with IIT Chennai and Malviya Institute of Technology, Jaipur, where our engineers are being regularly trained in dam safety. Nasik also, in our institute, training has been done, and I'm very delighted to announce today that just 3 weeks back, at Central Water and Power Research Station in Pune, which is a premier institute of Government of India, we signed a separate MOU regarding dam safety between Government of Maharashtra and CWPRC, and they are planning to do a lot of excellent digital work regarding dam safety in Maharashtra. Our SOPs are all documented, and we now hope to go one step further, which I will come in my last slide. Since Mr. Jain was looking very anxious when I was discussing about dam safety, let me point out to him the point number 5 here, that our annual report of safety status of dams, 2,700, I keep repeating, 2,700, because Government of India gives me pittance and they expect me to share the entire burden of maintaining 50% of India's dams. Even for a very rich state like Maharashtra, I sometimes feel like a very poor man when I have to handle the safety of these dams. But still we make sure that all these annual reports are completely ready and submitted to Government of India very much in time. Maharashtra's DRIP budget outlay, since DRIP is a very loan-based scheme, World Bank scheme, out of 940 crore in DRIP 2, 11 number of dams we included very carefully, and all tenders, all work orders have been issued, and we plan to complete the safety measures, remedial measures within next 11 months. Works are on top speed. Let me technically point out that Maharashtra has 5 months of intense rainfall, starting from June 17 to November. And with climate change wreaking all havoc, this also gets extended. So my actual engineering performance time gets reduced only to 5 months. So whatever we have to perform in 5 months. Despite that, regarding dam safety, all 17 dams, 11 dams, 17 tenders, all work orders, all work is on. Next 11 months, we hope to complete them. Regarding DRIP 3, allocation is of 561 crore. We have included 4 large dams, and that work is currently on. Now my request, sir, is to Government of India, says Honorable Minister is sitting here. It's our good luck. Chairman CWC is already here. Shri Anil Jain is there. Sir, our request is very specific. We spent a lot of time on this last slide. Earlier slides are okay. But this last slide, since we knew that you are coming here and Maharashtra will not miss an opportunity to plead with you regarding these 5 issues, sir. 1, I have been repeatedly writing to Government of India that since we have 2,700 dams, my engineers need specialized training. IIT Powai, that is in Mumbai, it's called Powai also. IIT Mumbai, if it can be, it's a very fine Government of India institute. If Government of India and WRD can write to Ministry of Higher Education in their counterpart, if IIT Mumbai can be requested to have a short-term course on dam safety, I have thousands of engineers who can be enrolled there, and it will only help the safety of dams. Ultimately, dams, as was repeatedly said, is not a state subject. We may be owning them, operating them, but ultimately they are a national asset. So we again request that IIT Mumbai can be requested to start some short-term courses for dam safety for Maharashtra engineers, and this will immediately enhance the dam safety aspect. Second, we have been told that for some states, Survey of India has done some LiDAR surveys for collecting data on dam safety. This may also come under Government of India, and if that can be extended to Maharashtra, we'll be very grateful. Third is extremely amusing that if we, the loans given under DRIP 2 and DRIP 3, now this is, as a state of Maharashtra, we feel very cornered. If we don't, sir, lift our loans in time, there are commitment charges levied on us. It's okay if commitment charges are there for 10 dams. I have 2,700 dams. And there are huge priorities of irrigation in a very large state like Maharashtra. So my request is, my humble submission is that why should I be penalized by having commitment charges levied on me just because my lifting of loan is delayed by 15 days? This may kindly be considered, and there should not be any commitment charges in that. Commitment charges is a very polite term. Basically, it's a penalty. But since Government of India is very polite in levying penalty, they will not name it penalty. So I will request them to be very considerate towards states like Maharashtra, and penalty should not be imposed, and commitment charges should not be imposed on us. And last, sir, this is the most important request which I have come to make all the way from Mumbai to Bengaluru. The budget, as I requested, 21,000 crore, but even then I'm able to spend only 1,000. Since the number of dams is very large, it's a very expensive proposition. Like PMKSY or within PMKSY, some special scheme for dam safety must be introduced by Government of India for dam safety for various states. This can be in two ways. Either there can be a separate scheme on the lines of PMKSY, or within PMKSY there should be a component for dam safety. This will greatly help not only Maharashtra, but states like Karnataka also, which have large number of dams. Thank you so much. I've not exceeded my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Our next speaker is P. Sudhakar Rao. Mr. Rao is a very eminent engineer. He is currently leading Advanced Center for Integrated Water Resources Management, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka as Director Technical. He is holding this position for the last 10 years. He has 33 years of experience in water sector. He has worked with the United Nations, Food and Agriculture Organization, and also with Government of Netherlands, ADB, and Government of India. He has worked in a number of countries, has published a number of papers, and has also brought out 2 books on India's water resources and integrated water resources management. I hand it over to Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I think I should agree fully with the last slide what Maharashtra ACS has presented. I don't think that is applicable only for Maharashtra. I have been hearing this for various colleagues who are handling dams in my department also. So I fully endorse, sir. There should be a scheme under PMKSY, and definitely the capacity building should also be given a huge priority. So very quickly, because I am the last speaker, so I will just move quickly. So these are all the statistics. So we have many of our ACS also told in the morning. So 232 dams are there, largely between minor irrigation department and major department. Then we have 20% of the dams which are more than 100 years, and large percent are between 25 and 50 years. We have about 11 dams which are of national importance, that's 100 meter and above, or 1 BCM gross storage kind of a thing. So we have these 4 corporations in the state which are handling these dams basin-wise, like Kaveri Basin, Krishna Basin kind of a thing. So we also had set up the dam safety organization and committees. So some of the challenges while implementing the DRIP 1, so largely everyone was familiar with this for all the states. So the provisions of the new Dam Safety Act, like the instrumentation, hydrometeorological, seismological, and everything, we are also going with all those things. It's in progress. So I will show you a few of the examples of this instrumentation. So the Narayanpur Dam. CWC chairman also has shown in the videos all these instrumentation, so I don't need to specifically mention about those things. Many of the states of engineers also are aware. And we also have prepared some of the emergency action plans for some of the dams and also some operation and management manuals. And some are in progress. And our dam staff are uploading all the data into the modules of the Dharma software. It has been very useful, this portal, to get an overview for the managers too. And we have the dam safety review panel and also the dam safety review teams as per the provisions of the Dam Safety Act. And there are some recommendations they can give from time to time. And our own institute, KERS, is also involved with it. So some of the studies are carried out by our Karnataka Engineering Research Station under the DRIP project. And also is looking into modernization and also the modeling part. And this is the overview of the achievements we have in DRIP 1, and as you are all aware, we have been performing very well under DRIP 1. So these are all the activities that are taken up for various large dams in the state. And one of the examples which I specifically will quote, and some of you might have already visited earlier, is the Krishnaraj Sagara Dam near Mysore. It's a 100-year-old dam, so it has been very challenging for our engineers to address the modernization part. So 136 sluice gates have been replaced, and the construction has also been very time-consuming to even understand as to what interventions has to be done, kind of thing. Even some of my colleagues were mentioning even the grouting. When you estimate certain quantity, it has sometimes taken even 10 times or 15 times more than that. So, and the gates specifically were manufactured for this, and this crane mounting, earlier it was not there as it was a 100-year-old dam. So now a lot of cranes are also set up at different level. And the challenging was the underwater pointing and grouting activities. So it has taken quite some time to even understand this. And several of these measures were taken in this dam. And our department had organized a visit for those of you interested to visit this dam on Sunday. And our dam engineers there will be able to explain to you much more in detail. I would like to specifically mention about, we have recently an incident in Tungabhadra Dam where one of the gate was washed away. So very quickly it was arrested, and now the replacement of all the gates is taken up. And we have brought in, as far as the institutional side is concerned, we have brought in the dam safety as part of the new water policy. The state has a new water policy in 2022. And we also have something called disaster risk reduction framework, which is steered by the Revenue Department. And WRD has specifically had listed out several measures as part of this using the Sendai framework. And the flood management is becoming a priority now. We have been doing hydrological outlook studies with IIT Gandhinagar and also IIT Kharagpur, and some of them with the IISc itself. So these are the kind of the new outlook or the forecast things we are looking at, like 1 day or 2 or 3 days or 5 days and next 7 days. Both meteorological as well as reservoir inflows for the large dams. So this is run using the IMD data, and then every 15 days we are running this and creating a outlook for the next 3 to 5 days kind of a thing. And the stream flows are also being estimated in large rivers. And we have a database called Water Resources Information System. We are trying to integrate all the related water data of the water resources into one single portal so that all the agencies, including the other departments other than water resources, also accesses these. And we are also trying to put all the documentation into this so that the zonal engineers and the divisional engineers will be able to access quickly. We have a separate real-time monitoring for the reservoir module, which actually gets every day updated by the dam engineers, and they can also get the historical data. They have option to choose 10-year period, 20-year period, 30-year period. And we have the dashboard having groundwater data as well as stream flow data and other soil moisture. These are each individual reservoir also. You can get a time series data for the last 30 to 40 years. We are populating all of the data and trying to digitize. And we have the stream gauge now set up under the National Hydrology Project with Icds. So we are also trying to digitize all those. And we have also partnered with Space Applications Center, ISRO, to get the data of the water flows in the rivers through SWAT satellite. That calibration of the sensors happened here. So we are all looking forward to get more into the integrated reservoir operation, the inflow forecast, and Japan team has visited a few months back, and we are looking forward to work with them, and flood modeling and also capacity building. Thank you very much. These are some of the documents we do it from the river basin planning.
Thank you so much for sticking to the schedule. Well, before we conclude, I request my co-chair to conclude. If there are any quick questions, 1 or 2 questions, we can take it up. Are there any questions? Can somebody pass on the mic, please?
Sir, managing storages in the context of climate change is a highly relevant and need of the hour topic, sir, as climate variability demands adaptive and resilient storage management strategies. So with regard to this, I have a question, sir. How should reservoir storage planning adapt to increasing rainfall intensity but declining number of rainy days? Shall I repeat, sir?
No, can you tell to whom you want to address this question?
Sir, to the presenter, sir. Okay. To the presenter.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
Thank you for very relevant question. Yes, I would agree. You see, like you have rule curves for your reservoirs, and all these rule curves which are existing need modification in view of the climate change. As I mentioned, we need to allocate more and more storage for the purpose of flood moderation. Yes. And for allocation of more storage for flood moderation means less water storage available for our useful purpose for drinking water, irrigation and other end users. Yes. So it is important that we need to create more and more storage. See, like the temperature, as I mentioned in my presentation, temperature increase is going to be enormous, and our water is something where we will have most stress. And with water sources drying up and having more and more stress during the non-rainy season or the non-monsoon season, we are going to have more and more problems.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. Lastly, I would like to add on few lines, sir. The concerns highlighted by the ACS Maharashtra are timely and significant, sir. They deserve due attention, even I am also endorsing, and supportive intervention by Government of India, especially with regard to equitable fund allocation under PM-KSY for dam safety, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question to Mr. Rao. I happen to visit his office also. I'm in that center also, advanced center. The one information system which you have shown, why it is not in public domain? That is my question to you. Very few. I mean, the time series data and all those things which you have shown, it's not available. So when you are showing this, you should have told that only very few things, because then people's aspiration goes up, and when they go back to their offices and then they try to see, and then nothing is available, then they, I mean...
It's good stuff. If public aspiration goes up, the demand also comes for us. But anyway, now...
Anyway, I've given my demand to you.
It is available for all the departments and agencies, and some of the pages are already public. Recently, groundwater data is also made public. And validation is happening in consultation with the National Water Informatics Center. And I'm sure very soon, Chief Secretary Madam has already instructed us to make it public. So it's just the teething issues of validation of the data. Once it is done, I think it will be, everything will be in public domain.
And as far as PM-KSY, what everyone was saying, already that exercise we have started in our Central Water Commission. And in fact, we had a one-day session also regarding what all components, because Honorable Prime Minister has said that we have to change the way we have so far been implementing PM-KSY. Mool chul parivartan, that is his word. So in that, we are already planning to have some dam safety. I mean, regarding the desilting of reservoir, that is a component which we are now thinking, making it as a part of ERM exercise. Because so far we have not been doing that. We have only been concentrating on the canals and all that side. But if you can increase the storage capacity. But then I have another issue with all the state governments, that even though we do so many hydrographic surveys, but nobody is ready to update their curves. That is a major issue. But on one side, you are saying my storages have been reduced. But the other side, you are not ready to accept and implement your elevation capacity curves and all those things. So these are the two contradictory things which all states should take into consideration and update it, so that the storage capacity which we show that we are having, because we are showing the design storage capacities, and accordingly we are talking about how much storage capacity we have created. But actually,
Please,
like almost 20% storage loss. Yeah?
Please conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have something to share with all of you. International Commission on Large Dams, starting from 1st August this year, is putting all its bulletins, all the knowledge which it has created over almost 100 years in public domain. If you are a member of your national committees, you can access all the bulletins of International Commission on Large Dams free of cost. Earlier, these bulletins were like costing a lot of money. Now it has been put for the public use for all of you. You can take advantage of this. Now I'll request my co-chair to conclude the session, and I'll have pleasure of introducing her to all of you. Dr. Dina Umali Deninger in South Asia is the South Asia Regional Practice Director for the Planet Department at the World Bank. She manages analytical work and a landing portfolio of about $11 billion, which focuses on helping countries in South Asia tackle their most complex challenges in the areas of agriculture and rural development, environment, water, security and environment, and social work management. She is MA and PhD from Stanford University. I hand it over to Dr. Dina.
Distinguished colleagues, let me begin by thanking Dr. Sharma and all our speakers for the rich and substantive presentations and discussions. I'm amazed that the technical depth shared today reflects the steady progress made in advancing dam safety globally and here in India. Dams are foundational for achieving India's goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047 and economic development globally. Why are dams so important? They're important because they generate hydropower for achieving, for supplying electricity for manufacturing sector, industries, and homes that are critical for driving economic growth and jobs. Dams store and supply water for irrigation. As mentioned, it's critical for producing the food we eat, for food security, and also improving the incomes of many of the small farmers and rural families who help produce our food. Dams also store and supply drinking water, essential for life for every citizen in the world. As they say, water is life. So ensuring that dams operate efficiently and sustainably, and most importantly, ensuring dam safety, are critical for economic prosperity and resilience. So we had a very rich presentation. I would just like to highlight 3 important takeaways from our sessions. First is that the experience from the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, especially presented today by various states as part of the Government of India's National Dam Safety Program, offers many lessons for other countries in the world. So these lessons include not only innovations in rehabilitation of the dams, but also in strengthening legislation, like the adoption of the Dam Safety Act in 2021, regulatory oversight, risk-based inspection systems, emergency action planning, and asset management framework. And international collaboration has been very important in this agenda, including engaging with dam experts from China, Canada, and many other countries. Now, the government of India's emphasis particularly on building dam safety expertise, including setting up the centers of excellence in Roorkee and in Bangalore, is now benefiting all of the Indian states, but you may not know it's also benefiting other countries in the world. Dam safety professionals from Africa, Latin America, East Asia are coming to India to be trained in better dam safety. So India's dam safety program and experiences have become a lighthouse not only for different states in India, but also globally. The second takeaway is that increasing climate vulnerability highlights even more the importance of dam safety. So this means that safe and optimized reservoir operations are essential, particularly in river basins with cascading dam systems. It also highlights that coordinated operation of upstream and downstream reservoirs can help attenuate flood peaks, optimize allocation for irrigation and municipal use, and strengthen the drought resilience. Finally, we need to put greater attention to sustainability and operations and maintenance of the dams we have. A dam that is not maintained is a dam at risk of failure. So global experience demonstrates that deferred maintenance increases life cycle cost and safety risk. So what this means is that it's really important to provide adequate budgets for O&M and setting up the systems or mechanisms to make this happen. For example, the adoption of operations and maintenance policies that will be implemented at the national and the state level. It might be useful to think also about other revenue generation activities associated with our dams. This could include floating solar, tourism, and even fisheries. How can we then generate more resources to fund the O&M needs of the many dams that we have? So I wish to thank the government of India and the many states in India whom we have worked with under the DRIP program for the strong partnership we've had with you for many decades. And we stand ready to continue this journey with you to support a safer infrastructure, stronger institutions, and long-term water security through dam safety. So thank you all for all your participation in this session, and I wish you an excellent lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for all our panelists. It was such a wonderful session. Now, I would request Shri Yogesh sir, member of WP&P Central Water Commission, to please join us on stage to give the token of gratitude from our end to all our plenary session speakers, starting with Shri D.K. Sharma sir, who's our chairperson, president of ICOLD. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Next, it's time to honor our co-chair, Dr. Deena Umali, Regional Practice Director, Planet Department, South Asia, World Bank. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to honor all our speakers. On behalf of Mr. Jagger, I request Ms. Payal Kalra to please come and collect the token of gratitude from our end, as Mr. Jagger had to leave for the airport. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Anupam Prasad, Chairman, CWC, to please join us. It's time to honor them. जोरदार तालियां बजनी चाहिए. Next in line, it's time for us to honor Professor Koike, Executive Director, ICH Japan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we honor Ms. Eileen Burke, Global Lead for Water Resources, the World Bank. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Deepak Kapoor, ACS WRD, Maharashtra. It's time to honor, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Next in line, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Dr. P.S. Rao, sir, Director, Technical, ACEIWRM, Bangalore, GOK. It's time to honor Mr. Rao, sir. Please give a big round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, our session in charge, Shri Rakesh Kashyap, sir, Chief Engineer, DSO, CWC, to please join us to accept the token of gratitude from our end. Special thanks to Yogesh, sir, for doing the honor. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of our morning session. I request all of you to please do join us for the networking lunch. And it's a humble request, please do join us back at 3:15. We'll be starting our noon session at 3:15. Thank you.
कर्णबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो वरुणः प्रचोदयात्।
पथिक कोई प्यासा न भटके, जल की एक बूंद को कोई न तरसे। चहुं ओर हो वर्षा जलधारा की, हर कंठ तर जाए, हर मन मुस्काए।
Water, the driving force of all nature, the lifeline of every nation. It is said, if there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water. Flowing over rocks from the basement of time, water is the perfect traveler. When it travels, it becomes the path itself, from small streams into big rivers. India is blessed with several river systems and monsoon type of rainfall. But the country suffers from uneven spatial and temporal distribution of water. With limited water resource development and lack of irrigation, pre-independent India was plagued by frequent and devastating tragedies in the form of floods, drought and famine. The Bengal famine of 1943 left more than 30 lakhs dead due to thirst, hunger and disease. When Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar was member, Labour in Viceroy's Executive Council, the distressful condition of food grain production, miseries caused by floods and drought, he formulated new water and power policies to utilize the water resources of the country through development of multi-purpose water resources projects. And to achieve this, on 5th April 1945, he created Central Waterways, Irrigation and Navigation Commission with Dr. A.N. Khosla as the founder chairman of CWINC. In 1951, CWINC and Central Electricity Commission merged to form Central Water and Power Commission. Finally, in the year 1974, Water and Power Wings got bifurcated with Central Water Commission as Water Wing. Working selflessly along its mission to promote integrated and sustainable development and management of India's water resources by using state-of-the-art technology and competency and by coordinating all stakeholders, the Commission is entrusted with achieving the purpose of drinking water supply, irrigation, flood control, navigation and hydropower development. CWC is headed by a chairman with the status of ex officio secretary to the Government of India. Headquartered at New Delhi, the work of the Commission is divided among 3 wings, namely Design and Research Wing, River Management Wing, Functional Domains and of Central Water Planning Commission and Projects Wing, River Management Wing, Flood Forecasting or Hydrological Observation, River Management, Survey and Investigation of Water Resources Projects, Coastal Management of Rivers, Morphological Studies of Rivers, Water Planning and Projects Wing, Appraisal of Water Resources Projects, Basin Planning and Management, Monitoring of Water Resources Projects, Water Disputes Resolution, Water Management, Design and Research Wing, Civil and Structural Design of Water Resources Projects, Dam Safety, Hydromechanical Design of Water Resources Projects, Hydrology. Immediately after formation, Central Water Commission undertook basin-wise plans for water resource development and work on many multi-purpose projects like Hirakud, Tungabhadra, Bhakra and Damodar Valley projects started to achieve the goal of self-sufficiency in food, water and energy. Construction of world's longest dam, Hirakud, on the river Mahanadi was taken up by CWC in 1946 and the dam was completed in 1957. CWC designed and spearheaded several projects in the post-independence era. Some main projects are Rajghat, Gandhi Sagar, Rana Pratap Sagar, Sri Sailam, Nagarjun Sagar, Sardar Sarovar, Tehri, Mahi Bajaj, Ranganadi, Kadana, Bargi, Anandpur Barrage, Kota Barrage, Koteshwar, Mintu Laksha. The advent of multi-purpose development of water resources led to an increase in storage in the country, which resulted in enhancement of irrigation potential, hydropower development and fulfillment of domestic and industrial water needs. The gross irrigated area in the country could be increased due to commissioning of such projects. The impact of these projects led to a sharp rise in food grain production, starting the Green Revolution that contributed immensely towards achieving food self-sufficiency for the country. Using latest technologies and modern tools, CWC has become a leading organization in the area of planning and design of water projects. Latest computational techniques and softwares are being used for design of dams, powerhouses, barrages and canals, tunnels and underground works, gates and other structures of water resources projects. To cater to the needs of aging dams in the country, in 2012, CWC implemented Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Program (DRIP) in various states of the country. Under DRIP, several dams in the country have been rehabilitated. For finalization of site-specific seismic parameters for design of water resources projects, CWC is heading High-Level Expert Committee, National Committee on Seismic Design Parameters. Probable dam break scenarios are being analyzed for preparation of inundation maps, a main ingredient of Emergency Action Plan. Using Mike 2 and HEC-RAS, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood, GLOF, studies are carried out by simulating dam breach to assess possible flood peaks and flood impacts. Using GIS mapping techniques, hydrological analysis are being carried out to assess water availability and probable flood peaks. For project planning and hydrological analysis, CWC has a vast network of 1,700 hydrological observation stations in the country, including 658 water quality monitoring stations on different rivers of the country. Parameters like river water quality, water level, discharge and sediment are being monitored at these stations. Total 328 flood forecasting stations have been set up in the country for ensuring timely forecast of flood levels at various locations to ensure timely flood relief. The repository of annual flood damage since 1953, which indicates annual average human lives lost, is 1,656. Cattle lost to be 92,554 and economic losses 662 crore rupees. It includes 2 to 3% of total population affected and 2 to 3% of total area affected of the country. Total damage to property turns out to be 18,200 crore rupees after price adjustment. Central Water Commission is the nodal department for flood forecasting, which is the most cost-effective non-structural measure of flood management. It enables the disaster management authorities to shift people to safe shelters much before the flood disaster. Besides morphological studies of major rivers in India, CWC is also responsible for planning and appraisal of coastal erosion schemes, compilation of coastal erosion data of maritime states and development of Coastal Management Information System (CMIS). CWC holds the pride for protecting and restoring world's largest habitat island, Majuli in Assam, against erosive action of mighty Brahmaputra. CWC also undertakes survey and investigation of projects and preparation of DPR of same. Latest state-of-the-art technique using DGPS, total station and GIS are used to conduct investigations of various water resources development projects on pan-India basis. Besides these, CWC also takes up unmanned aerial survey, commonly known as drone survey, for creating digital elevation models (DEM). During the drone survey, the ground is photographed several times from different angles, and each image is tagged with coordinates to generate 2D and 3D contour maps of proposed project site during the planning phase. With an inventory of 2028 glacial lakes and water bodies, CWC is carrying out monthly monitoring of 477 glacial lakes. Modern tools like telemetry system are being used for data collection, analysis and flood forecasting. With the support of NRSC, CWC has developed a web-based water resource information system, India WRIS, to compile and host data for use by various stakeholders. An integrated water resources management approach has been adopted to develop water resources in a sustainable and balanced way, taking account of social, economic and environmental interests. Studies show that the Brahmani-Baitarni basin would become water-stressed by 2050 under future demands. IWRM studies of Mahi, Subarnarekha and other basins are proposed to be undertaken under DWRIS on pilot basis. CWC is entrusted with the task of techno-economic appraisal of irrigation, flood management and multi-purpose projects. CWC is actively involved in planning and development of water resources and hydropower projects in neighboring countries. Important projects include Chukha, Tala, Punath Sangchu, Stage 1 and 2 hydroelectric projects in Bhutan, Pancheshwar and Arun 3 in Nepal and Salma in Afghanistan. To fulfill the need of training and capacity building of water resources professionals, CWC has established National Water Academy in Pune. The academy caters to the training needs of central and state engineers and other stakeholders, including acquainting school teachers with water resources information. With determination as expansive as the Indian Ocean and perseverance as unwavering as the Ganga, CWC has been navigating the waterways for 75 years. Its masts raised high, sailing with the nation's progress, ever willing to explore the sea of challenges, fulfilling new responsibilities and building a better India.
परियोजना स्थल के 2D और 3D समोच्च नक्शे बनाने के लिए हर फोटोग्राफ को निर्देशांक के साथ टैग किया जाता है। 2028 हिम नदीय झीलों और जल निकायों की एक सूची के साथ CWC हर माह 477 हिम नदीय झीलों की निगरानी कर रहा है। टेलीमेट्रिक प्रणाली जैसे आधुनिक उपकरणों का प्रयोग डेटा संग्रह, विश्लेषण और बाढ़ पूर्वानुमान के लिए किया जा रहा है। CWC ने NRSC के सहयोग से एक वेब आधारित जल संसाधन सूचना प्रणाली विकसित की है, जिसे विभिन्न साझीदार डाटा संकलित करने के लिए इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। सामाजिक, आर्थिक और पर्यावरणीय हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए स्थायी और संतुलित तरीके से जल संसाधनों को विकसित करने के लिए एक एकीकृत जल संसाधन प्रबंधन दृष्टिकोण अपनाया गया है। अध्ययन से पता चलता है कि ब्रह्माणी बैतरनी बेसिन भविष्य की मांगों के तहत 2050 तक पानी तनावग्रस्त हो जाएगा। DWRIS के तहत माही, सब रन रेकांड तथा अन्य बेसिन के IWRM अध्ययन पायलट आधार पर किए जाने का प्रस्ताव है। CWC को सिंचाई, बाढ़ प्रबंधन और बहुउद्देश्य परियोजनाओं के तकनीकी आर्थिक मूल्यांकन का काम सौंपा गया है। CWC पड़ोसी देशों में जल संसाधनों और जल विद्युत परियोजनाओं के नियोजन और विकास में सक्रिय रूप से शामिल है। महत्वपूर्ण परियोजनाओं में छुक, ताला, पुनात संगछू चरण 1 और 2, जल विद्युत परियोजनाएं भूटान, पंचेश्वर और नेपाल में अरुण 3 और अफगानिस्तान में सलमा शामिल हैं। CWC पाकिस्तान के साथ सिंधु जल संधि से संबंधित तकनीकी मुद्दों को सुलझाने में भी सक्रिय रूप से शामिल है। जल संसाधन के क्षेत्र में कार्यरत कर्मचारियों के प्रशिक्षण और क्षमता निर्माण की आवश्यकता को पूरा करने के लिए CWC ने पुणे में राष्ट्रीय जल अकादमी की स्थापना की है। अकादमी केंद्रीय और राज्य इंजीनियरों और अन्य हितधारकों की प्रशिक्षण आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करती है, जिसमें स्कूल के शिक्षकों को जल संसाधनों की जानकारी से परिचित करना शामिल है। जल क्षेत्र द्वारा सामना की जा रही विभिन्न चुनौतियों के बावजूद CWC अपने मिशन और उद्देश्य को पूरा करने और समाधान सुझाने के लिए पूरी तरह समर्पित है। देश की प्रगति के साथ इसका सर ऊंचा है और ये सफलता के समुद्र में गोते लगाने के लिए, नई जिम्मेदारियां निभाने के लिए और भारत को और बेहतर बनाने के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार है।
India is a country rich in water resources.
but its rivers and groundwater resources are under great threat. Rapid economic development, intensive water use in agriculture, continuous growing population, and increasing urbanization are pushing the water demand, which is creating a problem of scarcity. Compounding this, the discharge of untreated wastewater is deteriorating the quality of our river water. Our life and our economy are totally dependent on water. If no steps are taken, demand for potable water will soon outstrip supply. In India, many states are facing drought, and 12% of the country is affected by floods. Nearly 600 million Indians face high to extreme water stress, and about 2 lakh people die every year due to inadequate access to safe water. Based on the National Commission on Integrated Water Resources Development report, per capita water availability in India is reducing continuously. Between 2001 and 2011, the average volume of water available to a person per year has decreased from...
For the technical session, Shri Anupam Prasad. Shri Anupam Prasad, sir, is a senior water resource professional with over 34 years of experience in river management, reservoir operations, flood forecasting, and hydrological planning. So he has previously served as a chief engineer at CWC and in the Upper Ganga Basin Organization, leading flood forecasting, hydrological networks, and appraisal of major projects. He has also contributed to national initiatives such as Hydrology Project and National Hydrology Project, and has received advanced training in flood modeling and reservoir management in India and abroad. Welcome, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Anupam Prasad, sir? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce our co-chair, Dr. Sumila, who's our senior leader at the World Bank. Currently, she's leading the World Bank's water practice in South Asia, overseeing a portfolio of US $4 billion in projects focusing on water, resources management, irrigation and water supply, sanitation. Ma'am's expertise is in the area of sustainable economic development and infrastructure. And ma'am has also overseen programs in a range of sectors such as energy, transport, water, urban environment, agriculture, and has worked in many regions of the world, including East Asia, Africa, Europe, Central Asia, South Asia, and United States. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce our speakers. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Anil Jain, sir, who is the first regular chairman of National Dam Safety Authority, NDSA, with over 32 years of distinguished experience in water resources engineering. Sir's career spans dam design, construction supervision, flood management in the Ganga Basin, and nationwide dam safety management. Under his able leadership, India has adopted uniform dam inspection procedures, improved population at-risk mapping, and initiated qualitative risk analysis for specified dams. Welcome, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce Mr. Michio, sir, who comes with 40 years of experience in water resource development and management. Sir holds a master's degree in river engineering, and he currently serves as a senior specialist for water resources engineering and advisor for international affairs at JWA, and is a secretary at NIRBO Secretariat. Sir has worked on major Japanese water infrastructure projects including Lake Biwa development, Nagara River Estuary Barrage, and many more. Sir has also served in national agencies working on water demand planning and dam restructure research. So next, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Paul, who will be joining us on stage. Paul, sir, is a non-executive chairperson of Dam Safety, NSW, an independent regulator under the NSW government, and is serving his second term. He has extensive governance expertise across public safety, insurance, medicine, education, government, and philanthropy. Sir is a research fellow at Swinburne University and formerly a visiting fellow at the Australian National University, where he continues to teach in regulatory governance. His career focused on funds management, risk, insurance, and reinsurance, working internationally across Sydney, Washington, DC, London, and Singapore. So please welcome Mr. Paul with a huge round of applause. And also, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome our Professor B.R.K. Pillai, who's a water resource engineering and management professional with over 39 years of experience in dam planning, design, construction and operation maintenance, dam safety, project financing canals and command area development and integrated water resource management. Sir has held the senior leadership roles in 7 organizations and led key reforms in the sector. He has formulated the Central Dam Safety Bill, which became the Dam Safety Act 2021, as project director of the World Bank-funded Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. B.R.K. Pillai with a huge round of applause. We also have Dr. Morimsa, who will be joining us. So, please welcome her also with a huge round of applause. Can we have a round of applause? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I know you guys have enjoyed the lunch. It's time for us to enjoy our technical session in the noon. Thank you. Over to our speaker.
So good afternoon to all of you after having sumptuous lunch. And I know that it's very hard to keep open your eyes and even your mind post-lunch session. But I hope that speakers' profile is such that they won't let you doze or sleep off. So without going further, that it is my privilege to chair this technical session on international and national regulatory framework for dam safety. And dam safety today is not merely a technical engineering concern, but it also a critical public safety concern, an issue of governance, environment, and socio-economic issues also. And with thousands of dams, not in the world, but in our own country, and many of them are aging and many located in very densely populated regions of our country, the importance of robust regulatory system has never been greater. In India, the enactment of the Dam Safety Act marks a significant milestone in formalizing dam safety oversight across the states. The Act establishes structured surveillance mechanism, mandates the constitution of state dam safety organizations, and provide a central oversight body in the form of NDSA. In this context, comparative learning becomes invaluable. There is nothing perfect in the world, so is the regulatory framework of our own nation or of international bodies. So there is always scope of exchange of information, learning from other resources, other countries, other experts. And understanding these models allows us to evaluate strength, identify gaps, and adapt best practices with an own regulatory system. And I look forward to insightful deliberations from our esteemed speakers and hope the exchange of ideas with the audience and between the speakers also would strengthen the dam safety governance both at national and international level. I have just one request to the speakers is that before they start their session, Ms. Sunila, if I am not very good, she has to rush to some meetings. So she had requested that she would like to address the gathering before the speaker starts speaking. So I invite Dr. Sunila to come and, as a co-chair to give her views. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. It is a real pleasure and a privilege to be here with you this afternoon. That was a very interesting introduction. We are an hour and a quarter behind schedule, and unfortunately I did have a conflict. But it allows a different vantage point. Maybe what I can request you to do is to step back from the many excellent presentations we've been hearing and think a little bit about this goal of dam safety and dams that are providing vital services, irrigation, drinking water, and also resilience to floods and droughts. How do we get dams that are safe and productive? I'd like to argue that there are 4 key aspects that are required for safe and productive dams. The first is the infrastructure, of which we saw many photographs, and they're right there. This is iconic infrastructure, and when you walk on some of these dams, you feel incredibly proud and overwhelmed by the enormity of the engineering that sits behind this engineering asset. But the less spoken about piece of this is how this infrastructure asset is operated and maintained. The people that quietly work this system and keep it working and safe. And the third piece that we talk much less about in engineering, rather than as a complaint, is the financing. Is there enough money to operate and maintain these dams to standards so that they are safe and doing well? So those are 3 key pieces: the assets, operations and maintenance, and finance. And underlying those 3 is the most important piece, which is the conversation of this panel. That is the institutions that own, operate, and regulate these dams so that they are safe and productive. So it's a real pleasure, for example, to have 2 independent regulators on this panel. And the independent regulator in India is a new one. The National Dam Safety Authority was created under the new act that the chair just mentioned in 2021. So it's still a new act, and we are working as a country to implement it, and how well we implement it is critical for the safety, productivity, and longevity of these dams. So in this NDSA Act, there are, not just in this act, in addition to this act, there are 2-3 pieces that we as a country need to figure out. One is this separation between the asset owner, operator, and the regulator. So in India, we tend not to worry about the difference between these 3, but now with the creation of the NDSA, at least the regulator is now a separate entity, and we have to figure out what is the relationship between the regulator and the dam operator. The other piece in this is the dam owner. So in our lives, most of the dams are owned by state governments. But some of them are owned by the State Electricity Board or managed by the State Electricity Board, some by the irrigation departments, and they are not necessarily always coordinated. So how is it that we connect the different operators to each other to create a larger and safer mechanism? So to step back, the first piece that this panel will be talking about, and there will be case studies on, is how to separate regulation and dam operations, and our panelists will shed light on it, and we have international and Indian examples, and on the international examples we have Japan and we have Australia. So we will be hearing about that. The second point I want to make here is, apart from the dam operator and the regulator, there's a larger story of coordination among dam operators within a state and in a river basin across states. So how it is that an upstream dam is operated affects a downstream dam, and the risk of flooding or drought depends on how we are operating the reservoir and dam upstream and whether we are coordinating. So the floods in Kerala in 2016, For example, required coordination across dams owned by state electricity boards and by irrigation departments, and they weren't necessarily connected. So as a country, we need to create systems to connect the dam operators and to start working towards a unified system that makes the whole system safe, not just an individual dam safe. And the third and the last point I want to make is that now that we have this new set of institutions, NDSA, operators, managers, all of that, there is the huge need to have a cadre of trained professionals. All of you in this room are those trained professionals, but we need a whole new generation of professionals that understand dam operations, dam safety, dam finance, and dam regulation. And it gives me immense pleasure to see how India's learning architecture is emerging. You have these centers of excellence in dams at IIT Roorkee and here at Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. You have conferences such as this one, the International Conference on Dam Safety. You have practitioners meeting to discuss dam safety issues across states and sharing examples of how they've solved a problem in grouting or replacing of a gate or sediment management for that matter. And finally, as the World Bank, we've had the privilege of working with you to bring some global experts, some of whom are here today, from Japan. For example, Professor Koike was here in the morning, Australia, and many others. And we've also had the privilege of having India share its experience, as my Vice President mentioned earlier, with countries such as from Africa, from East Asia, and other parts of the world. So with that, I will conclude with one last sentence or two. Dam safety is not just about engineering. It is also about how we finance the whole dam operations and the institutions that own, operate, finance, and regulate these institutions. I hope the speakers today will shed light that is useful for all of you, and together we will build dam institutions in this country that will be a lighthouse for the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome our next speaker, Mr. Anil Jain. Please give a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Namaste. Respected my fellow panelists and chair and the delegates from the foreign country and the various dam safety owning agencies, consultants who are working in the dam safety area, agencies who are involved in the construction of the dams. Taking the cognizance of the plenary session, I understand most of us are now well aware about the Dam Safety Act of India. Still, I would like to take up some of the issues. Next. Dam Safety Act of India was enacted on December 2021 It has 11 chapters and 3 schedules. These chapters mostly cover institutional setup, fundamental requirements needed for the dam safety, and some of the schedules which deals with the activity which is to be performed by these institutions, their mandate, their ownership. So Dam Safety Act has created 3 fundamental changes in our system. First thing, that it's categorically defined in unambiguous terms the ownership of the specified dam. And after the enactment of Act, dam safety becomes legal obligation on part of the dam owners. Third important thing happens, that dam safety, which was slogging in obscurity, has suddenly come into forefront. When I'm saying this, I don't mean that states were not taking or doing dam safety earlier. But there was no uniform procedure. There was different method of doing the dam safety activities, and criteria were also different. But after Dam Safety Act, things are becoming in a normal fashion throughout the country. Since Dam Safety Act is applicable to pan-India basis, the many questions which Sumilaji has raised in his talk are addressed by this act. This act is basically applicable to dams which are having height more than 15 meters, but it is also applicable to certain dams which are having height between 10 to 15 meters, having certain caveats, like having the length of the crest more than 500 meter, discharging capacity more than 2000 cumax. So with these conditions, such dams also becomes come under the ambit of Dam Safety Act. There is a echo both hai. Huge echo. So when I was talking about the institutional setup under the Dam Safety Act, so at national level we have 2 institutions. One is the executive body, which is called National Dam Safety Authority, and another is a policy making committee, which is called National Committee on Dam Safety. Similarly, at the state level, we have one state committee as well as the state dam safety organization. Dam safety organization has many legal mandates, which I will explain in subsequent slides. Another important thing is that for each dam, there is a dam safety unit. It is to be created by every dam owner. And the mandate of this dam safety unit is to carry out the inspections as per NDSA's regulations and submit those reports through the owners of the dams to the dam safety organizations. When I was talking about the specified dams, already mentioned these caveats. So in India, we have approximately 3,000 dams which falls between 10 to 15 meter height. So out of 6,600 dams, we have 3,000 dams which are having height between 10 to 15 meter. If we see the distribution of our dams as per their age, we'll see average age of our dams is 42 years. And if you see this slide, about 291 dams are having age more than 100 years. None of dams is on the verge of so they are so age is not something which defines the dam safety. If you maintain dams properly, if upkeep is better, then dam can last for much, much longer period. On right side, we have a figure of a Lower Kalnai Dam, which is about 2,000 years old. So if we see the distribution of dam as per ownership, our states are having dams, more 99% dams are in the hands of the state. Some of the dams are in the hands of central government, some of the dams are in the hands of private bodies. And if we see the location-wise distribution of our dams in India, we'll see that most of our dams are situated on the western part of India. About 70% dams are in western parts of India. So there is a sparse distribution of our specified dams. And if we see this figure on left side, which shows the progress of dam construction activity in India. So you will see there is a very critical dip beyond 2020 in the construction of dam activity. And there are many reasons for that, which we can elaborate in details, but I would not like to share those reasons. But it's a fact, as already many speakers told in the morning also, if you want to develop socio-economically, you need more dams because they provide our critical parameter water, which is needed for all socio-economic development. And the dam safety paradigm, basically it has three components. First thing is to ensure dam safety. And as per our Dam Safety Act, dam safety is ensured through surveillance, inspections of a specified dam, operation and maintenance. Next thing is measurement of the safety. As we all know, safety is a notional figure. We cannot measure it directly. However, we can measure safety through risk measurement. So risk is the inverse of safety. And there is a provision under Act that you have to carry out risk assessment of all the dams, and you have to classify dams as per their hazard as well as vulnerability. Next thing is the monitoring of the performance of the dam to prepare safety of the dams, and it is done through emergency action plans, operation and maintenance manuals. A proper operation and maintenance manuals give sufficient safety to a dam. Instrumentation, which give you a live health status of the dam. Early warning system to protect our population, which are located on the downstream side, as well as early warning system to have the inflow parameter, inflow value, which is coming to the dam, and also to have a watch on the rim of the reservoir. Then there is another thing, that is comprehensive dam safety evaluation. So now NDSA is working on this to achieve these three parameters. We have taken many initiatives. The first most initiative, which is we have created a digital database of all the specified dams in the country, and we all know we have already registered about 6,600 dams, and I congratulate all my states for this activity. They all supported us in this endeavor, and that's why we could register so many dams in a very limited time period. We started this activity in April 24, and by end of December 24 itself, we could register so many dams. Then we have taken another activity which is called rapid risk screening of the specified dams, which is to fulfill the mandate of the Act to have the risk assessment of every specified dams. I will also discuss all these things again in subsequent slides. So on the right side, if you see, we have just a landing page figure on our Dharma portal, which is our digital portal for our specified dams. And it provides, it has many facilities, it provides you all the engineering data of specified dams, and all dam owners, specified dam owners are submitting their inspection reports in this Therma portal. As per our regulations, each dam is to be inspected twice in a year, one before monsoon and one after post-monsoon. And we have created a uniform procedure of inspections through a structured, well-structured questionnaire, which is about 300 questions. But if you have some less components, the question amount is also very less, and their answer is also well specified. After this, now almost all specified dams, they are submitting their inspection reports in Dharma portal. Then after each inspection, each dam is categorized or classified by SDSO, that is Dam Safety Organization, in 3 categories: Category 1, Category 2, and Category 3, which is based on their health status. Category 3, we can understand that the category which requires minor rectifications. Category 2 is those categories which require some major rehabilitation work, and Category 1 are those categories which require our immediate attentions. So after this classification, now we can easily flag out the dams which require our attention. You see, before the Dam Safety Act, before we took this action, only about 1,200, as per our knowledge, inspections were being carried out throughout the India. But now, for more than 6,600 dams, we have 13,000 inspections every year in our Dharma portal. And this activity we are doing for last 2-3 years. So we have a huge number of inspection data available with us. And I have been asked to conclude, so I will go fast. Then if this is just our report card of inspection, you can see every year, every time, from pre-monsoon to post-monsoon, number of inspections being reported in Dharma portal is increasing. Then next thing is for risk assessment, we took an initiative with the consultation of our ministry and help of World Bank also, that we will do it in 3 exercises, 3 levels. First is the qualitative assessment, then we'll go to semi-quantity assessment, and finally is the quantity assessment. Reason is that we cannot handle all 6,600 dams in a go for a quantitative assessment. For taking out the qualitative assessment, we have developed a web-based tool which we call rapid risk screening of specified dam tools. And through these tools, we are doing rapid risk of all the dams. Out of 6,600 dams, we have almost covered 3,700 dams for qualitative risk assessment, and we are expecting by end of May, we will be able to complete all 6,600 dams for qualitative risk assessment. And these results, then after doing this qualitative risk assessment score, we can arrange all the dams in either increasing risk order or reducing risk order. So it gives us an idea how many dams which require our immediate attention. So this exercise helps in prioritization. Subsequently, we can go for the semi-quantitative and the quantitative risk assessment exercise also. Then even for the qualitative risk assessment exercise, we required a population at risk data, which was not available with most of our dam owners. So we took the help of, we transferred technology to CDEC Pune to use their supercomputers, and with help of them, for last 1 year, we have almost covered more than 4,000 dams, for which we have concluded dam break exercise, and now we have the population at risk data. This exercise can further be utilized for creating a emergency action plan for at least sunny day failure conditions. And through this rapid risk exercise tool, we are able to have, based on the information available, potential failure modes which are associated with our dams, as well as we are knowing now for hydromechanical works, what is the status of our hydromechanical components in the dams. So we know that only 184 dams are having a good condition of hydromechanical. So with this exercise, now we can focus on areas which require our immediate attention. So this exercise is also going to help our dam owners in a big way. Then we have issued many templates and many guidelines to help the dam owners. We have, for pre-filling also, we have issued one template, one SOP. Now climate change is, as already discussed, is posing a great threat to our dams, especially those dams which have been designed for 1 in 100-year flood. Because as in the morning somebody told us that there is no more a stationary hydrological cycle. It has become unstationary, which is going to challenge the events which were considered extreme, now is becoming more normal. So dams which were designed for 1 in 100-year flood or smaller floods, now they are going to have those floods more frequently. So this is going to pose a challenge to such dams. Then we conducted many capacity building exercises throughout the country. We trained people for many areas, rapid risk exercise, Dharma portal, FEM analysis, and there are challenges. Now, after enactment of Dam Safety Act, our paradigm is shifting from deterministic approach to probabilistic approach, which requires huge number of data for the design parameters. Like for the flood, earlier we used to have a design flood single value. But if you want to do some probabilistic analysis, you need this flood data for different return period floods. And similarly, you need consequences data for different floods also. And this information is not available. So if we really want to go for the detailed risk analysis, quantitative risk analysis, this exercise, this missing of all these data for different return periods, for earthquake also we have to have fragility in curves for different values of PGA. So we can do this by using technology, by developing tools. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next we have Mr. Hisashi, who will be joining us for the speech. So please welcome him with a huge round of applause. It should be louder. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. Okay. This one. We will discuss Japan frameworks and regulation for dam safety today, especially taking integrated dam control and pre-flood reservoir drawdown operation as example. Let me first start by showing this slide. This is the global water storage gap between storage needs and operational storage as of now. On the right side, it is a future, and the storage gap will be expected to be wider. And to fill the gap, we are working every day, and Japan is not an exception. This is the integrated dam control in Japan. As you see, some large basins in Japan has mega cities in the downstream in coastal area. And in the upstream, the basin has many dams for water supply and flood risk reduction. And to make the best uses of the reservoir volume in upstream, the central government had established an integrated dam and reservoir group management office to control all dams. For the future, Japan has quantified the storage gap in flood risk reduction. For example, under the scenario with 2 degrees increase, precipitation for design flood will be increased by 10% and discharge increased by 20%. And that means to keep same safety level of flood control in the future, we need to change the river development plans by 20%. And to meet the current development goals, before, the central government are mainly focused on fundamental flood control measures, like developing levees, dams, and dredging channels. But to meet the revised development goals, it is very high hurdle for river administrators. So the central government totally changed their mind to ask all stakeholders in the basin to collaborate to flood risk management. And one of them is pre-flood reservoir drawdown operation based on flood control agreements. And this change of policy is river basin disaster resilience and sustainability by all. And I think this is named by Professor Koike, sitting here. And this operation not includes a multi-purpose dam, but also water use dam, which originally doesn't have flood control capacity. And as you see in the left bottom table, many dams are participated. It's now above 1,400 dams are implementing this operation. And created storage volume for floods is above 700 million cubic meters in 2023. And we found that essential items for implementation of these measures: quantify storage gap, building consensus, including politicians, and developing institutional capacity, legislative framework, and technical standards in parallel. And for legislative framework, the traditional River Act in Japan has played an important role. River Act has a basin management approach, and all rivers in Japan are classified into 3 categories. Class A is managed by central government, Class B is managed by prefectural government, and others. And each river system, river administrators prepare the master plan for river development. And the River Act also defines roles and responsibilities of river administrators and dam owners. River administrators shall oversee dam safety compliance from design to construction and operation. And dam owners has many tasks, as you see, and the 4th one is establish dam operation rules. And these rules should be agreed by river administrators before operation. And based on this, integrated dam operation is achieved in Japan. And 5 years ago, this River Act was revised to implement pre-flood reservoir drawdown operation. And after that, river administrators shall organize a dam flood control function council. The members are river administrators, dam owners, and prefectural governors. And dam owners shall participate in the council and respect its outcomes. And if necessary, they need to revise dam operation rules. Okay, from here, Japan Water Agency, Mr. Ota and Mr. Tsuda will introduce case studies.
My name is Michio Ota, Japan Water Agency. Let me talk a little about Japan Water Agency. Japan Water Agency is a public corporation enterprise, and which was established in 1961 and 62, and so our jurisdiction area is the orange circle. Here, Toneara, Tokyo is located in here, and the big cities are located in these circles. Many people and industries get together. Urbanization and water resources, water demand increase directly due to urbanization and industrialization. And so, the JWA has 3 ministries, and which are supervised at Japan Water Agency. I would like to talk about specific story, integrated dam control in Japan, as an example of the upper and the middle reaches of the Tone River system. Location of the Tone River is here, and near Tokyo. And I'd like to talk a little about dam control, integrated dam control, concerning these dams. Sorry. Blue colored portion is blue colored dam is ministries. Emirate the dam, and red ones are Japan Water Agency's dams. I'd like to talk about integrated control of dams regarding these dams. Of course, other than these dams, there are dams operated by electric power company and the local government. Okay, these the emirate dams. These are the JWA's dams. This slide shows integrated dam control. Which means implementing effectively dam operations while repeatedly by performing 4 daily tasks. One is information collection, and second, prediction, prediction of river flow, etc. And next, operation planning and instruction, and every dam operation, emirate order that every dam operation to operate dams efficiently. This is explain flood control. This is the flood control for the individual dams. First, information collection and monitoring, and so next, analysis, prediction, planning, prepare, instruction, and dam operations. Dam operator, dam owners conduct the operations. But however, when in the case of in the case that drought or flood is very severe, dam control dam integrated flood control should be put into practice when there is a high possibility of flooding in the downstream area. It may be necessary to perform flood control over wide area as a unit of dams. This is also in the case of during drought period, but this is also normal or ordinary dam operation during the flood drought period. First, from up to down, first collection and monitoring of hydrometeorological information, graphs, the past record of water intake, confirmation of the required flow rate in each reference, the judgment on the volume of replenishment from dams, and operation, the facilities as a guideline, as an instruction. This is a case of integrated dam operation, integrated dam operation during period of time. Could you, okay. Could you focus on, pay attention to the Kurihashi water utilization reference point? And so, every dam has a different distance from Kurihashi water utilization reference point. And so upstream dams, Yangisawa Dam, Narama Dam, etc., water from these dams takes 30 hours to reach to the Kurihashi point. And another is, for example, Shimokubo Dam is 22 hours, Kusaki Dam is 18 hours. And so, and this is a very big, important point for the integrated control of dams. And this explains the future flow rate in major points between the dams and Kurihashi. And so, yellow-colored area is now actual situation. Vertical axis is a flow rate at the Kurihashi water utilization difference point. And so, this upper actual river flow rate, you can see the line decrease gradually. And so, after we have to predict the flow rate, near future flow rate, and current, if 30 hours later, required river flow rate, the flow rate before, below the required river flow rate is expected, the current dam discharge volume should be increased. And this is a discharge from dams is determined from the dam characteristics.
I request you to kindly conclude.
Characteristics means easy or different to store the reservoir. And the green one is, a blue one is a total amount of inflow to the annual inflow for the dam, for the every dam. And so pink colored portion is a capacity for the water use, water supply. And so it is, you can see which dam is easy to store the, and or difficult to store after the water is used.
So my request will be to kindly finish within 2 to 3 minutes. Okay?
Okay. This is example of pre-flood drawdown. 3 days before the flood, we expected heavy flood come, and we conducted pre-flood drawdown, and downstream flooding was avoided. And this operation was awarded by Japanese Society of Civil Engineering. And for the, to conduct flexible reservoir operation, we are implementing structural measure like this. Originally, this dam has spillways at higher elevation, and now we are installing new spillways at lower elevation. And after this construction work, we would conduct more flexible operation. And last November, Indian government delegate visited this site, and we discussed about this. And this is the conclusion. First is comprehensive dam safety management system is important. And next is integrated approach on a basin scale. And third one, risk management and climate adaptation approach is very important. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Paul on stage, please.
Thank you, Chairman Prasad, Chairman Jain, Professor Pillay, Ota-san, Mitsuhashi-san, Morimasa-san. Namaskara. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here with you all in Karnataka and in Bengaluru. Being Australian and proud of cricket and very happy with being the current ICC World Champions, it's a particular delight to be here in the home of Royal Challengers Bengaluru. So we're here at the Indian Institute of Science. Sadly, we're not at Chinnaswamy Stadium, but I ask you to take up the dedication to success of the RCB women's and men's teams as IPL champions. And I certainly hope you are as passionate about dam safety as are the RCB fans. In New South Wales, Australia, we are the only state or territory to have an independent dam safety regulator. Our model is a relatively new one, and we would love to be following India's lead to have a national integrated system. Our aim would be, over time, to be able to align all of the dam safety oversight in the country to the model that we believe and are experiencing is serving us well in New South Wales. So the regulatory model that we have is designed to solve for some very specific problems. There was a commission of audit followed up by an extensive review by the government practice of KPMG, and that identified a number of concerns, and you can read there the problems that were turning up. Pure engineering solutions were the primary focus. It was very hard to determine how to reduce risk and to where because of the old notion of the limit of tolerability. And it was very difficult to rationalize cost-effective solutions, and it was a captured, outdated regulatory model. So the new legislation that has been in since 2019, we've had the first 5 years of its operation, sets a new paradigm in terms of our regulatory goals. And I'll explain briefly in the interests of time, and you can catch the details here and read the slides later. The first of them was to make sure that we ensure community acceptance of risk. That is the cornerstone of the legislative framework. And that is an obligation on dam owners to make sure that the people who are going to be affected by the potential failure of the dam, those community members not just understand the risk, but this new paradigm of acceptance of the risk and what is it that dam owners would need to demonstrate to us as the regulator that that has been achieved. And also the difficulty of how you measure that. The second regulatory principle is that we were required to be transparent as a regulator and to make sure that people had their voice, that we weren't captured by either politicians or by dam owners. In our previous model, the dam owners were on the oversight board. And we know from the research that engaging the community in regulation, and when they help design the rules that govern the society, regulations in the empirical research demonstrate that regulations are more effective, business environments are stronger, and levels of sharp practice are reduced. The third requirement that our Parliament gave us was that we needed to be efficient and effective. And just last year, our independent economic umpire, the Independent Pricing and Review Tribunal, known as IPART, did an arm's length, comprehensive and rigorous assessment of our efficacy, of our efficiency, and of our economy. And you can see that it recommended to our government, which our government accepted, the Minister for Water, that the funding of our dam regulatory system shift from government funded into 95% industry funded. And that kicked in from the 1st of July last year. So we're in the first year of this new model of being even more accountable to the industry who we regulate for efficiency and effectiveness. Core to the shift and the change was to embrace risk management principles and especially reflect the architecture of ISO 31000. That's hardwired into the requirements in the legislation. And it also requires that the risk reduction process be taken to so far as is reasonably practicable, not as low as reasonably practicable. And so the advantage, we believe, of embracing the principles of ISO 31000 for risk management is that that demands stakeholder engagement to make sure that there is trust and confidence in the owner. The final cornerstone regulatory principle was to ensure risk decisions are cost-benefit informed, and our State Treasury has provided working tools, analysis tools about how that's done. And our largest dam owner, a state-owned corporation, has applied this methodology just recently in its bid to the government to be able to access a capital raising to fund dam safety infrastructure. We're confident that the model that we're implementing works well as the World Bank speakers before highlighted, there is global guidance. We have benchmarked explicitly against that guidance, both the regulation and the legal framework that we have meets all of those guidances, and that model and framework was adopted by IPART to underpin its assessment of our effectiveness and our efficiency. We deliberately choose to be a problem-centered regulator. So how do you organize and manage your thinking and activity around picking important problems and resolving them? So this adopts the thinking of Professor Malcolm Sparrow from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. And it requires you to think differently as a regulator. So just because it's Fridays, we don't do mining tails dams. On Fridays, we'll be working on the most important problem. And it might be an agricultural dam, it might be the adoption of the risk standards, whatever that problem is. So being problem-centered is important. So as a result of that, we stepped back as a board and implemented and defined and are now implementing a new strategy. And that strategy is very clear in terms of our purpose. It's very clear in terms of our vision and explicit about the public value that we want to have the people of New South Wales experience. And we adopt that model of delivering public value from my good friend Mark Moore at the Kennedy School of Government as well, in his two-part academic work on both recognizing public value, but also how do you measure it. And we are adopting that public value scorecard that is depicted here. Do you have the operational capacity? Are you very clear in delivering on your mission and satisfaction? And do you have the legitimacy and support? So as a result, I'll just quickly cap on the 4 elements of that strategy. And the first is about being champions of risk management. We don't see ourselves as a technical regulator, we're a conduct regulator, holding dam owners to account to get up to speed with their obligations and do the work necessary to meet those regulatory principles. We have a focus on integrity, upholding the public value and the public policy principles, and making sure that it's a transparent system. We will know that we're successful when we are improving our regulatory maturity. We're about to have the 3rd independent assessment of that using a particular independent arm's length model. We are very focused on vigilance, making sure that dam owners do the right things and they do them well. And we'll know what success looks like when there are measurable safety outcomes. And we're doing that at an aggregate portfolio level to see a reduction in the FN curve, the societal risk, as a portfolio of dams. And the final part of our focus as a regulator is to be a good steward, to stay true to our purpose, because we know that organizational health is critical for the continued long-term performance and sustainability of an organization and building its public trust and confidence. And we'll know that we've got that right when we've got very high engagement scores from our people. So I'm going to leave you with the 6 insights about the regulatory practice that we believe is important. And it's been spoken about by both the World Bank, by the state, and also by the national regulator. It's about getting the culture and the conduct right, and that's non-negotiable. And you can see the principles here managing culture is not a one-off event, that leadership always matters, that responsible conduct is not an accident, that no matter how good you are as a regulator, regulation has a limited role to play, and at best we can flag the concerns with those who are accountable. We also see that professional generosity is second to none, and that if there's poor governance, poor conduct, poor mindset and a bad behaviour, governments and regulators will intervene. Thank you for the time to share with you our model. Nimaje Tumba Dhanyavada.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Dr. B. Ravikumar Pillai, sir. It should be a little louder. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Respected Chair, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, esteemed participants, very good afternoon. There is actually a lot of echo here as well as a lot of glare also. None of the speakers have complained, but I just thought I'll mention that. Okay, so I think we will quickly go through these slides. My topic is essentially talking about both international and national perspective. I have only one conclusive kind of a slide which makes a comparative, analysis of the, many regulations which are there, and the outcomes of those regulations also highlight certain things. So basically, one of the key aspects is that no single regulatory model is applicable, universally. In fact, I remember way back in 2007, when we went with the first draft of the Dam Safety Bill, which finally has translated into an act. We went to the Law Ministry, and in the first meeting with the Additional Secretary who was to help us with the framing of the law, his question was, from where exactly have you copied this? And let me tell you, it took me almost 3 sittings with gentlemen to convince him that nothing has been copied, because we already had a lot of our own learning. It's not that we are inventing something. It was more like we were trying to strengthen something which is already there. So and probably same is the case with most of the other nations and other states where this law has been coming up. So the context and the conditions are very specific in all these places. And there is different need of balancing which has to be brought between the prescriptive, which is like hard-coded, and the flexibility, which in basically, like in our act, we say it comes by way of regulation. So there is a lot of, combination has to be brought in. And of course, conditions are different in different places, which, demand what kind of legal foundation are involved, what is the institutional capacity, and mainly the stakeholder engagement. That's also varies from place to place. So a good law basically needs an integration of what we call as risk-informed approach, emergency preparedness, and also the financial sustainability in the whole objective which we intend to meet with these regulations. Now, one thing also which we have learned while we have been trying to take up our own bill was that it's not sufficient to simply seek a regulatory compliance. In fact, let me tell you that our act has come, the Central Act came in 2021, but we had a State Dam Safety Act enacted by Bihar in 2006 itself. And that act has made no difference, practically nothing, neither to the organizations or any specific dam, absolutely no change, though the regulation was there. So simply having a regulation in itself is not sufficient. What you need is a whole set of governance model which can be in the learning mode, which can adapt to the conditions, and which can seek prioritization. And also it needs some kind of, effective enforcement of responsibilities, not the duties I am saying, the responsibilities. And then we also need to have some kind of a systematic review process for the risk and the corrective actions. Now, all these things were available to us when we ventured into framing of our dam safety, bill. And practically, I will say these were the guiding, posts for us to take certain directions. It's, we already have heard a lot in the earlier session also and this session also as far as India's Dam Safety Act is concerned, but I'm also going to talk about the same thing, but in a different, approach. My focus is more towards the historical and the reasons and the intricacies and the intent behind those, provisions rather than talking about what it is. Because studying the past basically defines the future. And somewhere I feel that this is something which is probably needed to be talked about at this juncture. Our journey started with the Machu Dam failure, where the estimate of, loss of life range somewhere between 2,000 to 25,000 also, because these are the figures which are, mentioned in different sources. Now that was a big tragedy, big, shaking of the whole institutional mechanism in India, and which led to constitution of what we call as a standing committee, National Standing Committee on Dam Safety way back in 1982, which later on became the National Committee on Dam Safety also. And subsequently, as part of the proceedings in that committee, a model dam safety bill was introduced way back in 2002, which in fact was taken up by Bihar and enacted as a state act. And the first time tabling of the bill happened in August 2010. Subsequently, in 2011, the Parliament Standing Committee came out with its whole recommendations. But later on, what had happened was the very foundation on which this bill was standing, that is, two states have approached the Parliament, that became no more tenable because the erstwhile state of AP got split into two states. So when we went back to the Parliament second time, we needed to do something else. And that's where the current format of having a unified central act came into picture. And third time again, we needed to go in 2019, which was passed by Lok Sabha earlier, and then there was a gap of 2 years before Rajya Sabha passed it and it became an act. Now, what is important is that the whole act had certain bases, and one of the bases was to have unified policies and procedure, which was the actually name of the standing committee also. So it was not like we were aiming for some kind of a centralization of the whole thing, but having a central, format for having a unified policy and procedures. But again, when I say unified policies and procedures, we needed to bring a lot of flexibility so that it's not hard-coded and the whole sphere of innovation is lost. Now, there was, as I had shown in the chronology of the events, almost 4 decades have spent, of which 3 decades were essentially focused on having state-level dam safety legislation. And this thread had continued, and I will say it's applicable even today. Certain conditions have moved us to go for a central legislation, but the very basis was that it is meant to be basically a state-oriented regulation rather than a central regulation where more of centralization of power is involved. That never was the objective. So basically, as has been mentioned, the aim and objective, one of the primary objective has been to strengthen the whole institutional mechanism. And these were already existing before also. It's not that we are creating a new system, but we wanted to strengthen what was already existing. So the Dam Safety Act, which India has gone for, it's not very prescriptive. It has a lot of flexibility. There are no list of do's and don'ts in it. It aims for a robust dam safety institutional framework, stakeholder engagement, and also something new which probably no other country has attempted, that is a risk-based orientation in its practical intent. And the whole act has been divided into 3 tiers in terms of, the arrangement, but this tier, which is at the union level, state level, and the dam owner level, looks like giving some kind of a hierarchy also. But this hierarchy has got only one aim, to bring the unified policy and procedure. This hierarchy is not in terms of enforcement of responsibility, because the responsibility is basically already distributed. It's not that one person is guiding another person to do something. And another aspect is, as far as the unified union level is concerned, whatever union level is going to come out with, it will be generic. It will apply to all the dams in India. It will never apply to only one dam. Now, the chief responsibility is essentially with the dam owner, and the methodologies, what they have to do is listed there. But another important role is coming to the state dam safety organization, which I call as a watchdog. Whatever the owner is doing, it will be under the watchful eye of the state dam safety organization. And not only that, the SDSO is also required to ensure that implementations of all the actions needed are taken care by the dam owner. There is another state committee on dam safety. It has been given an important role of prioritizing the activity, which also means prioritizing the fund allocation. And also it has to work as a platform for coordination, especially coordination with the upstream and downstream states. Then we have at the union level the National Committee on Dam Safety, which I call as think tank, because it is NCDS which has to decide what exactly will become the uniform policy and procedures. And in that respect, I want to underline that the National Committee also has representations from state. There are 7 states which by rotation will keep on coming every 3 years. So what it means is that if a certain policy has been brought into picture, it has partnership with state also. And today, like many a time I come across situation where states say it's not doable, somehow these guidelines and procedures which the NDSA is coming out are not possible. Then the question is, what were you doing when these policies were being made? I mean, this is something which they have to understand. And secondly, even if something wrong has happened, there is no harm in correcting it. So let's aim for something which is simpler, doable, and take those baby steps and move forward rather than showing helplessness. As far as the functions are concerned, already stated they are there in the schedule, but the function of SDSO is not in the schedule because it is combined with the activities of the owner. So they work together. They have to work with hand in hand. I think the time is already up. I'll just come to the last 2 slides. Penal provisions are there, but they have been carefully drafted into the bill. And I request everybody to understand that they have to be implemented also very carefully. The idea is not to, blame and try to punish people who are actually trying to do hard work. There is something very important in the Act which is not very visible. It is embedded in the schedule, so not many people read it. That is talking about a comprehensive dam safety management approach, which is to be evolved. It is not to be simply taken as given world over. Now that's where we have to be careful. We have the mandate to take baby step, go one by one step and try to evolve our whole dam safety procedures and practices. It's a combination of dam safety evaluation, risk assessment, and risk mitigation. And in fact, you know that we have been given a 5-year timeline for 3 activities, which is comprehensive dam safety evaluation, risk assessment, and emergency action plan. That is basically the 3 pillars of the same comprehensive dam safety management approach. So it's very clearly mentioned that you evolve it. And that's not exactly we are trying to do it. Instead of making it simple, somewhere we are trying to make it more complex and we are missing the timeline. Another advantage in these 3 processes is that there is an overlap between these 3 things. It's not that they have to be seen in in isolation. For example, risk assessment, we consider a 5-step process, but out of that 2 steps are already part of the comprehensive dam safety evaluation. Another 2 steps are part of the emergency action plan. So there is so much of overlap that you can actually do all these 3 things very easily within the 5-year timeline which was given. I think this is all I will say. I thank the chair for showing the patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for completing it in time. I would like to thank all the speakers for the beautiful and informative presentations they made. Just to sum up, I would say very briefly within 1 or 2 minutes. Mr. Jain, who is heading this NDSA, and basically explained about the implementable part of this act. And one of the good points, he told that it does not necessarily mean that the old dams are really going to fail. They may be more robust than the newly built, some of the newly built dams. And he explained about this Dharma portal, that the progress of the Dharma portal, the data which is being fed by the state governments is very remarkable, and lot of development has taken place through availability of this data. And definitely this semi-quantitative analysis and quantitative analysis, they are lacking into it. But I hope that after this conference and further interaction, we will be able to further enhance this space. Regarding the second presentation made by our friends from Japan, what I could understand is that they talked about the disaster, river basin disaster resilience and sustainability, which basically means to have resilience from floods as well as drought. So they explained about this integrated river basin approach, and which is basically a type of DSS, and they are doing very well in their country. And although the same approach we also in India also do it, but the problem is that in that the central and state roles are not clearly defined, as has been told by Japanese people that their roles are clearly cut defined. And thanks for the nice presentation by Japanese team. And Mr. Paul from Australia, initially I thought that it is going to be some cricket commentary, but later on he quickly changed his pace. So thank you for your keen interest in RCB. And one of the key points which Dr. Ravi Pillai and Mr. Paul, which I found that Mr. Paul told that regulation comes into effect when governance fails. But in presentation of Ravi Pillai sir, he tells that regulator alone cannot do everything and requires governance system. That means both the people are very experienced people, and I hope that what they mean to say that one size does not fit all. So it may be very effective in Australia, but it may not be effective in India. Dr. Paul talked about cost-benefit analysis, explore fee for services. I am very sorry, sir, to say that in India, this is not at all possible. We cannot have a fee services, especially in water sector. Yadav sir is there sitting in front of me, and he's smiling because he knows better than me how difficult it is to implement such services. And one point I noted that there were some photographs of board members, but whatever photographs were there, they were all ladies, all females. So I don't know whether this dam safety is managed only by the better half in Australia or not. Coming back to Ravi Pillai sir presentation, I don't want to say anything because he is the man who has been associated with this framing of this dam safety bill since when he was, I think, director, if I'm not director, in CWC. And for DRIP also, he was the man who carried it forward and what we're seeing in present days. So thank you very much. And thank you for your patience hearing and bearing with us. We are already late by 30 to 40 minutes. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we will not be able to take any questions due to paucity of time.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Shri Riding Shimra, sir, to please to join us on stage. Member of DNR Central Water Commission, Design and Research. Can I have sir on stage, please, to do the honor? We have a token of gratitude and appreciation from our end. To start off with, Shri Anupam Prasad, sir, Chairman for the session. Please give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I request Shri Anil Jain, sir, Chairman, NDSA, to please join us to step forward. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to honor Shri Michio Ota, Advisor, Japan Water Agency. Please give a huge round of applause. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to honor Mr. Hisashi, Senior Water Resource Specialist, World Bank. Please welcome sir with a huge round of applause. Next, with a huge round of applause, let's honor Suda Morimosa, Assistant Director, Japan Water Agency. Last session record session hai sir. Record session hai 4 sir. Next, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Paul O'Connor, Chair, Dam Safety, NSW Australia, to please step forward. Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. B. Ravikumar Pillai, sir, from ICED, IIT Roorkee, to please step forward. It's time to honor. Last but not the least, our session in charge, Shri Somesh Kumar, Director, EMB, NNW, CWC, to please join us. Thank you so much, sir, for helping me through the session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's proceed for a quick tea break. I request everybody to please join us back by 5 o'clock. It's a humble request. We are running short of time, so I request everybody to please join us back. Sir, I must say your smile is very good. Thank you, sir.
hello, 2, 2, 2. Check, hello, 2.
To the long-standing water-related problems of the people in the Kaveri Basin. The reason for this being on account of intervening periods of distress and surplus flows in the Kaveri River Basin. During distress years, people would be facing shortage of water, whereas in the surplus years, Kaveri Basin would be facing the problems of plenty in the forms of floods, causing social, economic and human casualties. The climate change has also impacted the temporal and spatial distribution of rainfall, resulting in either plenty or deficits in the Kaveri Basin. At present, sufficient storage capacity is not available in the Kaveri Basin to store, conserve and to regulate the flows, taking into consideration the variation of temporal and spatial distribution of rainfall. Such variations has impacted the equitable distribution of water during periods of plenty and deficits. It has also jeopardized the scheduled releases at Biligundlu in accordance with the final order of the tribunal, which was further modified by the Honorable Supreme Court in their judgment dated 16/2/2018 to Tamil Nadu. During the year 2018 and 19, up to 25th of December 2018, nearly 393 TMC of water has been released at Biligundlu instead of 177.5 TMC as allocated by the tribunal award.
Check.
But out of this, nearly 175 to 200 TMC of water has drained into the sea from Tamil Nadu due to lack of storage. Realizing the importance of creating storage and also to meet the ever-growing drinking water needs and power, the government of Karnataka has proposed construction of a balancing reservoir project by proposing a dam across Kaveri River. In spite of several challenges, Government of Karnataka is committed to build Mekedatu Balancing Reservoir Project, as it will help to meet the storage-backed system of drinking water supply to ever-growing Bengaluru metropolitan region. This dam comes at about 1.8 kilometers upstream from the historical Mekedatu site. Main objectives of this project are to address the following: utilizing additional 4.75 TMC of water to provide drinking water facility to Bengaluru metropolitan region, its adjoining area, by way of proposing a scheme to tap water from the foreshore of the intended Mekedatu Balancing Reservoir cum drinking water project. To regulate the required quantum of water to Tamil Nadu on a monthly basis during a normal year as per the CWDT award, as modified by the Honorable Supreme Court of India, via its judgment dated 16/2/2018. It is further proposed to store the flood waters otherwise escaping to sea as it happened in the monsoon of 2018. Harnessing nearly 400 megawatts of renewable energy by utilizing the fall in the natural bed profile of the Kaveri River up to the state border from the monthly releases effected to a normal year. Karnataka has repeatedly assured that no part of the water from the Mekedatu project shall be utilized for irrigation purposes.
I'm a part of them. We are brothers. And after 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers of that is dam, after 1 kilometer is Tamil Nadu. Where can you do irrigation?
Balancing reservoir cum drinking water project consists of construction of 99-meter high, 734.5-meter long gravity dam. It will also have a provision to dispose of the flood water and also to put to beneficial use the dead storage in times of distress. The reservoir has a capacity to store 67.16 TMC, which includes 7.7 TMC of dead storage. 3 river sluices have also been provided to dispose of effectively 502.3 cumecs of water to meet the requirement of the downstream riparian states during the times of distress. The project is located at about 1.8 kilometers downstream of the Kaveri and Arkavati confluence, Sangam. The dam will not affect the historical Mekedatu site as it is proposed at about 1.8 kilometers upstream of the same. The entire submergence involved in the project, including connected infrastructure, totals to approximately 5,252.4 hectares, which falls within the geographical boundaries of the state of Karnataka. The estimated total cost of the project as per the schedule of rates of 2018 and 19 is 9,000 crores. On completion of the project, Karnataka will be benefited in terms of utilizing their share of drinking water and also generating nearly 400 megawatts of power from the release of water downstream into Tamil Nadu. Government of Karnataka had submitted a detailed feasibility report to Central Water Commission, CWC, and the same was reviewed and directions were given to submit detailed project report, DPR. The government of Karnataka has initiated the due process of formulation of DPR in consonance with the directives of the Central Water Commission.
The International Center of Excellence for Dams, ICET, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Dams as national infrastructure systems. Dams are among the largest and most complex infrastructure systems ever built. They operate continuously over many decades under changing loads, uncertain geology, and evolving land use, land cover, and climate conditions. In India, thousands of dams together regulate rivers, protect downstream populations from flood risk, support food, energy, and water security to hundreds of millions of people at a national scale. From construction to life cycle safety. The challenge today is no longer just building dams, but managing them safely over their entire life cycle. Hundreds of dams are operating at or well beyond their design life. Issues such as degradation of core construction materials and foundations, changes in flood potential, and seismic loading grow with dam age. Dam safety has therefore evolved into a critical and complex, multifaceted, challenging problem. For risk-informed decision-making, insights on risk to dam are desirable from comprehensive and integrated risk assessment approaches. IISc and the Department of Civil Engineering. Addressing such a complex, challenging problem requires strong scientific foundations. At the Department of Civil Engineering of the Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, faculty with strong backgrounds in diverse areas such as mechanics, materials, geoscience, hydrology, hydraulics, computational modeling, and water resource systems have long worked on advancing the frontiers of science, engineering, and technology to address major societal challenges. Rather than treating dams as isolated structures, they are viewed as coupled dynamic socio-technical systems, recognizing that a dam's function, safety, and impact are linked to evolving characteristics of construction materials, physical components, human elements, natural factors, and external and internal hazards. This system-based perspective provides the academic and scientific foundation for IISc's engagement in national dam safety initiatives. IISc's role in DRIP Phase 1. This scientific foundation translated directly into national impact during the Dam Rehabilitation and Improvement Project, DRIP Phase 1. IISc supported central and state agencies through advanced assessment of structural distress, seepage, foundation behavior, and dam reservoir interaction. Mechanics-based analysis, numerical modeling, and interpretation of field data helped agencies move beyond symptoms towards root cause understanding. Equally important was capacity building through workshops, training programs, and sustained engagement with field engineers across the country, from DRIP 1 to ICET. As DRIP expanded into Phase 2, it became clear that boosting the efforts to address emerging challenges in dam safety requires permanent, integrated centers that conduct research, facilitate training, and provide technical support for practicing engineers and dam owners. This led to the establishment of the International Center of Excellence for Dams, or ICED, at IISc with the support from the Ministry of Jal Shakti.
Check, check, 1, 2, hey, hey, 1. Check, 1, 2, hey, hey. Check, 1, 2, 2, 2, hey. Check, 1. Check, 1, 2, hey, hey. Check, 1, 2, 2, 1.
Check, check, check. Hello. 2.
ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kickstart our last session of the evening. I request everyone to please join us back. We are starting with the last session. I request everyone to please be seated.
Fine, all fine. So, Bhakti sir? Yes, sir. Achita sir. So, our coach is Mr. Jaiprakash.
Okay. So, I mean, you can take a seat right in the front row once your CV is read.
Yeah.
Or once your name is taken, you can come to the stage and your CV would be read.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to say that I am here.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to see your face as well. Face तो मुझे पता था कि आपने फोटो दे दिया.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to begin our industrial session, the last one for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to introduce our chairperson, Professor Bagchi, who's a professor of structures and infrastructures engineer in the Department of Building, Civil and Environmental Engineering at Concordia University, Montreal, Canada, where he served as a chair or head of department from 2017 to 2023. He's a professional licensed engineer and a fellow of Canadian Society for Civil Engineering, CSCE. He is internationally recognized for experimental and analytical research in areas of structural health monitoring, earthquake engineering, and smart infrastructure. Sir has authored more than 200 articles in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. Dr. Bagchi is a recipient of the Teaching Excellence Award at Concordia and a member of several professional societies, including International Society for Structural Health Monitoring and Canadian Dam Association. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Dr. Ashutosh Bagchi on stage, please, our chairperson for our industrial session. It should be a little louder. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Last session for the evening. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have our co-chair, Mr. K. Jayaprakash sir, who is a former secretary to Government Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, and currently serves as a technical advisor, Water Resources, to our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Karnataka since 2013. Sir has over 3 decades of extensive experience in water resources planning, irrigation management, infrastructure development, and public administration. Sir has played a key role in major policy and project initiatives, including interstate water disputes, river interlinking, and large-scale irrigation and drinking water projects in Karnataka. Sir has been actively involved in strategic matters such as securing notification of the KWDT2 award, advancing the Mekidatu project proposal, implementation of Yettinahole integrated drinking water project, and execution of Upper Bhadra project aimed at irrigation expansion, drought mitigation, and groundwater recharge. A graduate in civil engineer, he began his career as a lecturer before joining Karnataka Public Works and Irrigation Department as an assistant executive engineer. Over his career, he rose to the position of secretary to the Government Water Resources Department. He has also served as chief engineer, PWD and National Highways, managing director of Kaveri Neeravari Nigam Limited, CNNL, and Vishweshwaraya Jala Nigama Limited, VJNL, and has held leadership roles in Karnataka Rural Road Development Agency. Sir's contributions include modernization of yield assessment systems through installation of telemetry flow meters in the Western Ghats, securing National Board for Wildlife Clearance for major irrigation projects, and promotion of water conservation works through minor irrigation tank rehabilitation. He has also undergone international exposure through participation in policy and technical programs in Japan, Germany, Switzerland, and Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. K. Jayaprakash sir, who's our co-chair. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Manish Gupta, who's a scientist E at the Central Soil and Materials Research Station, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, New Delhi. And Dr. Gupta has also guided most of our BTech, MTech and PhD scholars in the areas of soil mechanics, numerical modeling in geotechnological engineering, geosynthesis. He has also received an international exposure through professional visits to Norway and has undertaken geotechnical assignments in Nepal, Bhutan and Myanmar with over 200 technical papers in reputed national and international journals, proceedings, conferences, workshops and seminars. Sir is an active member of several national and international professional bodies and serves on various sectional committees of the Bureau of Indian Standards, contributing to the formulation, review and updating of Indian standard codes. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Manish Gupta on stage with a huge round of applause. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sanjay Rana, who's a geophysicist and managing director of Parsan, an engineering geophysics company specializing in advanced subsurface investigations and dam safety studies. Sir has pioneered the application of dam geophysics in India in 1998 and has conducted investigations for over 130 dams, including concrete, masonry, and earthen dams. He is principal author of the document Guidelines on Geophysical Investigation of Dams and serves on various working committees involved in the development of national codes and standards, including those of Bureau of Indian Standards and Indian Roads Congress and IND-STT. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Dr. Sanjay Rana. Next, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Rajesh Pandey, who is the founder and managing director of Dinosaurs Concrete Treatment Private Limited, Mumbai, a company specializing in rehabilitation, retrofitting, and strengthening of civil engineering structures. Sir holds a Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering from 1990 batch and has over 34 years of professional experience in the civil engineering sector since founding Dinosaurs in 2003. He has also led the organization in executing complex infrastructure rehabilitation projects across dams, bridges, ports, jetties, industrial plants, and commercial establishments. Under Sir's leadership, DCTPL has developed specialized expertise in underwater repair, structural rehabilitation, and strengthening of critical infrastructure. The company has successfully delivered numerous technically challenging assignments, particularly in dam and marine structures, demonstrating strong capabilities in strategic planning and operational management and financial stewardship. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for me to introduce our last speaker for the session. It's none other than Mr. Varun Pruthi, who is the Head of Business Development and Sales at Jindal Stainless Limited, based in Delhi, where he leads strategic growth initiatives, market expansion, and long-term partnerships across key industrial sectors. Mr. Pruthi is recognized for integrating commercial strategy with technical insight to drive industrial transformation. His work focuses on innovative material solutions, sustainable engineering practices, and building collaborative ecosystems that strengthen India's manufacturing and infrastructure landscape. He actively engages with industry forums, stakeholders, and policymakers to advance technology-led growth in the steel and heavy engineering sectors. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Varun Pruthi, sir, on stage with a huge round of applause. And with this, we begin our industrial session. Over to our chair and co-chair. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Ashutosh Bagchi, sir, to please take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Namaskar. So, being the chair of the last session, it gives me a lot of responsibility to finish it on time, maybe a little bit earlier if possible. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including me, 6 speakers. You have heard about them. They are all accomplished in their areas. So what we'll do is that we have about 90 minutes, but we'll try to allocate less than that, if everybody agrees. And so my instruction is that to limit the presentation, each presentation by 10 minutes, okay? So at 8 minutes or so, I will indicate that our time is coming closer, okay? And then we'll proceed from there. If I go with the sequence, I think the first presentation is mine. So it's already up. So as I said, I'll try to limit my presentation within the 10 minutes time allocated to us. I'll be talking about structural health monitoring of dams, which is a broad area, but we'll try to focus it as much as possible. Before moving, I want to show you where I am currently hosted in Montreal. If you visit in summertime, you will see these beautiful pictures on the left. If you visit now in winter, this is the picture you will see or experience. Right now, the temperature is around -20, you can imagine. Okay, so the topics to discuss is introduction to SHM, structural health monitoring. Key topics in that is what are the different components of SHM, what is SHM or structural health monitoring, some example case studies, and future outlook. So if you look at the dams around the world, as you all know that India has a lot of dams, third largest dams in India. But what is important is that most of the dams around the world are within this 40 to 50 year age group. Now at 40 to 50 year age for dams is really older, which needs quite a good amount of care. It doesn't mean that these dams are in very bad shape, but they are at various stages of their difficulties, and they need to be addressed. So that brings structural health monitoring into focus. Structural health monitoring is, if we briefly introduce to you, is basically in situ behavior monitoring or measurement of behavior based on sensors or other devices to know what is the health condition of the structure. Now, there is a minute distinction between structural health monitoring and non-destructive evaluation. Non-destructive evaluation is also part of the in situ behavior monitoring. So that is a subset of structural health monitoring. So what are the benefits? We all know that monitoring, especially timely and continuous monitoring, has benefit for any system, not just structure, human system, electrical system, structural system. So what we need to know on an ongoing basis, what are the condition of this system components, whether they need replacement, whether they need repair, or they need some kind of intervention. So if I bring the analogy between structural health monitoring versus our medical profession, you see their analogy is very clear, right? So basically in human health, we do all kind of monitoring, blood pressure, temperature, etc., and different kind of tests, and the doctor analyzes them and gives some diagnosis. In structural system also, we do all kind of tests. We do ongoing monitoring like blood pressure, which is done from the onboard sensors, or we do NDE tests, like be it geophysical test or other kind of test. We do some diagnosis based on the test results and try to find out some kind of remedy. So the components of SHM broadly are categorized in these areas: sensors, which you put on the structure; data acquisition system, which could be on board or slightly away, depending on if it is wireless or wired system. Then you need communication system to carry it to the data centers and then analyze, diagnose, and try to find out what are the intervention techniques we need to follow. So there are various kind of sensors from low level to high level. Low level means which you put on board the structure, does test only or measure only minute things like strain, temperature, etc. Or you go to high level like GPS sensors, where you broadly find out what are the dislocation parameters, etc. So in the systems and the management of the SHM system, you need instrumentation, you need data acquisition, condition assessment, digital twinning, numerical modeling and updating, and decision support system. I'm not going into them individually, just in the interest of time. But what is clear from these slides is that instrumentation versus condition assessment versus decision support system, not a single professional will be able to do that. We need interdisciplinary approach. Different kind of professionals need to be integrated in this endeavor. So in guideline formation, when structural health monitoring came into practice, there was no guideline. Even now there is no robust guideline, I would say, but there are different agencies which came up with some sort of guidelines which are constantly being evolved. ICOLD has some guidelines. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US, they have some guidelines. USES in the US again. Canadian Damage Association, they have a set of guidelines. And India Dam Safety Act provides a framework for some guidelines. Now, if you look at all the guidelines, you will see a lot of commonalities. Commonalities on how to use the sensing devices, how to structure the monitoring system, how to analyze data, etc. Typically, if we look at dams, we have all kind of instrumentation. This is just a snapshot of how the sensors could be implemented in the dam body, including strain sensors, piezometer, seismic sensors like vibration monitoring devices, etc. Same thing if we go with embankment dam, similar kind of devices could be installed there. But seepage is an important point here. Piezometers play important roles here. So now we all talk about risk-based assessment, right? Risk is an important thing that we understand in a way that what are the potential for something going wrong with certain kind of systems. Now, if we want to assess the risk, we need certain parameters, obviously. You need the age of the dam, you need the material, you need the construction type, all kind of things. Based on that, we do the risk assessment. But where SHM comes into picture and becomes handy is that they give some real-life measurement or some kind of information about the system, either from online measurement or NDE tests of the current situation of the dam. So now we have all kind of techniques to merge these two together, right? And that could be a great asset for risk-based assessment. So this is an example from Canada, a dam from British Columbia. They did some risk analysis and assessed the remedial measures. I just put the picture here just for your benefit to visit their website and collect more information about the rehabilitation measures. So primarily the dam was getting old, a lot of cracks and etc. happening. So they monitored that for a certain amount of time, did PFM based analysis, potential failure mode based analysis, and came up with some plan to rehabilitate it. Daniel Johnson Bridge Dam, sorry. This is the largest buttress dam in the world. It is in Canadian North. It's in a very remote location. It's about 8 hours drive from Montreal, not Montreal, Quebec City. So another 3 hours you can add. It's a beautiful dam. They do vibration testing almost every year to know what are the frequencies, mode shapes, vibration characteristics, etc. And based on that, they haven't done any rehabilitation for this because this is relatively newer dam. But what is important to note here that they are monitoring on a regular basis, okay? Just to know, see if you monitor something right from the beginning or whenever you think that it is the right time, because there is no right time to start except at the start of construction. But most of the dams are already constructed. So you start whenever you start. But if you keep on monitoring over certain number of years, it gives you a signature. It tells you a pattern, and that pattern could be helpful in knowing what needs to be done in going forward. Okay, so we do local and global assessment. Local assessment is you test a particular area. Global assessment, you test the whole structure, but not inch by inch, rather taking the whole system together. There are different techniques. We try to, one technique will not give you all, so we use multiple techniques and collect them together to get some assessment. So, and also analysis. There are different ways of doing analysis for the dams, okay? Say, suppose I measure a dam's characteristics through SHM system or NDE techniques, and at the end, engineers like to model it, okay? If we build a finite element model and see whatever response parameters like vibration characteristics or displacement or whatever we are getting, they're not matching with the field testing data. What do we do at that case, in that case? So we need to have some kind of mechanism to update our numerical model to correspond to the measured information. And that is precisely called physics-based model, because we are creating a numerical model based on physics, say finite element model, okay, physics, mathematics, something, right? And then we update or change the parameters in the model to correspond to the physical information, okay? That is one approach. Another approach is data-driven approach. Data-driven approach is that we don't create a physical model or numerical model of the dam or the structure. We look at the data, look at the pattern, and based on that pattern, we figure out whether we can do something about that, and if the structure is saying something. Okay, and also we try to put everything together and create digital twin. Digital twins are handy because it almost like create a digital map of the structure and putting all the points, sensor data, response data, everything together. So then an engineer can easily navigate the changes. Okay, policies and funding support systems, etc. You know, we had a wonderful session on policies, so I don't have to talk much about policies here. So my time is almost up, so I'm at the conclusion phase. So what is the basic conclusion I can draw from here is that SHM or NDE kind of assessment is critical to maintain the large infrastructure, critical infrastructure like dams for its operational efficiency as well as safety. Integration with digital twinning can be helpful, and advances in AI, IoT, all these kind of techniques can be really groundbreaking and way forward techniques. Recommendation is to keep this kind of system mandatory for critical infrastructure, okay? Although many of the dams are instrumented, but I visited a few dams, not only in India, elsewhere as well. There are instrumentation, but the data is seldom looked at properly, or decision is made based on that, okay? So that will be sort of not utilizing the resources appropriately. Investment in advanced technologies is important because it costs, if you look at the cost of infrastructure, cost of monitoring is very, very tiny percentage of that. So why not spending that money and get the biggest benefit from that? And collaboration with all kind of agencies, government agencies, researchers and industries are extremely important. So with this, I want to thank you for your patience, and if you have any question, we can take at the end of all the presentations. Thank you. Now, let me invite the next presenter, Dr. Manish Gupta. Please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. So, today I am going to talk about the use of non-destructive techniques for dam safety evaluation. And basically, I'll be focusing on these techniques which we at CSMRS, that is Central Soil and Material Research Station, are using for evaluating the safety of dams. A little bit of overview. We all have been hearing about that there are over 60 or 62,000 large dams all over the world. And the ICOL has defined large dams as ones which are having height of more than 15 meters. But also dams which are having height between 10 to 15 meters are also categorized as large dams if they are meeting certain conditions. And dams have been important for us to provide food security, to provide energy security, apart from recreation, flood control, water supply, and other things. If you see, we have been talking about it since morning also. India ranks third in the world in the number of large dams. And so it becomes important for us, all of us together, to see that these dams are safe and they are ensuring us regular water, energy, and other security to the nation. So, an organization of ours, that is Central Water Commission, understood that the height may not be the only criteria to define large dams or dams which have to be taken care of. So, they enhanced the definition of large dams into having dams with crest more than 500 meters also as large dams, with the reservoir capacities, the flush discharge, especially difficult foundation conditions, and also dams which are having unusual designs. This is a photograph of our country which we have been looking since morning also. We see that the whole country is dotted over with large dams. And the numbers which I have taken is from the old register of large dams. So more than 200 or nearing 300 dams of our country are more than 100 years old. 80% of dams are more than 25 years old, but still we are proud to have a dam or a structure which is 2,000 years old, functioning fine, becoming one of the world's oldest serving structure. If we see the distribution of dams in the various states of our country, the distribution is indicating that Maharashtra, Odisha, Gujarat, and Karnataka, these are the 4 states which are having the more distribution of dams, both which have been constructed and which are under construction. Now, there have been failures of dams. Yes, there have been failures. There have been the failure of Garada Dam in 2010, a dam of an earthen dam which failed. Around 100 meters of a section washed off. There was the failure of Karam Dam. There was failure of Tista Dam. And these failures, what they basically lead to, not only they lead to huge loss of life, environmental damage, they also lead to social resistance to dam rebuilding. And this is also an area or a point of concern for all of us as dam builders and engineers to look that the structures which we are building or analyzing are safe. So the common failures which are occurring is mostly the dams are either failing by overtopping, or there are foundation defects or internal erosion. And the methodology of preventing these failures is firstly at the planning stage, that is pre-construction assessment is to be done very well. Then quality control is to be seen at the construction stage. Monitoring by using instruments, proper instruments, from the construction stage to after construction and thereon. And finally, the periodical evaluation of the safety of these structures. And the Dam Safety Act is into place, and which recommends that studies and investigations have to be carried out even after the dams have been constructed, and they have to be evaluated regularly. So how do we evaluate those dams? Usually, basically in the starting we say that mostly by visual inspection. Then we can go in for also visual inspection in the underwater portions of the dam through remotely operated vehicles. We can go for non-destructive techniques, that is for concrete. Instrumentation, yes, it is a part of it, and it gives us the confidence of our structures. And then we can also go in for geophysical investigations. Remotely operated vehicle, I would like to just introduce this particular facility which we are having in our organization. So currently we are having a remotely operated vehicle which can go up to a depth of around 300 meters. Not only does it have camera, light, we have imaging sonar, we have a laser scale to measure the defects, the thickness of the defects. We have a positioning system which can be geo-referenced. There is a profiling sonar and also a turbidity module, because in most of the structures, when we talk about trash tracks or the dams near the reservoirs where there is sediment deposition, so our turbidity module has also been incorporated. And with this, we have been able to scan the entire face of the dam. And this inspection is obviously possible even in areas where it is turbid and there are reptile infestations. CSMRS had been understanding the issue of dam safety, and we had been owning this particular remote operated vehicle since 1990s. We upgraded ourselves in 1990s, then in 2005, and then in 2024. So using the ROV, we can look at, you can see the top left surface, a good surface. You can understand the cement grouting, the patching when the rehabilitation or the works have been done, or treatment works have been done. We can identify regions of honeycombing. We can identify whether cracks are there in the surface of the dam. And this all is underwater. The bottommost picture is showing that the image is at the depth of 75 feet. So even in turbid conditions, we can see whether what is the condition of the dam face. This is a clear visual from a clear water attachment. The other one, it is under turbid conditions. For a common eye, it will be seen as not a clear picture, but when we actually see in the turbid conditions, you can't see anything. So this is a relatively very clear picture in turbid conditions. Now, using the remote operated vehicle, you can also have the profile of the reservoir in which sedimentation has occurred. So you have a profile which is there originally at the time of design. And finally, you have a reservoir profile over a period of time, maybe 30 years or 40 years, and in which way you can understand, okay, these are the sediment which has been deposited, which has to be maybe removed or cleared in case some treatment has to be done. Stilling basin, using the profiling sonar and imaging sonar, you can identify the stilling basin, the positions of stilling basin, and the floor of the stilling basin. You can identify the trash tracks, and we can see the depositions and the condition of the trash tracks also, whether they are intact in position or they have been rusted or damaged. These two pictures top there, is there a pointer also here? Is there a pointer? No, okay, no problem. Okay, so the top two pictures, we have been using the imaging and profiling sonar. So you can have the position of the plan view of the gate and the sluice walls, and also the opening of the sluice. It can be measured using the profiling sonar. Is it there? Okay, no problem. And the loss of motor, it's not working? No problem, no problem. The loss of motor and the vertical cracks. I'll go a bit fast. I think time is a bit short. Then we can also have geophysical methods to assess the condition of the dams, varying from SRT, ERT to seismotomography to MASWA, cell potential and GPR. So this is a typical image. Okay. So typical output using SRT and ERT, and it's not that single method of geophysical investigation is going to tell you the correct picture of your structure. So you have to understand that multiple methods have to be used, and you have to judiciously arrive at conclusions in identifying zones or areas which require remedial measures or attention. Then for a embankment dam, you can have a longitudinal section also using these methods. MASWA picture indicating the profile of the structure and the dam foundation or the foundation of the structure. Then in a earth and rockfill dam, certain studies were done, and we were able to identify zones which were not okay as such, and which required attention and treatment also. And using the SP, we were able to, that is the, we were able to identify zones where seepages might have occurred or might be occurring. Again, SP has been used in one of the structures. I'll just finish. In one of the structures to create a three-dimensional image of the seepage paths which can occur in the structure as such. This is a case of Rukura Dam, and which is still under consideration for treatment and investigation. So in Masonry Dam also you can carry out ERT, and this can give you regions which require attentions and treatments as such. Yes, yes. So then we can also go in for tomography. I think our next speaker will be giving more details on it. So we can go in for tomography also, and within this tomography you can understand from the dam, both upstream and downstream phase, you can see the section of the structure as such. I can go in for the overflow section and the non-overflow section also. GPR, we had been at CSMRS doing a lot on it, and recently we will be coming up with it again. We did a lot of studies, identified projects which had problems. We also had projects which had no problems, and those are the outputs by us. One thing which I would like to focus or tell to all the dam owners is that, yes, we can use seismic tomography in a time-lapse study also. Means suppose you are having a dam which is having certain problems. You have a seismic tomography done at the start of the treatment, and then you do a seismic tomography after the completion of the treatment to understand the efficacy of the treatment. Apart from going in for the typical permeability values to be determined at different holes which are drilled in the structure to see the efficacy of the grouting. So these are certain methods which can be used a lot. Then finally we come into the core extraction, and then we can correlate the geophysical investigation outputs with the values of the tested cores, thereby giving confidence in regions which we feel are okay or regions which require treatment. So NDT, yes, concrete NDT has a long way to go as such. We are employing Schmidt hammer and Pandit, that is ultrasonic pulse velocity test, to understand the strength of concrete structures as such. Corrosion monitoring also we are carrying out using Galva plus and half cell potential. And a slight semi-destructive test, that is capo test, is also being utilized in many dam structures, which is slightly destructive but gives a very good correlation between the actual strength of the structure. So to conclude, observations, visual observations are there for dam safety evaluations. Then underwater observations can be carried out using ROVs. We can go in for non-destructive testing for concrete structures, and we can go for geophysical investigations as such to assess the health of our structures. And CSMRS as such is being carrying out all these things for many structures in our country. Thank you.
Now let's welcome Dr. Sanjay Rana. He will talk about geophysical approaches.
start from here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very good evening, everyone. Good evening. Great. Because since morning you're sitting, not speaking, people are coming here, speaking, giving lectures, so you should also get a chance to speak. All right, it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, organizers, for giving the opportunity to make this presentation. Dr. Manish has made my life much easier by starting, but I would like to reinforce the message here. Because dams rarely fail suddenly. They fail silently from within. Most structural distress begins internally, long before cracks appear, long before visible warning signs. So in this presentation, I would like to show how integrated non-destructive geophysical techniques help us see those internal processes early and convert subsurface signals into confident engineering decisions. I am working in the field of dam geophysics since 1998. That's the first dam which I investigated. So that has been a long time actually, almost 28 years now. One thing is that still there is a gap between geophysicists or people who are doing geophysical investigation and dam engineers. And that is something which through this presentation I would like to actually convey the message that there has to be a filling of this gap, and whatever subsurface signals we are having must be converted to confident engineering decisions. And we inspect what we can see, but structural safety depends on what we cannot. So we need to focus on areas which what we are not able to see. Today we are focusing only on areas which we are able to see. That is mostly visual inspections, etc. Now, thank you. So now we are talking about why dam condition assessment needs a new approach. See, many of the dams, as the statistics was shown, are aging. I just walked from that place to this place, not for the effect, but here I can see the slides. There I cannot see the slides for some reason. All right. So many dams are aging under changed loading and hydrological conditions. Critical distress mechanism develop internally and progressively, as I said. Surface inspection, which we are talking about, I always like to compare it to medical science. I love to do that. So in medical science, what was the typical way of looking at the health? That is, we were seeing the pulse, we were touching the body, seeing the temperature, trying to understand what's happening inside the body. Trying to understand what's happening inside the body. And then came medical imaging. When we were able to conduct X-rays, we were able to conduct ultrasound, we were able to conduct MRI. And today we no more just depend on temperature. We do not depend on the pulse rate. We rather do investigation. In case of dams, we are still doing more of pulse rate and temperature monitoring. Temperature in the sense of just looking at the body of the dam, seeing what's happening, rather than measuring it inside. So all these surface inspections and even instrumentation provide limited visibility. They are not giving the continuous data within the dam body. Of course, the intrusive investigation, when we talk about like drilling and all that, in dams at least, the structures are such, it's best avoided. And they are, of course, intrusive, costly, and again, they give you point information. They do not give you continuous information. Now, from geophysics lens, if we look at, I'm a geophysicist, by the way, right? So I'm a qualified geophysicist from IIT Roorkee. 1990 is the year when I did my MTech in geophysics from there. And generally in the room like this, I'm the only geophysicist. This time there might be someone else, but generally that's the case. So when we talk from geophysics perspective, any change in the dam, for example, there is a seepage or leakage. What it is changing, the water content is going to change the resistivity or the conductivity of the dam material. Flow of the water through the dam body is going to develop a natural potential, what we call the self-potential or streaming potential. If there is deterioration in the dam body because of leaching over a period of time, it is going to change the density inside the dam body, which in effect will change the P wave velocity, the compressional wave velocity. If there is an earthen dam and you see a subsidence there, it means there is a weakness developing which is going to change the stiffness in the dam body, which will be picked up by anything which is measuring the shear wave velocity. So the point is that whatever is the distress inside the dam body is going to change one particular physical property. And that physical property is being measured by geophysics. And that is why there are so many different methods. As Dr. Gupta said, you cannot depend on just one method. A single geophysical method is not enough because each geophysical method responds to a specific physical property. I'll just give you one example. Let's say we are measuring P wave velocity, just P wave velocity, compressional wave velocity. P wave velocity of saturated sand is 1500 meter per second, of water is 1500 meter per second, of quicksand is 1500 meter per second, of clay is 1500 meter per second, and weathered rock is 1500 meter per second. So if you're just measuring one physical property, that is P wave velocity, you will not be able to even differentiate between saturated sand and quicksand. Quicksand where you cannot put your foot there. So you have to measure different parameters, and then only you are able to characterize the material in a unique way. And which method you are choosing will have to be chosen based on what are you measuring. Now this is a big problem which is happening today in the country. Fortunately or unfortunately, over the years, many players come in the market and they start providing geophysical services. It's great. More people providing services means market will expand. Problem is, it becomes the case like a village when a person bought an X-ray machine. So if the bone is broken, I'll do X-ray. If you have some problem with your tissues, I'll do X-ray. If you have some problem here, I'll do X-ray, because the only machine he has is the X-ray machine. This cannot be done in the field of geophysics. For example, if you're looking at strength parameters, you have to go for seismic methods. If you're looking for water-based parameters, you have to go for electrical methods. So methods have to be chosen very, very carefully. If we don't do that, then it's best not to run a geophysical program. So integrated geophysical framework for dam assessment, it observes with what distress we are looking at, what problem we want to solve, and then decide on which method we are going to choose. It also will depend on geometry of the dam. What is the height to length ratio, etc., etc. So like electrical methods will identify moisture variation and seepage behavior. Seismic methods will give you strength, stiffness, foundation defects, etc. Cross-phase tomography will give you internal integrity. GPR will resolve shallow defects and discontinuities. So each method will answer a different question. The biggest point is the power lies in knowing which question to ask. What exactly we are trying to solve. Don't be method specific. Always be solution specific. As a dam owner, never take out a tender saying we want to do electrical resistivity imaging of this dam because it worked in some other dam. Don't do that. Talk to someone. There are a lot of people today. Dr. Manish Gupta has done a lot of work. We have Senthil sitting here in CSMRS. He has done a lot of work. I'm working since 1998 in this field. Talk to someone and understand which method will work in your dam. It's not a copy-paste we can do from one dam to the other. Now for different problems, like for example, these are concrete dams, different issues, masonry dam, different issues, earthen dam, different issues. And there are methods here which we have characterized as most suitable, moderately suitable, and not suitable. I'm not going to read through the table. Idea of showing the table is that whatever is the issue or concern, or be it stilling basing or canal leakage or foundation defect, there is one method or the other which is useful for that. Now coming to a few case studies, because our time is very, very short. And when we come here and start speaking, time really flies very fast. It's always a problem. So this case study is of case identification of active seepage path. So it's an earthen dam. There is 3 zones which have been detected here, showing low resistivity, 1, 2, 3. This is of course the rock level. This is all dam body. And these 3 zones having more water accumulation, but across this zone there is a prominent SP development. So resistivity shows where water is present and streaming potential reveals where it is moving. Simple. All right, so you know where the more water is present, you also know where the water flow is taking place. And once you do number of lines, so this line was done in the upstream of a dam, this was on dam top, and then these lines on a downstream. And once you do these lines and put the resistivity and SP results together, you get what we call seepage path. These are the paths which you require to actually plan the entire rehabilitation plan of any dam. If you do it without this, it will be like trying to do a surgery without having results of your ultrasound and X-ray, so you'll keep cutting the body at every place. This is the next study of mapping weak zones linked to subsidence. So this subsidence was observed at the dam, MASW was done, and the weak zones were determined where the velocity is low. So surface deformation is a symptom, shear wave velocity reveals the cause. This is seismic tomography. It is done between dam top and dam gallery. So here is the dam top. This is a dam gallery. Receivers are put there with no theory, but this is a 470-meter length. One day it took to do this entire investigation, and immediately you know the bad zones in the entire dam. If you don't have this information, you will start grouting from one end to the other, 3 meter by 3 meter, and end up wasting a lot of resources in doing that. Once you have done this, and you know this is a problem in the L section, then across, and similarly you can multiple galleries. This is a 130-meter high dam, gallery 1, 2, 3, 4, and again weak zones in the entire dam. Once you know where the problem is, there you do the cross section between upstream and downstream, and now you know extent of this zone from upstream to downstream. No emptying of reservoir is required. It can be done when the reservoir is full. Then this velocity can be converted to density. So you know in the good dam, the density was, let's say, 2.5. Because of leaching, it has now come to 2.2 or 2.3. So 0.2 to 0.3 gram per cc has been a loss of density over a period of time. Based on this, you can actually plan, you can actually calculate how much grouting you will be required to do in the dam. Stirling basin, we have a practice of emptying the stirling basin for inspection. This is actually not required. Without emptying, using GPR and echo sounder, this is a case study from Bhutan. We said that this is the area which is affected very badly. After 2 years, it was opened up and same area was found to be affected very badly, but it was not emptied just for inspection. So my time is up, so I'll just quickly go through my last couple of slides. Seismic refraction for foundation defects. You can know even the foundation defects in the dam. And canal seepage also we can find using ERI and SP. And ultimately, once you combine different methods, you are able to have more confident results. So geophysics adds value only when anomalies are translated into engineering decisions. Practical limitations are there, of course, because all these methods are inherently non-unique. Resolution depends on site condition, but it's a very powerful tool, but only in informed and experienced hands. We should choose our methods correctly and apply it correctly. Key takeaways are, of course, internal dam distress can be effectively assessed non-intrusively. Integrated geophysics reduces uncertainty in dam safety evaluation. Seeing inside the dam before distress becomes failure is the true strength of integrated geophysics. This is something we must take as a takeaway, that rather than doing any intervention in the dam, we should first look at it. When you should investigate it, ideally when the dam is built, to have the baseline data. Otherwise, before rehabilitation and after rehabilitation for sure. Before rehabilitation to know how to do rehabilitation, and after rehabilitation to know whether it has been effective. And these are my conclusions, that these investigations must be made an integral component of dam safety inspection programs and procedures, must be carried out before designing rehabilitation program and after. It's the concluding slide. And we have in a Dam Safety Act that we have to do all the 6,000 specified dams within the next 5 years. I think geophysics presents the only viable option for doing that. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Chair, for giving me extra 1 minute for this.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. It seems we need to go to our next event quickly. So for the next two speakers, I'll really request you if you can just give some concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Okay. Namaskar. It's a very, very short time I got, so I don't know what to say, but it's okay. It's a very brief of our company, and we all know these things which are affecting the dams, but I don't want to take much time. Why I want to say is why to do underwater repair, because many times found that we can do repair in underwater without emptying the reservoir, without affecting any operation, and preserve the water actually, and also protect the ecosystem. There are some limitations, but it can be solved with the overall result of the advantages which we have mentioned. What is the standard approach? A standard approach is to know what is the pre-survey, execution of repair treatment, and post-inspection for performance evaluation. Pre-survey, basically we start from normally preliminary survey with ROV, followed by level 1, level 2 survey, which used to be conducted by divers with NDT and other geophysical and geotechnical investigations. Some important integral requirements of underwater repair, like key equipments. Another most important part is the divers, without which we cannot conduct any repair work. However, there are some basic requirements, fundamental requirements of diver, like they should understand all the work and they should well-trained and well-certified divers. Next comes the materials. Materials, normally we know that the materials which we use in above we cannot use, so we have to design mix. We have to make it to suit the particular requirement, and these are the fundamental requirements which is very essential. Case studies. This is the case study which we have carried out in Karnataka, Krishna Sagar Dam. This survey, geophysical investigation, which Dr. IISc, I think, conducted earlier, and which was after followed by some underwater inspection, revealed following conditions actually: widespread open joints, loss of motors, and these all corroborated with the underwater inspection also and with the geophysical investigations. So what is the methodology we proposed? Methodology was this: underwater pointing by using fast setting R4 category cementitious mortar, which should finish the joints with the mortar, and after that injecting the grouts to prefix nodules. Methodology, brief methodology: erection of hanging platform, cleaning, raking the joints, fixing geo nodules. Like these are the joints, so nodules were fixed like this, raking joints was open up to 3 inches. Deep nodules was fixed which went beyond the core of the masonries, so that grout can be penetrated deep inside the core of the hearting materials. The green which is mentioned is the cementitious mortar which we have to do the pointing. This pointing was again done by the divers. Entire operation was carried by them only. And this was a fast setting, high strength mortar. And after this pointing, we carried out the grouts actually, which is the red color. This is the grout metal which went deep inside the cavities and all the open joints. So this is the summary of this repair. I don't know, I can laugh only. So good. I won't give my time to anybody. I put it like that till I see. Actually, this is a video can run. I don't know whether it's possible. It's a very beautiful video. It's not? Okay. It's there in this way.
Sir, one thing, sir.
So it started.
Yes.
I will finish after this.
So there is information from Vidhan Savda.
Sir,
we need to have a.
I'm just sitting.
Yes, yes.
I'm sitting here. Thank you. Just thanks a lot.
We need to have a photo session exactly at 6:30. So the time is up.
Just finish this. That's all.
Sir, next presenter, sir. Yes, yes. Please. Next presenter.
Okay, so
Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Please cut short your presentation, sir. Earlier the better.
sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah.
I'll use this.
Yeah.
The moment daylight is over.
Good evening, everyone. I am Varun from Jindal Stainless. I've been instructed by our co-chair, that I have to speak in less than 3 minutes. So I'll utilize my time wisely so that I should not bore you and I should not be standing in between the session that is going to happen in Sauda Bhavan. So I'll straight away jump to what we are doing, how we are doing, and why we are doing. So we are representing stainless steel fraternity, and we are world third largest stainless steel producer. We are, if I compare with ArcelorMittal and other peers, we are competing with them. So as on now, we are at a capacity of 4.2 million tons. And we are coming up with another plant in Maharashtra, which will make us world's almost third largest producer for stainless steel. Now coming to the point, I'll be covering all this, but in 2 minutes. So there are challenges. Since morning, we are listening to everyone about this civil topic, the dam structures, which is the biggest diaphragm wall. And there are regulating walls in between, controlling the flow of water. Now, we play an important role in these hydromechanical structures and the structures which goes into this concrete. Now, our concrete is designed in such a manner that it is almost designed for a life of 100 years. And the material which goes along with this concrete is mild steel, which is having a life of 40 years. Now, everybody is talking about maintenance. Everybody is talking about the techniques, the digital way, how to manage these dams. And a lot of dams are getting aged, more than 200 out of these 6,000 dams, which are aged. And by the time I think I'll be 60, more dams will get added in this kitty of the 200 dams, which are more than 100 years. So I will straight away jump to my video, which I want to show, where our minister is propagating why stainless steel should be used. Because now we have to get sensitized enough. We need to look from a perspective where life cycle is an important parameter. There are policies in GFR where we talk about when we conceptualize a project, we should look from CAPEX and OPEX both. And the skill set which is available will not be available after 20 years. So we need to educate all our guys, the Gen Zs, because we are millennials. So we need to teach them, we need to guide them how to take care of these by utilizing better material, and we'll make these dams work for more, another, I'll say 200, 250 years. So these are various failures which has happened. So I'm trying to address, we know there are problems. And we have seen these dams failing. So better material is the best choice. If we do the ground thing better, definitely it is going to sustain for a longer period. So these are some of the failures which everybody is aware. We have done an enormous survey visiting several dams. These are the ground level photos where the structures are so corroded, the erosion and the abrasion problem, which is now coming as the biggest problem. So we are providing all these solutions from safety and from as a codal provision also. Now we are working with BIS and all these government agencies to standardize this. We are well versed and we are ready for the solution. I'll skip this part. So we are there, this is a material. So this is something we are sitting in Bangalore, the RCB state. So this is something which I want to highlight, lean duplex. The duplex family of stainless steel is like a Virat Kohli of RCB. It is doing wonders. We have implemented this in several projects pan-India, and this is globally used. This is done by Japan, Europe, and they are running wonderfully for more than 100 years. And it is better in terms of physical, chemical, and all these properties. I'll skip. So this is something which I want to highlight. This is the life cycle cost, which we have actually compared with carbon steel, which has a life of 40 years, and stainless steel, this lean duplex. This is a life more than 80 years. And the concrete, which is having a life of 100 years, it is well suited to the environment what we have in India. So to sum it up, everybody thinks stainless steel is costly. But if I see in the whole ecosystem, it is just 1% or 2% incremental increase in the whole hydromechanical of the whole civil ecosystem. So it is not costing much, but if you see at the life cycle, it is worth. So these are all your projects which you have designed, you have conceptualized, you have developed, it is implemented. These are some of the policies. I'll just play that video where I want to highlight. Even the minister is escalating that definitely at least the coastal where water is available should be converted into stainless steel. Play that video. Before is there.
अभी हमारे यहाँ मैं 3 साल से पीछे पड़ा हूँ कि समुद्र के बाजू में जो ब्रिज बनते हैं उसमें स्टेनलेस स्टील का ही उपयोग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है मैं जब मुंबई में 55 फ्लाईओवर बना रहा था तो एक व्यक्ति ने मुझे मूर्ख बनाया। उसने एक पाउडर कोटिंग करके हरे रंग का लोहा देके बोला ये रस्ट नहीं लगेगा, और मैं विश्वास रखा, लगा, रस्टिंग हुआ। तो अभी ऐसा है कि जहां 30 किलोमीटर समुद्र के बाजू में है वहां स्टेनलेस स्टील यूज किए बिना पर्याय नहीं है। अगर वो शिवाजी का पुतला अगर स्टेनलेस स्टील यूज होता तो 100% वो नहीं गिरता। आप मुंबई में देखो कितना भी अच्छा काम करो, समुद्र के बाजू में जो बिल्डिंग है वो जल्दी उसमें रस्टिंग लग जाता है। तो इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं कौन से मटेरियल को यूज करना, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव कौन सा है, और इसमें प्रीकास्ट का उपयोग और ज्यादा प्रमाण पर करना। और मुझे लगता है कि जहाँ हार्ड रॉक है वहाँ नेचुरली आपकी
That's all. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say about stainless steel, and it should be implemented. So I urge all the organizers, all the developers, start using it. It is not costly. It is actually better life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to invite Mr. Pradeep Kumar Agarwal, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, to please join us on stage to do the honor. We have a small token of gratitude for all our speakers and chairperson. I request all of you to please stay back. All the dignitaries and delegates are requested to directly head towards Vidhan Saudha for cultural evening. To minimize the security hassle, I request everybody to please carry your ID cards. I request, please sit for another 5 minutes. Let's honor all our speakers, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, and at okay, can I also have Jayaprakash sir on stage to address the crowd? I'm so sorry, sir, I missed. It's my mistake.
Just I will take 2 minutes of your time. Respected Professor Bachi, Chairman of this session, sir, experts, distinguished speakers, members of the organizing committee, esteemed participants, as we conclude this insightful session, I sincerely thank our expert speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge, practical experiences, forward-looking perspectives. Your technical depth and clarity have greatly enriched our understanding of the subject. I also extend my appreciation to the organization committee for meticulously planning this event, creating a meaningful platform for professional exchange. My heartfelt thanks to the audience for your active participation and thoughtful engagement, which truly elevated the quality of discussions. Today's deliberations have reinforced the importance of innovation, integration of advanced technologies, and responsible governance in strengthening dam safety and infrastructure resilience. Let us carry forward these insights into actionable strategies and collaborative efforts. Well, one thing, in fact, I am technical advisor from the state of Karnataka to Honorable DCM. I could able to receive these papers 2 days in advance, sir. I did lot of exercise on this. I formulated beautiful questionnaires. I formulated beautiful insights. But owing to paucity of time, I could not pass on those insights and other things. Anyway, with this, I am going to conclude my few lines, sir. Thank you. Thank you, because there is an urgent call from Vidhan Saudha. The time is running up, because we need to have a photo session. Once again, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Agarwal sir to please do the honors, starting from Professor Bakchi. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. And at 6:30, there is a photo session. Please make sure that you carry your ID so that there is no hassle. It's due to security reasons. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Manish Gupta, sir. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. Sanjay Rana, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Mr. Rajesh Pandey, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, it should be louder. Mr. Varun, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I also welcome Shri K. Jayaprakash, sir. Please give a huge round of applause. And last but not the least, the session in charge, Shri Amit Ranjan, Director, Gates E&NE, CWC. Thank you so much, sir, for guiding me. I request all delegates and dignitaries to please head towards Vidhan Sauda for cultural evening, and dinner is also being served there, not at the hotel. I request all of you to please make sure that you join us in Vidhan Sauda. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again. Make sure you carry your passes, your IDs for the security reasons. Please do not leave your passes and IDs. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make sure the cultural event would be fantastic right there at Vidhan Sauda, and dinner also is being served there. See you tomorrow again on the day 2 of the conference. Thank you once again, and it's my time to say bye-bye. Thank you. Have a great evening.